441 on the calendar, the matter of Hoffman versus Hoffman. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Hoffman, the defendant is your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've tried to understand your complaint as well as your mother's countersuit. You claim that you sold to your mother certain restaurant equipment, a freezer and some other equipment, and that she owes you money on that equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your mother says she's not only paid for that equipment, the freezer doesn't work, and not only doesn't she owe you any money, but you actually owe her money.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was this equipment? Where did it come from? Why would you sell it?
Actually, I owned a restaurant in Salisbury, Maryland. Was getting out of the restaurant business. I had been working 16, 18 hours a day. It was just too much. I was losing my marriage, my 2 small children. Had called a restaurant equipment place, set up arrangements for them to come and buy all the equipment from me. My mother steps in and says, "Let me buy the equipment from you. I may want to give it a go. I mean, you've worked so hard putting this business together from the ground up. We'd hate to see, you know, the family lose this."
What kind of a restaurant was it?
It was a carry-out sub pizza and deli type restaurant.
Okay. Were you making any money?
A little bit of money, not a lot. It wasn't worth all the time we had to put in. Put out a lot of bills, put out over $30,000 for the equipment.
Okay. Did she give you any money?
She gave me $4,000, signed a bill of sale for a list of equipment, which I have here.
I'd like to see it, please.
That's a copy of the bill of sale.
So she purchased, according to you, all of this equipment for $8,000. According to this, she gave you a deposit of $5,000.
That was correct. I only actually received $4,000 cash, Your Honor. $1,000 I gave to her to help her with startup costs.
This contract of sale says $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
With a balance due and owing of $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what it says. And then it says that you additionally sold her a freezer for $3,000. Did she pay you anything towards the freezer?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Hoffman, let me hear from you.
Hey, Your Honor. This started out, Joe told part of the truth. This started out, my son had 3 businesses in Salisbury, Maryland. He was losing his family and his businesses because of a crack cocaine addiction. I stepped in, being his mother, trying to help him save at least this one business. He reneged on his lease, was locked out of the building. He could not get to his equipment. I paid the money for Joe to get into the building, the $1,000. That's the $1,000 that Joe was talking about. I didn't want this business. I quit my day job 2 years ago to enjoy my farm and my horses, Your Honor. I was trying to help my son. I wanted my son to seek counseling for his drug addiction. He's lost everything.
All right, so you agreed to go into his business to save the business.
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully that he would get it back.
Okay. Did you sign a contract with him with regard to the equipment?
I signed this. Joe told me the same thing that he gave you. I have the notarized copy and the serial numbers.
Okay.
Joe told me it was a thriving business, and I agreed to the $1,000 a month because I thought, he showed me his books, he was making $90,000 in 6 months' time, that I would be able to pay back this at $1,000 increments. I have registered tapes to prove documentation that I only make, some days, only $50 a day.
Mrs. Hoffman, that's not his
Yes, ma'am.
problem. That's something, if you're going into a business, you're supposed to check the books very carefully.
I trusted my son, Your Honor.
Well, that's a problem. How can you trust your son if you say he's got a serious drug problem?
I know.
And clearly you were dealing at arm's length with him with regard to this transaction because you drew up a contract, you drew up serial numbers for all the items. This was not a, I'm going to help you out, I trust you. This is business here. Let me see your books. He showed you his books.
Showed me his book.
Showed you his book. And according to his book, he made a lot more than certainly you were making.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an accountant go over the books?
No, ma'am.
Did you have somebody come and sit in the restaurant every day for about a week to see what kind of traffic there was?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Well, that's what you do if you buy a restaurant. That's what you do if you buy a restaurant. How much money do you still owe him on the equipment?
The freezer wasn't due a payment until March.
Of 2002?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so you don't owe him anything really on the freezer because the payments aren't due yet. Is that right, sir?
That's not correct, ma'am. She defaulted on the rest of the loan. I was due a payment December 30th, as per the signed notarized agreement of $1,000. The freezer was, I lent to my mother.
No, sir. This says she was to pay you in increments of $1,000 until paid. That's for the freezer. Starting March 30th, 2002, until May 30th, 2002, a total of 3 payments. So
Yes,
she
Your
doesn't
Honor.
owe you any money yet on the freezer.
And it was verbally between myself and my mother that I would allow her to pay the freezer after she paid me for the rest of the agreement.
Doesn't say that here, sir.
That was verbal when she drew the contract up.
Let me
Your Honor.
explain something to you, sir. When you have a contract, anything outside the contract that's verbal, courts don't consider. Courts say, forget it, so strike the freezer. She's got a little bit of time before she has to pay that first $1,000 payment. Now, what else do you owe him?
The refrigerator is leased. The leasing company has contacted me. Joe owes money on that. And I found out yesterday morning that they're coming to pick up the refrigerator unless I can pay him for it. And the signs on the building, I've had to pick up that bill because Joe told me that the signs were paid for, and I've had to pay that. And I
Wow.
feel I don't owe him any money because everything I've had to pay out. That was his bills.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Joseph Hoffman says his mother, Doris Hoffman, owes for the cost of restaurant equipment. Doris says Joseph is a crack addict, and buying the equipment was an attempt to save his business.
Go ahead.
My mother knew that there was 2 leased items. One was a refrigerator, one was an ice machine. She knew exactly how much the leases were. We sat down at the kitchen table and figured out how much the bills would be for the leases. She knew there was $300 owed on one sign, $300 owed on the other sign.
How long had you had this business, sir?
I had the business for just about a year, Your Honor.
Okay. Tell me something about your counterclaim, Mrs. Hoffman.
Your Honor, I don't feel I owe Joe the money. I feel...
Owing, I'll take care of in a minute. You have a counterclaim for $4,900.
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
It's for bills and that I've had to pick up and pay his because they were going to take the signs off the building. A microwave that he had a piece of aluminum foil in for the fuse to keep the microwave running. It's for 2 car top signs that he sold me. And yes, Your Honor, I did know he owed $350 on one, but I did not know about the 2 exterior signs that the man was there to take down off the building the day I opened my door.
That you should have known. Mrs. Hoffman, it's always a problem when you're in business with family.
Make sure you get everything in writing.
No, you're supposed to know. If you're going into a business venture, you're supposed to exercise due diligence. If you looked into all of his books, you would have had to have seen payments that he was making to a sign company, right? You would have had to have seen payments that he's making for equipment. And then you say, what is this for? All right, let me see the contract. How much was it originally? How much is owing on it? And then you make a judgment. And you can't say, well, I trusted him, he's my son. This is a business venture. Your mother doesn't owe you for the freezer yet. Now, with regard to the other payments, those were supposed to be completed for the remainder of the equipment by next month.
Yes, ma'am. She's on a payment plan. She's already missed December's payment, and January's payment is coming up.
Well, it says for 3 months starting in December. Did she pay you December's payment?
No, ma'am.
And that was for $1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And then January's payment, she didn't pay you?
No, ma'am.
But that's not due yet.
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
So far, she only owes you $1,000.
That's correct.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It hurt very much to have to bring my mother to court, and I hope that she can finish paying me the money she owes me so we can get our families back together.
A lot of things didn't come out that should have came out, and my son does have a drug addiction problem.
And now the next case.
All parties on Shaw versus Jones. Step forward, please.
50-year-old Bonnie Shaw is suing her former friend, 42-year-old bartender Sherry Jones, for the value of items she sold at a garage sale. Bonnie says Sherry pocketed the money.
Miss Shaw, you and the defendant were friends, is that right?
Yes.
And according to your complaint, You gave her some things to sell at a garage sale.
Yeah.
These were things that you originally had at a garage sale that you had at your house.
Correct.
That you were unable to sell.
Correct.
It is your claim that she either kept the stuff or sold it and kept the money, and you want the value of the property that you gave to her to sell.
It was garage sale items and other items that she had borrowed, and I brought her son with me, her abandoned son, who can testify that to the quantity of items.
When did you have your garage sale?
In September and the beginning of October.
Over how many days?
5, 6.
And where did you get this stuff from?
It was 5 generations worth of items, plus relatives and neighbors gave me things. It was massive amounts, Your Honor. Furniture, some antiques, bedding books, clothing for every age, sexes, sizes, dishes, household items, thousands of items.
Explain to me how the property came to be in Miss Jones's possession.
When the sale was over, she told me to rent a U-Haul. She would bring it to her house. She had a great location. She said that she could sell sand to the Arabs and snow to the Eskimos, and that she's had several yards that way.
Shh, don't speak. You'll have a chance. Go ahead.
So I, upon her insistence, rented a U-Haul truck and drove it to her house. Her son was there, helped unload it. She ran the sale at her place. When I asked about money, it was one excuse after another. At that time, I did not realize that she was planning on disappearing from town again. A few things were returned.
What did she return?
A few books. I had well over 1,000 books. She returned some. Your Honor, this is a little more complicated than just yard sale stuff. I mean, this lady has the habit of ripping everybody off. She disappears. She leaves town. She abandons her child.
Miss Shaw, that may be interesting. This is a court.
Understood.
You have to prove a case. Did you make an itemized list of everything that you gave to her in the U-Haul?
I have a generalized list. It would be
I'm not
impossible to
interested.
itemize all the thousands of items, Your Honor.
Well, then how in the world am I going to make a decision? Generalized list is no good. You check off from the list. I mean, that's business. I assume you were in this to make money, right? And to unload a lot of junk from your house.
It wasn't junk, Your Honor.
Well, there's
Yes.
a lot of stuff in there that, madam, listen to me. I know why people have garage sales. I've had those. Put a lot of stuff out and you hope that somebody wants to buy you a 15-year-old sled or children's ice skates or some picture that you can't look at in your house that's, you know, that's there. Sometimes an old frame that has a broken glass. I know what goes out in garage sales. This is not an estate sale, but you have to have a list. Here, you say you want the return of value of personal property, and you say it's worth $1,625. Well, that's a very specific amount. And how do you come up with that specific amount if you have no specific list?
The letter I wrote to her has specific items in it.
Well, let's see. Let me take a look at the specific items.
That's the letter she totally ignored. I advised her that I would take her to small claims court unless she returned the items or the value thereof.
Mostly you talk about in this letter about things she borrowed from you, not about the things that she allegedly took for the garage sale. You sold well over $582 worth of goods, yet I was only reimbursed $82. Then you go on to talk about a shelving unit that you loaned to her, a blue shelving unit. When did you loan her a blue shelving unit?
Before the sale. She wanted to have it to set things up on it. And it was reiterated repeatedly that that was not for sale. I wanted it back.
So where is that?
Your Honor, I have no idea. I left some things in the garage when I left. There was like a shelving, there was an old broken door, a broken window. Furthermore, when she says thousands of items, there was a lot of them she left at her house that didn't even bring over to my house. When the stuff was returned, half the time she was sleeping.
How many times did you return some things to the house?
I made at least 12 carloads with my Monte Carlo.
Her son will attest to what was there. He knows that she was bragging one day of over $600 that she brought in from the sale. I did not receive this
That's
money.
A lie.
You want to step
That's
up?
a lie.
Just a minute.
I never took his $600 for no.
I'm talking
Just
about
a
my
minute.
600.
Shh. You're her son? Who do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
live with?
I live with my stepfather and this lady here.
Had you been living with your mother?
I was until she decided to leave.
And then you moved in with the plaintiff.
Me and my stepfather moved in with.
So when she left, her husband moved in with the plaintiff.
after she left.
Shh, I don't want to hear from you.
He couldn't afford it anymore with just the two of us there, so she offered to help us out, and we've been living there.
Is your stepfather renting a room from her, or do they live together?
No, we rent upstairs there.
So the two of you sleep upstairs?
Yep.
Now, what do you know about this property?
I remember books and some clothes and stuff like that.
How many boxes of books do you remember?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right, let's get back to the things that you say she borrowed. A fancy lace black slip top.
The borrowing that top was for an anniversary party, and the dress that's mentioned is also in this photo.
Did you borrow dresses from her?
No, I didn't, Your Honor. It's a black dress. She had it in her garage sale before her belongings left the garage sale. My daughter gave her $1.50, and she accepted it. As far as the black cami lacy thing, yes, I have that. I was told not to go near her house. I was told not to call there. How do I give it to her?
Borrowed slippers. What are the borrowed slippers?
Your Honor, I know this all sounds really trivial. And
It does sound trivial, madam.
I mentioned that in the letter to her, but what you have to understand is that I am not used to being ripped off like this, especially by a friend. This was all a con on her part to line her pockets. She'd been planning on leaving town for months, and nobody
Madam,
even knew about it.
You say it sounds petty. It certainly does. My white hamper that belonged to my grandmother.
Yes.
Well, when did she borrow your white hamper?
In September, October.
What'd she borrow your white hamper for?
So one of the kids could have a place to throw their clothes.
One of her children?
Yes.
Then that's not borrowed.
It was on loan. She
Oh,
was going to
please.
get something else.
Oh, please. Come on. Come on. We're talking about nonsense here. Borrowed purple sheets. What would she borrow purple sheets for?
For her bedroom, she wanted to change the look.
And you're saying that they're borrowed?
Yes, ma'am, it was the whole set.
Just a second. I never had a friend that I said, "Here, you can use my sheets, borrow them, and then you can then give them back to me when you're finished." Miss Shaw, you're angry about something.
I am not angry, Your Honor.
And it may be that she ripped you off. That's very possible. But if you're in business, then what you do is you inventory. She gave you, you say, $82. Well, according to this young man, according to your witness, the only thing that he recalls emptying out of the U-Haul were boxes of books and old clothes. And it's very possible that you gave her more stuff. But without a proper inventory, I cannot help you. No, that is not an inventory.
There was a stove, there was...
He doesn't remember unloading a stove.
He's probably as nervous as I am.
Well, you don't look nervous at all. And he's not nervous at all. If he had to take a stove out of a U-Haul, that would be something that you would remember, which he didn't tell me. Miss Shaw, whatever problems you have with this lady, I would suggest we get over them. And it's very possible she sold stuff at her garage sale that she had and didn't give you the money. The court can't help you unless you keep records.
I understand that there was just way too many items to mention, and her
Then
own
I
son can
can't-
attest to the money
if
that she
there-
bragged about getting.
If you can't itemize what they are because there are way too many items, I can't help you. Period. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Oh, excuse me, 1 second. I want you to put in an envelope the black lacy thing
Okay.
and mail it to her.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Everybody have a seat.
Mrs. Knockler, this is your 4-year-old,
Yes.
and it is your claim that your 4-year-old was bitten by that dog, neighbor's dog, while in the care of the defendant's 9-year-old son.
That's correct.
And you want the defendant to pay you $5,000 for the dog bite, as well as the emotional distress arising from the dog bite. Is that right?
Yes.
The defendant says that your 4-year-old provoked the dog, and she's counterclaiming because she says that you have caused her child some measure of emotional distress, and she's also counterclaiming in the amount of $5,000. So since I assume you weren't present, is that right, when your son was bitten by this dog?
Not at the time of the bite, no.
Who other than your 4-year-old witnessed it?
My witness and my daughter and some other people who aren't here today.
Okay, I'll hear from your witness. Would you step up, please? Tell me your name.
Yvette Orozco Contreras.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I'm their neighbor.
When did this incident occur?
On the 11th of March,
At what time of the day?
I'd say about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And were you outside when this happened?
Yeah, I was in my driveway.
Tell me what you saw.
Well, I saw the kids playing outside. Michael was outside with his dog.
Okay, this is Michael. Michael was outside where with his dog?
In the street in front of my house.
In front of your house?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And he was just playing around with the dog. And then after a while, he just, I guess, was scaring the kids with the dog.
How was he scaring the kids with the dog?
He was telling the dog to say, sick 'em or get 'em.
Okay. And how many children were around him?
At that time, I'd say about 7.
Was this little boy one of those children?
Yes.
What is his name?
Houston.
So Houston was there too. Was Houston riding his bike or was
Houston was riding a scooter,
And where was he riding his scooter?
also in front of my house.
In the street or on the sidewalk?
On the street, we live in a cul-de-sac, so all the kids play right up on the cul-de-sac.
So it was in the street
Uh-huh.
where the cars are.
Yes.
Okay. Who was supervising Houston?
I was out there watching them. And other parents across the street were watching their kids, too.
And what about Mrs. Norkler? Was she outside watching her son?
No.
At the time the bite happened, I wasn't out there.
were
However,
not
I
out
was
there.
looking in on them, and my husband was home also.
But neither of you were
We
out
weren't
there?
actually outside, no.
Okay. Then what did you see?
Well, after a while, I saw Michael let go of the dog.
Michael let go of the dog. How did he do that?
He just let go of the leash, and the dog jumped on Houston.
Did you see him actually being bitten by the dog?
I saw the dog do something. I wasn't so close to see the dog bite him, but I did see him do something.
And then what did the dog do?
I didn't pay attention to what the dog did. Houston ran towards me, and I looked at his leg and took him to his parents.
When you saw Michael outside with the dog and you saw him saying, sick him, did you say anything to him at that point?
I really didn't say anything because he was outside for quite a while with his dog, and the dog didn't seem to be dangerous until he started saying those words.
Well, once he started to say those words, did you go over to him and say to him, stop saying that?
No, I didn't.
Well, didn't you think it was a dangerous situation?
I did, but since the dog didn't seem harmful to me, I didn't make a big deal about it.
Okay. How close were the children to the dog when you saw them outside?
They were right next to him.
And did the dog seem friendly? Were they petting the dog?
They were all riding their scooters, their skates, all that, and the dog was just in the midst of them.
Okay. Let's say you're this young man with his dog. How close were the other children?
I'd say to about the end of this table.
So just 2 or 3 feet.
Yeah.
Did this young man tell the children to get away from them if they were riding around on their scooters?
No.
He didn't?
He was playing with them, too.
How was he playing with them?
He was just running around with his dog, too.
So they were all sort of playing together?
Yeah.
Was he the oldest child out there?
No.
Were these 2 the youngest children out there?
Yes.
How old are your children?
I have a 6-year-old son that was outside playing.
And were you outside at all times watching him?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Norkler, when your neighbor brought your son in, did you examine his leg? I think she said it was his leg.
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw that it was bleeding, that there was a scratch. My son was crying.
But I want you to tell me about this scratch. Is that a
The bite.
photograph
Yes,
of
we
it?
have a
Yes.
photograph.
I'd
we
like to
took
see it, please.
Shortly after you came in. And Your Honor?
Yes.
I know you can't see very well from that picture, and we had cleaned up what blood there was, but as of now, a month later, he does have a scar on his ankle from that.
Well, I'd like to see that. Houston, could you come up here for a second, please? As a matter of fact, come right up here, Houston.
He also had a scratch to his elbow from where the dog jumped on him.
What happened to your foot?
He just scratched me.
The dog scratched you?
Yeah,
Did it hurt?
yeah.
Could you sit up there for a second? Because, my eyes aren't so good anymore. Can you show me your leg? Where the dog scratched you? Oh, I see. Just a little tiny scratch. Doesn't look like scratch as bad as what happened to your eye. What happened to your eye, Houston?
I just fell on this. Well, we fell on the sidewalk.
Is that what happened to your eye over here?
Yeah.
When was that?
The biggest one happened the day after Houston was attacked by that dog. The little one happened like a month before it happened in front of the property she's renting.
Okay, Houston, why don't you go and sit down? Miss Norkler, how did the large injury happen to your son's face?
He was riding a scooter that he's ridden a lot of times, and the side of the scooter, the padding had come off of the scooter, and that was what went into his face and caused that injury.
Where was he when this happened?
He was right in front of our home.
Where were you?
I was at work.
I was home with Houston that day.
Were you home inside the house when it happened?
We had just got home and we...
Just answer my question.
No, I wasn't.
Where were you?
In the garage, heading into the house.
So you were not outside with your son when he was riding his scooter?
No.
One would think that you folks would have learned a little bit not to leave 4-year-old outside unsupervised. So he has 2 injuries in the course of one day. One seems much more severe than the other.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes.
Part of the reason why sometimes I'm not outside, sometimes they're not outside is because we know each other very well, and
Were you outside when the injury occurred to his eye?
No, I wasn't.
So you weren't outside supervising, is that right?
No, but I'm saying on the day that the dog
I'm
bit.
not talking about the dog. I'm talking about the next day, where the serious injury happened. Not about the day where he got a little scratch on his leg. The day where he got a very, very bad injury. How many stitches did he have there?
8.
Didn't have any stitches on his leg, did he?
No, he did not.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Robert and Kimberly Knockler say their son, 4-year-old Houston, was attacked by their next-door neighbor's dog.
Okay. Did you take him to the emergency room to take a look at that scratch on his leg?
No, we didn't.
So that you were not concerned that the dog required a tetanus shot or anything else?
We knew that he had already had his tetanus shot and he was up to date because of the injury that happened to his eye in front of their property like a month before.
So you're telling me that there was another injury that your son had while he was outside?
He's had a total of 2 injuries that were accidents and 1 injury that was intentional.
What was intentional?
The dog bite.
Dog bite was not intentional. I don't even know if it was a bite. I can't tell if it was a bite or a scratch.
The dog
You
was
can't-
quarantined.
Just listen to me. You can't tell whether that was a scratch. It looks like a scratch. It looks like a healed scratch. There are no tooth marks in there, nor do I see any in this photograph. So I don't know whether the dog scratched him or bit him. It seems to me if you believe that your dog is bitten, the first thing that you do is you take the child to an emergency room, and the emergency room makes an evaluation as to whether or not the child was bitten or scratched. There is, in fact, a difference. This is not a $5,000 injury, folks.
It's intentional. He told that dog to sick my son. And she has admitted to that.
Listen to me. That's not what she said. She said he was saying to the dog, sick him. There were a whole bunch of children around there. He is also an unsupervised, how old are you?
9.
9-year-old. Just like your son was an unsupervised 4-year-old. I mean, I read it in the paper. The defendant says that her son was, in fact, supervised. She says most of the time this time was different. It's always the times that are different that create a problem.
Not. He's unsupervised a lot. He has harassed a lot of kids.
Let me
in that
explain something to
neighborhood.
you. I'm looking at his face. He doesn't have the scars on his face that your son has from being outside, unsupervised, and injured twice on his face. I mean, this was an unfortunate incident. He did the wrong thing. There's no question he did the wrong thing. But what I gather here is there has become a vendetta because of that, and that is outrageous. You claim she says bad things about you. You claim that she says bad things about you, and you say that there's an intentional act on her part because her 9-year-old, who was outside playing with a bunch of kids, did a really stupid thing, and your son got scratched.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Judge Sheindlin, I would state that it was an intentional act on his part when he was saying sick him, sick him. She has admitted to that. I don't believe that she wanted this to happen,
So
but
then why
I
you-
believe that he
He's 9 years
definitely-
old. Your son is 4.
Yes.
Right. You think he's
My
an adult?
baby.
What? That's hers. That's hers.
And I don't have a problem with that.
So then
but
why would
she's
you
left
sue her?
him-
Then let me ask you a question. So then why would you sue her, your neighbor, over a scratch for $5,000? Why would you do that?
My son came to the door. He was crying. He was bleeding. He told him, sick him. She
I
admits
already
to
heard that. It's not what I'm
That's
asking you.
Because of the intentional nature, because of the fact that it is very upsetting that somebody would tell a dog to sick a child.
You're absolutely right. If an adult did it and the dog did it, you put him in jail. 9-year-old does it, they're not so smart.
She knows that he has a habit of harassing other children in the neighborhood.
Well, madam, if you know that that's true, then when your witness saw him outside with the dog and was standing outside supervising all these children, she should have said something like, I suggest you bring Houston and your daughter inside because he's outside with that dog and not doing the right thing. She wasn't concerned. She just told me they all seemed to be playing. Isn't that right?
They did all seem to be playing, but he was taking advantage of that.
Then
Houston
why
was
didn't you
scared of
stop
the
him?
dog.
Then why didn't you do anything? What kind of
He doesn't
supervision is
listen.
that?
He does not listen. He's attempted to take
Then
my
you
daughter
bring-
to the pool where she
Madam,
cannot swim.
then you bring your children inside and you speak to the mother later.
The mother does not listen either. She knows her
Listen.
kid does this.
I'm going to get to the counterclaim for a second because you ain't hearing me. Now, you have a counterclaim that I believe is a little bit of a nonsense, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell me about it. Go ahead.
Okay, Michael has not, first of all, played outside since the incident, only in our backyard. And on Sunday, we were getting ready to leave. He said, can I go out front? The kids are out there. I said, sure, just for a few minutes. I'm on my way out. Michael walked out front. Kimberly was in her driveway. There was a bunch of kids out front, and Kimberly told my son, watch it, kids. Here comes the trashy kid. My son came in the house very upset. I walked back out with him. I said, let's go. We need to go. And I said, Kimberly, I don't understand why you would call a child a name, being a teacher. And then I said, I don't have time to get into it right now. My contractor's waiting for me. I have to go. And she said, wait, let's get into it right now. And she went off. She went off yelling, saying, I'm neglecting my kid, called me a... And she just kept going off. And I said, this isn't any way a teacher should act. You're supposed to set an example for our kids. If you want to talk. We don't yell and scream. She said, I better get into my car before she beats me. And I left.
Nasty neighboring. If it's true, it's nasty neighboring. It's not worth $5,000, and neither is the dog's scratch.
Right. I do have some stuff I'd like to submit to the court, please.
Go ahead.
One regarding the police report, which is actually contradicting what Yvette's testimony is and what she told the police.
She's being dishonest. That is a reinvention of history. I did not state those things to her. I did not call her child a name. That did not happen at all.
What did you say?
All I told my children to be careful.
Really?
I didn't say trashy.
Just a second.
And she called the cops to my home, what, 5 or 6 hours later?
Can I read this, please?
Please.
Quiet.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what the police said, Ms. Contreras, that you told them, and these quoted in the police report. I asked her if she heard Michael sick the dog on Houston, and she said no, he didn't intend for this to happen. I asked her what she meant, and she said Michael did not intend for this to happen, he was just playing around. I asked her if she was positive that this was an unintended event, and she said she was positive. Did you tell that to the police?
I did. What I meant is that I don't think Michael did it on purpose. I don't think he really...
Well, she says it's intentional, so that you don't agree with her.
I think that
No, just
he
a
was
second.
trying to scare...
So that you don't agree with her that it was an intentional act.
Well, from the looks of it, it looked like he was just trying to scare them, and unfortunately the dog did something
Well,
to
you
him.
told the police that he was just playing around.
Well, yeah, he was playing around.
Okay.
And he...
Playing around and a scratch don't add up to anything.
Your Honor, our dog Trixie plays tag with the kids frequently when he is playing outside, which means when Michael runs with him, he jumps up and tags them, he licks them. He was playing tag with the other kids that day as well.
Whatever.
And
if you have,
Just
listen to me.
Okay.
If you have a 9-year-old and a dog, and you acknowledge to me in your answer, madam, that your son is told not to take the dog outside if you're not home. Is that right?
That is right.
So he disobeyed you.
Yes, he did.
And I assume that he was punished for disobeying you.
He was consequenced.
Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Does that mean like a timeout?
No, that means he's been unable to play outside unsupervised at all.
But that's what happens. You know, I don't think that this was an intentional act, and certainly if the child had been bitten and injured, the result here would have been different. Put your paper down. The result here would have been very different. I see no evidence that the child was bitten. I see evidence that the child had a scratch as a result of this unfortunate horseplay, which was really your fault. Do you understand that? You understand that? Okay. If you hadn't disobeyed your mother and either stayed in the house or left the dog in the house, all of this wouldn't have happened, right? So you have to learn that you have to do the right thing, not the wrong thing. As far as your counterclaim is what? Okay. What? So far you're not losing. What are you complaining about?
Well, I have more evidence on the counterclaim. She's slandered us to CPS. She's slandered us to the police department.
Let me see the CPS report.
This is actually the report from our therapist, and this is the CPS worker. She said
Did you
that
call
the
Child
report.
Protective Services about her?
It's in my answer. The date that this happened, they came to the door, my neighbor and the other person, and they said Houston was outside and that Michael had the dog by Houston. I walked outside and I said to Michael immediately, Michael, go get your sister. She's not home. Michael, go get your mom. She's not home. Michael, are you alone? Yes. I called the police.
Why did you call the police? I don't
believe-
understand why you called the police. Your son had a scratch on his leg. Period.
The reason I called
Wait
the
until your
police-
neighbor gets home and discuss it with her.
I don't know when my neighbor's gonna be home.
Oh, madam, your case is dismissed. Listen to me. Totally, completely dismissed. I mean, I think your conduct that day as a neighbor was outrageous. And I would be more concerned about you two people supervising this child, because this child looks as if he's been through a war zone in your custody, all over his face, when he's been totally unsupervised by you. Maybe you just rely on Mrs. Contreras to supervise your children when they're outside. But he's 4 years old. And 4-year-old has had an accident on one day and a terrible accident on the next day, and a month before an accident outside, and you're nowhere to be found. So I would be more concerned about you supervising your own child. Your
We
son
do
was
supervise our
scratched by the
children.
defendant's dog. It was an unfortunate circumstance that did not require you picking up the phone as a neighbor and calling the police. It required you waiting, cooling down a little bit, and when she came home, perhaps go over to her house, give her a buzz and say, listen, something bad happened today. I want to tell you about it because my son got a scratch on his leg when your dog jumped up on him. Your son was not doing the right thing. Nobody was supervising him. And I want to tell you, if it happens again, I'm going to contact the authorities. If you wanted to do that, I would have no objection. But to call the police, you're outrageous. But I'm not giving any money. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 8 on the calendar, the matter of Nelson versus Perry. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Nelson, the defendant is your former son-in-law.
Yes.
Married to your daughter. Is this
Yes,
your daughter?
ma'am.
They were divorced and they have children.
Yes,
How many
ma'am.
children do they have?
4.
Your lawsuit claims that pursuant to the judgment of divorce, your son-in-law was court-ordered to pay 60% of, among other things, child care costs for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
children so that your daughter could work.
Yes, ma'am.
And that it was decided that you would be the child care providers for the children.
Yes, ma'am.
And that your son-in-law owes you for child care. Your daughter works off her 40% of the child care by working in your family business.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Son-in-law says the choice of child care provider was unilaterally taken away from him. And I'll get to his defense in a moment. When were you divorced, sir?
Last year, November 7th.
And at that time, was your wife employed?
Yes.
And who was watching the children at that time?
The hours were set up to where I watched them when she was at work and she watched them when I was at work.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Just a minute. And if there were ever any problems with babysitting, who babysat for the children?
Her parents or my mother.
Why don't you step up here for a moment?
Okay.
How old are your children?
I have a 3-year-old, twins that are 8, and a 9-year-old.
When did you make arrangements with your parents to babysit for your children?
While we were married, there was a lapse in between our shifts, and my parents would come out for an hour and a half until I got home. And then when he moved out, I needed them to come at 11:30 p.m. and watch them all night long until I got home at 9 o'clock in the morning.
When they came for that hour and a half, prior to the two of you separating, were they paid any money?
No, they used their gas and everything to come out there for nothing.
I just asked you. They weren't paid any money.
Sorry.
They came out to take care of their grandchildren.
Right, they did.
And then, when you were working at night, they would come to your house to sleep?
Right.
And you didn't ask for any money from your daughter, did you?
That was when we started being actually paid cash for the babysitting.
Who paid you cash?
Well, the logic of the divorce was Bill was to pay part of it and my daughter was to pay part of it.
Was that discussed with Bill?
It was court-ordered, ma'am.
Oh, it was not court-ordered that you were to be the babysitter. That's not what I asked you.
No, it was
I
not.
asked you, were you paid any money?
No.
And when was it that you began to be compensated?
When the divorce was final,
In November?
In November, and we had to take over watching the kids on a 40-hour basis.
When for the first time was it discussed with your former son-in-law that you were going to be babysitting for your grandchildren and expect payment?
I have never discussed that with my son-in-law as far as a cash payment, ma'am. When we were first babysitting for them when they were still married, the agreement was he would keep our vehicles in running order for our business because that was his line of work in exchange for us babysitting the children.
You mean you had actually an arrangement as far as that was concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
As grandparents?
Yeah.
You had a business arrangement, a
Yes.
barter arrangement. You would barter, he took care of the cars at the times that you filled in for babysitting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your daughter doing for you in exchange for babysitting for your
She
children?
works at our donut shop.
What?
We have a donut shop. Sometimes she comes in and she'll fry, sometimes she'll ice. Other times, if our vehicle isn't running, we use her vehicle to deliver with.
Who had a conversation with him with regard to your taking over full-time babysitting responsibilities starting in January of 2001? You did.
Yes. Actually, Your Honor, my parents didn't start watching the kids again until the end of May.
May of what year?
This last year.
And what conversation did you have with your former husband about your parents taking over that responsibility?
At the time, he wanted me to let his girlfriend watch the kids. I didn't feel comfortable with that, and I found a friend that would watch it for $440 a month total, and he wasn't comfortable with that. That left me with no other choice but to go back with my parents. And I discussed it with my parents. They told me to tell him that if he would come over and keep the maintenance up on their vehicles, that would be the deal. He said, no way. He refused. He got upset.
Well, you got somebody who was not related to you to take over the babysitting responsibilities, you know, during the overlap time for $440 a month. And your parents want how much? 1,000?
880.
880. Where did you come up with that figure?
Well, because we would have to drive to Star and watch the kids there. We would have to bring the youngest one back to our house so that we could continue taking care of the things we had to do. Then we would have to go back to Star to pick the kids up after school. And then we would have to go back to our place so that Tammy could come over and pick them up. And we would take the kids to all their doctor's appointments or anything they had to do at
You're
school.
their grandparents. That's what grandparents do. What was wrong with his fiancée?
Well, I have a letter that she gave me telling me my kids weren't wanted. I have him on tape telling me that he doesn't want to see his kids. And I went to pick him up one time when he had them for the weekend, and they were all in the house. Him and her were in the bedroom taking a nap, and my 2-year-old was 3 houses down by himself, heading towards a busy street. And I just didn't feel comfortable with her having them on a regular basis.
That's a good reason. If that happened, that's a very good reason. You're absolutely right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Linda and Floyd Nelson say their daughter's ex-husband, Bill Perry, owes for his share of daycare costs. Bill says Linda and Floyd are the babysitters, and he doesn't approve.
Now, what was wrong, Mr. Perry, with this friend that she got to watch the children for $440 a month?
I do not know these people, Your Honor.
You may not know them. Did you say to her, I'd like to meet them? I'd like to meet this friend, spend some time with this friend before I agree?
No,
Did you say
not.
that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At the time, I had my fiancée, which was willing to watch them.
That's not a good idea. So, Mr. Perry, while I am sympathetic with your position that your in-laws have overcharged the amount, I do think that you were being short-sighted and got a bug in your bonnet when you said, forget this stranger, because your former wife, who's the mother of these 4 children, I am certain would not want to leave the children with anyone who was not capable of babysitting for them. And just because you say, well, I have somebody who's going to do it for a lot less, my girlfriend.
Your Honor, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I never claimed to not want to pay the person she has talked about.
Mm-hmm.
If I would have received a bill in the mail, I would have sent my money to them. I said I had somebody else that could babysit my
girlfriend.
Correct.
Listen to me, Mr. Perry. Put your hands down. Listen to me, Mr. Perry. If you said to your former wife, I'm married, I am in a solid relationship, we've been married for a year or two. She stays home. She likes the children. They like her. This is going to be a forever thing as far as I'm concerned. Let's try to save as much money as we can. My wife will take care of them. I assume that your marriage to your former wife was your first one. Is that right?
Correct.
It didn't work out 4 children later.
Correct.
Now you have a girlfriend.
Hmm?
There is even more of a likelihood that this isn't going to work out with your girlfriend forever. I think she is perfectly justified in saying, I don't want his girlfriend to babysit for my children. Put your hand down. By the same token, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson, I think it's overreaching. I think you're overreaching a little bit. I think that what you're doing is saying to your daughter, listen, come and put a little frosting on the cake every once in a while. You work off your 40%. We want to be good people. You know, we want to be good grandparents. But you really don't charge your daughter for her 40% of this child care bill. But if you had somebody to babysit for your children for $440 a month, he would be responsible for 60% of that. Okay. It's about $264 a month that he would be responsible for. That's pretty reasonable, isn't it, sir?
Yes, it is.
Good. That's what he's going to pay you for babysitting.
That's fine.
Good. May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. It's 8 months. $2,112. So from now on, Mr. Perry, if you don't want to get into any difficulty, it seems to me that you make those payments on time. She says, fine. Not they. I'm not interested in the plaintiffs. Your wife said that would be fine.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And she's the only one who is a party to the court order ordering you to pay 60% of the daycare. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So right now you owe them $2,112, and I suggest that you keep that money up every month as long as they take care of the children. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He didn't want to have anything else to do with her, nothing to do with the children.
If they would have sent me a bill on daily or a monthly basis, I probably would have paid.
He's seen him 4 times in 6 months. I can't help it.
One of the children is not his biological child, and he has to pay child support and daycare on that child.
He hated her. He didn't want to see the kids.
Didn't go like I thought it would, that's for darn sure.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Schmidt versus Meads. Step forward, please.
27-year-old financial advisor Ray Schmidt is suing his former friend, 28-year-old waitress Christy Meads, for an unpaid loan of $1,000. Christy says they were much more than friends, and the money was a gift.
Mr. Schmidt, you claim a loan to the defendant in the amount of $1,000. The defendant acknowledges that you gave her $1,000. She said it was just that. It was a gift from a friend. So tell me when you gave her the $1,000, what it was for, and how you know her.
I originally met Miss Mavis in early part of June. I was introduced through a direct selling company, and our relationship kind of grew from there. We did become friends. We saw one another at different functions, and the way it happened is she and I became friends. And
just social friends, not romantic friends.
No, just social friends. And
that's not true.
Just a minute.
Through the course of our relationship, she promoted my business, and she got me a few clients. I actually have a copy of the account apps for these clients that she helped get me.
Did you pay her for her service?
No, ma'am.
You never went out socially, is that right?
That's not true. We did go out socially, a group of us. After meetings, we would go to have cocktails after meetings.
How many people in this group?
Usually anywhere from 6 to 10.
So it was a large group. So you weren't intimate social friends? You never went out to dinner alone together?
Yes, we had.
Oh, you did that too?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you go out for dinner, just the two of you?
Never dinner, a few lunches.
But never dinner?
Never dinner.
Never dinner. That's fine.
Okay. So that, would there be any reason why she would perform a business function for you that was financially remunerative for you without billing you?
Yes, because we were friends.
So now let's get to the $1,000 and the why.
She wanted to open up a direct sales office in Las Vegas. And when she went to go do this, she was a little bit short on cash. So I offered, you know, let me loan you the $1,000.
Who brought up the amount?
I asked her, you know, how much do you think you'd need?
Okay.
So it was agreed that she would pay me $500 2 weeks because we got paid on a 2-week basis through this company, and then the other $500 the next 2 weeks after that.
And she went and she didn't pay you back the money?
No.
And that's why you're here. You have anything else to tell me?
I did, because she brought me these clients, I did, in fact, purchase a dress for her. It just so happened that...
That's the dress, I assume. I didn't know what that show and tell was. Go ahead.
So here's a receipt for that.
How much did you pay for the dress?
It was $64.86.
Okay. Now let's hear your version of the events, madam.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Put the schmata over there. Go ahead.
Okay. I did meet him through a mutual friend that brought him into our office. That's true. And yes, I did help him get clients because he was a very nice young man when I met him. He did try to pursue me in a romantic way, and he had a girlfriend at the time. So for quite some time, I wasn't taken by it. However, he told me that he broke up with her, which later I found out from her calling me that they never broke up. But I did bring in one of the loving cards he gave me as just a business friend, and I don't know if you'd like to read that.
I'd like to see it.
It's definitely not just a friendship card.
Ray, remember this card?
Shh. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okie dokie. It's hard to find a love like this, a sharing love, an honest love, a love that's so rare, so beautiful. This is a business friend.
She helped me through a tough time. She had some books and some insight, and that was able to help me take my life to another level.
So you owed her a lot.
Yes.
Now, I read the card. Keep it going.
Yeah. So basically, when I was thinking about moving to Las Vegas, he offered to lend me this money. At first, I was like, no, no, no. And then he told me he believed in me, so he was going to give me this money. I came back to Newport Beach, and one of his friends told me that he was back together with Lana. Now, I'd pretty much talked to him every single day, probably a couple times a day. It was, you know, we had grown a relationship. I basically got very upset about it. I was out with him and one of his other ex-girlfriends, who I was actually helping him with for the business. Yeah, he stays friends with a lot of those. And she was one who told me that him and Lana were back together, and I was like, So basically, I just decided at that point I just wanted nothing to do with him anymore. And then I got a phone call from Lana who told me that they never broke up.
Let's go back a little bit. When you first started to speak, you said he offered to lend me this money. He offered to lend me this money. Now, I think that at that point, when you said that, you realized that you misspoke.
No, I turned him down.
What did you say to him?
I was a very proud person. I didn't want to take his money.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You said, I'm too proud, I don't want to take your money.
Yeah, I've never taken money from anybody.
And then what happened?
He said he wanted to give me $1,000.
Yes.
That was when he told me, I believe in you. And I told him, okay.
So what you're telling me is you're basically a very proud person. You've never taken money from anybody, but you were willing to take this as a gift, but not a loan.
Because I really liked him.
Miss Meaves, Mr. Schmidt may not be a very nice person. He may have deceived you. He may have deceived the old girlfriend. He may like to string along a lot of ladies at one time, but he loaned you this money. You know he loaned you this money. I now know he loaned you this money, and that the reason you decided not to pay him back this money was because you felt as if he was deceptive and didn't deserve to get it back. Because if I believe anything that you say, you want me to believe everything that you say. So if you tell me that you are a proud person and you never take money from anybody, then that kind of person would have said, I will accept a loan from you that I will pay back, but I'm not accepting a gift from you because that would mean that I was not a proud person.
Right.
And doesn't take anything from anybody. So I don't believe you. Anyway, judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Frawley versus Shapiro. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. and Mrs. Frawley, you and Mrs. Shapiro are next-door neighbors, I assume. Is that right?
That's correct.
According to your complaint, Mr. and Mrs. Frawley, the defendant's gardener caused some damage to a cover of a trailer that was on your property.
Correct.
And you want the defendant to pay for the damage to that cover. Additionally, you say that you were forced to put up 2 separate fences on your property, separating your property from the defendant's property, and you want her to pay for half the cost of those fences. That's what your case is about. The defendant has a cross-complaint that you maliciously cut down a branch of a tree that was very precious to her, and she says that you have been harassing her, so she has a counterclaim. So this sounds like a very untenable situation for people to be in, neighbors who don't get along. So let's hear about the problem with this tarp cover that was covering your trailer.
Well, on December 18th of last year, my wife and I returned home from work and noticed our travel trailer cover had sustained damage. We noticed or examined actually the height and the pattern of the damage and concluded that it was caused by the exhaust of a gardener's leaf blower.
It had burned like a 4-foot-long hole across the cover, and you could tell that it was a burn mark.
Let me see, you have pictures of it, I assume?
Yes, sure. That's it.
Okay, so you came home and you found these burn holes. What did you do?
My husband had seen our gardeners on our driveway before when he happened to be home from work a day when they had come, and he had asked them not to stand on our property because their backpack thing actually put some dents in our trailer. But when he mentioned it to them, they just kind of acted like there was a language barrier, like they maybe didn't understand.
So you had seen them standing on your property, blowing the leaves on the defendant's property through her property.
Well, I only observed them the one time, and there was an individual standing on her property and an individual standing on my driveway, and I asked the one standing on my driveway if he could conduct his business from her property, and he appeared as though there was a language barrier.
Right.
Okay.
So when this incident happened, though, I actually typed up a little note and put it in her mailbox, just asking her for the name and address of her gardeners, because they should have been the ones that we needed to address this issue with, and she chose to ignore my request.
You did receive this note?
I did.
So when that went unacknowledged, I said...
Why, just a second, why didn't you acknowledge this letter?
I thought it was harassment.
You did? Why
Yes.
would you think this was harassment?
Because it's been going on for some time.
Prior to December 19th, when had the plaintiffs communicated with you?
I have a dog that I walk every morning. They had acquired a very small terrier, allowing it to go to the bathroom on my front lawn. I ran outside and asked her to never let that dog go on my lawn again, and she grabbed me. I thought that she perhaps would throw me to the floor, to the grass.
When was this, Mrs. Shapiro?
It was last fall. I can't tell you the date.
What month?
Well, we'll say November, October. I don't know exactly.
October, November. Prior to that, had you had any difficulty with the
Yes,
plaintiffs?
they cut the tree. I have pictures here. They cut the crown out of the tree.
When was that?
That was in June or July.
Okay, so you had the tree and you had the dog, months apart. But this letter is very clear. This letter says, please provide us with the name and address and phone number of your gardener because he has damaged our property.
I ignored it because I thought it was more harassment.
Okay, go ahead. What's next?
Well, then I sent her a certified letter, return receipt, and she refused to pick it up from the post office. So then I sent one via regular mail so that I would have all my bases covered.
Okay, and you did in fact receive this letter asking for $280.25.
I didn't receive it as certified mail.
No, you received it as regular mail.
As regular
And did you
mail.
do anything after you received this letter?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, then we ended up putting up a wood fence just because we could tell that with no help from
the defendant, there was no way we were going to be able to protect our belongings from future damage without preventing them from walking on our property completely.
Let me see.
So this was the $1,400 we spent on the wood
I'm not
fence.
interested in the $1,400 fence. I'm interested in a picture of the
pictures?
fence. Okay, so now you have a fence up, so there's no more problem with the gardener.
Correct.
Good. That saves a lot of trouble. Nice fence. She's not going to pay for it. Put it up, you pay for it.
Okay.
What's next?
We ended up having to put up a chain link fence to protect the rest of our property because there was an incident where some stuff was stolen from the side of our house.
You don't think Mrs. Shapiro did?
No, I know she didn't do it.
Of course. So you put up another fence, and you also want her to pay for half of that fence.
Correct.
But that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'll hear you, Mrs. Shapiro, with regard to these holes that were clearly burn marks. Did you discuss it with your gardeners?
I did discuss it with my gardener. I don't see my gardener. They come when I'm at work.
Well, then you have to be responsible for it. If you didn't make an inquiry to your gardener as to what happened, they have reason to at least believe, based upon what they had previously observed and based upon the burn marks that are in their tarp, that it happened as a result of leaf blowing and the hot exhaust coming out of the back of these machines. They asked you, please find out what happened. You clearly responded to them, I'm not doing anything. If you refuse to give them the information, they have no recourse but to sue you. Now I want to get to this tree business, because that's really what I consider the gravamen of your countersuit, which is that they cut down a tree that was on your property. Well, let me hear about it.
They didn't cut it down, Your Honor. They cut the crown out of the tree. That's the center part of the tree that grows the highest. It's a specimen tree. It's full grown. It was given to me by my nephew shortly after I moved into the house. This nephew is a very precious person, was a very precious person to me. He was dying of cancer, and he said to me, Aunt Jeanette, every time you go look out your front door, you'll remember me. And so to me, it became a symbol of a tree of life.
Well, let me see what they did, Ms. Shapiro.
The pictures, Your Honor, were taken on the early part of March after I received the summons to appear. The damage was done in June or July of last year.
What was the tree hanging over their property?
Some of the tree did hang over the property, but not that part of the tree.
We didn't trim anything that wasn't hanging over our property, Your Honor. Why would we trim the crown of her tree? That doesn't make any sense.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Karen and Brett Frawley claim their vehicle cover was ruined by neighbor Jeanette Shapiro's gardeners. Jeanette claims the Frawleys mutilated her tree.
Go ahead.
It was a full tree, and now it is in a V. It was even more drastically cut when it was first done. It's had 6 months.
Well, it grew back.
Yes, but the crown is gone. You can see
Well,
the
that
V
may be,
there.
but if the crown was hanging over their property...
It was not hanging.
Well, I can't tell that. I can't tell that.
I understand that.
And if they did that in July, why didn't you register a complaint in July?
Because I thought this was just more harassment. I don't communicate with these people.
Why not?
Because she shouts at me.
Just a minute. You said, listen, in July, this was the first thing that you told me that happened.
It goes further back. It goes maybe a year or two further back, when she called me to her driveway and said to me, I want to talk to you, Jeanette. I walked over there, and she says, tell your gardener not to blow any leaves on our lawn.
So that's not harassment, Mrs. Shapiro.
I said, if you want to talk to the gardener, please, you have my permission to talk to the gardener at any time.
They don't speak English.
I don't know that they do or not
Well,
speak
he
English.
said he tried to speak to them, and there was a language barrier. So I assume when he says a language barrier, he means that they don't speak English, because he speaks English. Very unfortunate. In any event, I have no proof that whatever they cut from your specimen tree was not hanging over their property. It's impossible to tell from these photographs. But since you refused to give them the information which would have allowed them to pursue your gardener, you have to be responsible for the damage yourself. You have the bill?
Yeah, it's in that letter. It was the original amount that we had asked her for, the $280.25.
Judgment for the plaintiff, $280.25. Thank you.
Excuse me one moment.
Yes, just a minute.
I'd like to show you a picture of my side of the fence. There are 3 signs that are posted on my side of the fence that say, keep out, no trespassing. That's on a front patio of mine. I would like to have those removed. That's right in direct line of my front door.
Well, maybe her gardeners know by now and we could take it down.
Well, then let's talk about that, because these two signs, keep out, private, posted, are really unattractive. So why don't you take the signs down? It would be nice. She would like that. Sure. And I can understand that it faces her front door and it doesn't look nice. This just looks like a nice neighborhood. Got it?
No problem.
I got it.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
That tree was a very, very precious tree to me.
We tried to be cordial with the neighbor.
It means a great deal. It was actually a tree of life as far as I'm concerned.
You live and learn, I guess.
And now the next case.
All parties on Denon versus Avalos. Step forward, please.
40-year-old poet Cheryl Denon is suing her ex-boyfriend, 38-year-old steelworker Thomas Avilas, for the down payment on a car. Thomas says the vehicle was a gift in return for teaching her to drive.
Ms. Denon, according to your complaint, you met the defendant while you were online in a chat room. And at the time you were married, you began a relationship, I assume, on the computer with the defendant. Is that right?
Correct.
And then there came a time when that relationship developed. You ended up terminating your marriage, or your husband terminated your marriage. And while you were in this relationship with the defendant, after you and your husband separated, you claimed that you loaned the defendant $2,500 as a down payment for a new used car.
Correct.
That's not true.
Shortly thereafter, you decided that he wasn't right for you, and you terminated the relationship with him. You and your husband are now back together. You want your $2,500 back.
Correct.
When did you first begin to have this chat room relationship with the defendant?
I would say about December of 1998.
Okay, when did you first meet him?
Possibly maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
And when did you and your husband separate?
We separated in 1999.
When in 1999?
August.
At that time, did you begin a relationship with the defendant?
We had a relationship going on and off the whole time.
Okay.
And the reason for my husband leaving was because of that.
When did you give him this $2,500?
December of 2000.
When did you separate from him?
About 3 days before Christmas.
So within weeks of giving him the $2,500, is that right?
Correct.
And tell me about the conversations that took place prior to you giving him the $2,500.
Well, we discussed that we were, quote unquote, going to be a couple, and that he was going to teach me how to drive.
You didn't know how to drive?
No, I don't know how to drive. And he was going to help me regain some independence, which was good. And at first it was spoken that when I lent him the $2,500 that he was going to pay me back.
She said it was a gift.
Shh. Don't.
He said that he was going to pay me back when he got his income tax. Then, like maybe a few days later, we talked about, hey, well, we're going to be together. What's yours is mine.
Who said that?
Both of us.
So you said that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Tommy.
No. You said that. You said you both said it. So you said it. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. Right?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the way it works? I can't say it any other way. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours? That doesn't even sound right. Okay. Did you have any discussion with him about the $2,500 when you decided to terminate the relationship?
Yes, I did. He came over to my house maybe before New Year's, and he had Christmas decorations in my window, and I was not home. He took all the Christmas decorations out of my house that he had put into my house, which I would have returned them to him anyway. I did not want to keep them, okay?
Okay.
And I had come home, and he was there.
Well, did you ask him at that point about your $2,500?
Yes, I did. And he said to me, don't ask me about that if you want to be friends with me. And I thought that was very stupid, because I was not going to be friends with him when there's other circumstances why I didn't want him that I found out later through the relationship.
Okay. Mr. Avalos.
Yes.
Let's talk about this car. Under what circumstances do you claim that she gave you this $2,500?
Your Honor, we had a deal. You know, we had a car accident. We had mentioned in my car.
What do you mean we had a car accident?
She was in the car with me in my van, and we had a car accident.
But you were driving?
I was driving.
So you had a car accident?
Okay, well, she was in the car with me.
She was in the car with you, but you had the accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so at that time, she made a suggestion, why don't you go buy a new car? And I said, where would I get the money for that? She said, well, look, let's make a deal. I will give you the $2,000 for a down payment, and you will teach me how to drive, and it'll be our car. I said, sure, that would be fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we go to the dealer, we pick this car out. I said, I really can't afford it. She says, look, I'll help you with the payments. I said, oh, you sure about this? She said, yeah. Now, she gave me $2,000. It wasn't $2,500.
I assume she's going to be able to show me that she took out or she wrote a check for $2,000.
No, she gave me cash. She gave the dealer cash.
I would assume you have the receipt for that. Does somebody have the receipt for what you gave to the dealer?
Sales slip has been returned.
To where?
To that dealer. When I took the car back, I took the car back saying
right,
I can no longer afford this car.
How much was the entire purchase price of the car?
$5,000.
Is that right?
Correct.
So on Christmas Eve night, I had a call from her husband stating the fact that she's back with him now.
Okay, so they're back together.
And he would be around to pick up her things. So they came around the 26th, picked up things that she had at my house. Her husband had stated on the fact that he was going to come around and pick up the things, said, keep the car. We don't want it. If they were going to pick up half the car or come and get the car, they would have came and said something to me on the 26th.
Did you just say they're going to come and pick up?
Well, you know what I'm saying.
No. Listen to me.
Okay.
Well, you're not receiving.
Yeah, sure.
Did you just say to me that if they were going to pick up half the car, they would have come and picked up half the car?
If they were going to say anything about the car, he would have came around on the 26th and said, we want the $2,000 back.
All right.
They
Mr.
never
Ravelis,
did that.
listen to me. You just cooked your own goose. You said to me, your agreement with the plaintiff was this was going to be your car as a couple.
Right.
And she was going to, according to you, put down not only $2,000, but also help you with the car payments.
But they told me to keep the car. They said they didn't want it.
They don't want the car.
Right.
They don't want the car.
So I took the car back.
What do you mean you took the car back? You never gave it to them.
No, I took it back to the dealership.
Fine. And what did you buy?
A cheaper car that I could afford.
How much did you pay for the cheaper car?
$4,000.
And how much later? 3 weeks after you purchased it?
Yes, about 4 weeks afterwards. It was in
You never
January.
like to say you're right. All
It was
right.
in
So
January.
4 weeks after.
Yes, Your Honor.
You brought it back. How much did the dealer give you for the $5,000 car towards the $4,000 car?
$2,500.
All this you don't have any proof of. You have no paperwork, you have no nothing.
I have the
you're
owner's card.
You know you're coming to court. You know, usually people bring paperwork when they come to court.
He kept the paperwork for the other car, so I don't have the paperwork
You
for
make
the new car.
copies. So if you have paperwork for the new car would have shown how much money he gave you for the old car.
True.
But now you're getting better. So you used, according to you, $2,000 of her money to purchase this car that you are currently driving.
Yes.
And according to you, Mr. Ravelis, this was supposed to be your car as a couple, right?
Yes, but on Christmas Eve, she devastated me. She said she no longer wanted to be the couple, that she wanted
Well, how
to
do you
take the
think her
car
husband
back.
felt?
Well, he's the one that told me, he said, keep the car.
I wasn't talking about the car. I was talking about his wife.
They were divorced.
Because of whom?
Not because of me.
Because of the two of you.
Not really.
That wasn't because of you.
No.
When you started to
They
have
had
this...
problems long before I came.
Well, that's what she told you when she was talking to you in the chat room, but they were still married, right?
True.
True. All right. You got to give her $2,000 back. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is McCombs Pierce. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Mr. Pierce, the defendants are your daughter and son-in-law.
Yes.
Your lawsuit consists of two parts. The first part has to do with an old debt, and that is a debt that stems from purchase of a washer and dryer. Several years ago, according to you, your daughter needed a new washer and dryer. You agreed to put it on your credit card, and according to you, the arrangement was that they would pay the credit card charges. You ended up paying for the whole thing because they were paying sporadically.
Yes, ma'am.
And they've never paid you back for that.
No, ma'am.
Second part of the lawsuit is you claim that sometime more recently, either or both of them used your ATM card without your permission and withdrew, I believe, $2,700?
It was actually just a little over 25, ma'am.
And you want that money back?
Yes, ma'am.
How much was the washer and dryer?
The actual purchase price was $726.
Okay. Who wants to talk?
I will.
Go. Let's start with the washer and dryer.
Washer and dryer, I was told that it was going to be a gift to us for our wedding.
Who told you that?
Sue and Chuck.
Really?
Yes.
When did they tell you that?
It was the day they bought it.
Did you ever tell them that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Now, I don't care, sir, whether you didn't know that this was a loan because your wife didn't tell you, because I've got her answer. But don't lie to me, because clearly this was never given to you as a gift with a statement by your father-in-law that it was a gift because your wife acknowledged that it wasn't a gift. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, she may not have told you that at the time.
I found out about 2 weeks ago.
I understand that. But don't lie to me and say he told you it was a gift.
Well, him and his wife both told me that it was a gift.
Why would they tell you it was a gift when it was not?
I don't know.
Did you have some sort of an arrangement with your daughter not to tell him?
No, ma'am.
And what arrangement did you have with your father?
I had told my mother and my father both that I would make the payments, and then Mike and I ended up splitting up, and I could no longer make the payments.
So they bought the washer and dryer when?
Around the end of '97.
Okay. And you and your husband broke up when?
Around the beginning of '98.
Had you made the payments up until that time?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so?
And so I told him I could no longer make the payments, and I told him he could have it back if he liked.
Well, what was he going to do with it?
I don't know.
Whatever he wanted.
Well, how much do you think the store was going to give them for a used washer and dryer?
He was so
He could've
desperate to get it
sold it.
back. He had more than an opportunity to come and pick it up.
What was he supposed to do with it?
Whatever he felt like, he could have put it on top of his house.
What do you do
He
for a
wanted.
living?
I'm a delivery driver.
What do you deliver?
Newspapers.
I mean, don't you fail to see the logic in your response? Let me ask you this, sir. You own a car?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever own a car?
Yes, I have.
Did you buy it yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy it new or used?
It was used.
Did you pay it off?
Actually, yes, I did.
So let's say you buy the car January 1st of 2000, and you buy the car for $1,000, and you drive it for 6 months, and you find that you can no longer make the payments. So you say, I'm going to take the car back. Now all the debts is cleared. That's it,
No.
I'm taking the car back.
I never had any written...
No. Just pay attention to what I'm saying to you. You think that that's what a car dealer does? Takes the car back and say, thank you very much, you couldn't afford it, we're really sorry.
No.
No, because once you take out a car, it depreciates in value.
Yeah, and I have a written agreement also with the car, not with the washer.
You don't need a written agreement, sir. You don't need a written agreement to have a contract. You can have an oral contract as long as there is an offer, which was made, and acceptance. That's what makes a contract. See, I just taught you something. Now, when did you get back with Mr. Charming?
And it was probably like 7 months later.
So 7 months later, you got back together. Did you start to make the payments then?
I don't believe so, but I think it started in December of last year till either February or March. I was making payments to my mother of $50.
Is that right?
Every day.
I believe so.
So how much did she pay off in total? You have to tell me, sir. She sounds to me like she made a lot of payments.
Actually, probably, I would guess, probably $700 or $800.
That would pay off the washer and dryer.
Just a minute. That paid off the washer and dryer. If you're guessing. Did anybody keep receipts? Anybody keep money?
I don't handle the finances in the family, ma'am.
Well, who does?
My wife does.
Where is she?
She's at home at work.
Forget washer dryer, as far as I'm concerned. You did the right thing, according to your father, and if you paid off $700 or $800, he's guessing, and you don't have any records, I assume the washer and dryer is paid off. See, you're home free. Now, who took the ATM card?
I did.
Why?
Because me and my wife were in some financial problems.
Well, tell me how you took the credit card.
I got it off the kitchen counter.
You walked into your in-laws' house and you just took it off?
Yes.
Did you tell your wife about it?
Yes, she knew about it.
What did you tell her?
I told her that it was something that we discussed, and we put the
Tell
money...
me what the discussion was, Mr. McCombs.
That we would take their card, take the money out, and then put the money back as soon as we had it. And that's exactly what we did.
You stole money.
Yes, and I put it back.
You stole money. How did you get caught?
I guess he got his bank statements and noticed that there was a couple withdrawals on there that weren't from him.
Show me the money that was withdrawn by them.
Here's the copies of the actual bank statements. And the amounts are highlighted, ma'am.
How do you know that these are their withdrawals?
I'm a long-haul truck driver. I'm not home during the week. And as we determined, they were all done at approximately the same time.
I see. 7-Eleven. Is that where you took the money from?
No. Took it from Washington Mutual Bank, their bank, to avoid a surcharge.
Where did you take the money from?
Washington Mutual
I'm not
Bank.
asking you. Where did you take the money from?
I believe I did it once, and it was at 7-Eleven, I would believe.
Father agreed not to prosecute these charges. Is that right?
Apparently, yes.
What do you mean, apparently, yes? What does that mean?
We're here and not there, so apparently...
They're talking about a long time ago, madam.
Yes.
And what was the arrangement with your father with regard to him agreeing not to prosecute?
Mike made the arrangements with my mother. And my
Which
mom...
was?
Ask him.
I'm asking you.
That he would be responsible to pay them back the money.
Now, why isn't your wife here, sir?
She was unable to come down because of her job.
Is it possible she didn't want to come down here and confront her daughter?
Could have been.
Did you discuss that?
Yes, she was hoping to be kept out of it to save her relationship with her daughter.
Time to bring that.
Excuse me?
No, just a talk her and her mother had last night.
Which was?
Which is, if I didn't stand up, he would make my mother choose between me or him.
Who's he, your father?
Yes.
Parents been pretty good to you?
Her mother.
Her mother?
But she wasn't asking you.
That was the smartest thing I've heard you say. That was the smartest thing I've heard you say so far. You probably ought to say it more often.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Charles Pierce says his daughter Rose Pierce and her husband Michael McCombs owe for a washer and dryer. Charles also says they used his ATM card to steal money.
Now, your arrangement was that you would take responsibility. You have a memory lapse with regard to how much money you took out of your in-law's account. The fact that you stole from them and you knew that you were stealing from your parents is really an outrageous thing. I know that you probably paid a lot more in service charges and credit charges over this 726 with regard to the washer and dryer. However, Mr. Pierce, since you don't keep good records and your wife is not here, and since your daughter did in fact make an attempt to pay and did, according to you, pay at least $700 or $800, I am wiping out that debt. However, I find that they are responsible for unauthorized withdrawals from your bank account in the amount of $2,536.50. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Just happy to see justice done.
It's pretty sad. You have to come to court for it.
I expect people to honor their word and pay their debts like they should.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Summer versus Bree, step forward, please.
53-year-old property manager Stephen Summer is suing the mother of his son's former friend, 49-year-old nurse Jan Bree, and her son, 17-year-old Joey. Stephen says Joey, together with his son, 16-year-old Chris, stole his credit cards and ran away.
Mr. Summer, it is your claim that your son and the defendant's son stole your truck, stole your credit cards, took some cash out of your house, ran away to Vegas or something, had a spree. Not once, but twice. And you want the defendant to pay for half the damage to the truck, half of the credit cards that they built up on this little jaunt that they had, and also half the cash that was taken from your house.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, for the time being, I just want the two boys right up where you are, and the parents can sit down. All right, so let's get to the first occasion when your father's truck was taken. Tell me about that, Christopher.
I was in my house, and Joseph was staying over at my house, and I just was fed up staying at home, so I wanted to leave and asked him if he wanted to come, and so we left.
And tell me about your father's credit cards.
I took a couple of his credit cards.
I want to know how you did that.
Out of his wallet.
Where was his wallet?
In our office, I think, Your Honor.
Who went into the office?
I did, Your Honor.
Alone?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did you do with the credit cards?
Put them in my pocket, and then we left.
Where did you go?
Towards Las Vegas, Nevada.
Did you ever end up there?
Yes.
When was the first time you used the credit card?
A couple hours after that night in Anthem, Arizona, at a bank, Bank of America.
And how did you use the credit card?
We stopped at an ATM and withdraw some money.
You stopped the car.
Yes.
And when you got out at the ATM, what did you do?
We had the money, and then we left after that.
When you say we had the money, where did Joseph stay?
He was in the truck.
He stayed in the truck while you went and withdrew the money.
Yes.
And then you kept going.
Yes.
When did you next use the credit card?
At a gas station, maybe 3 hours away.
So all told, you used the credit card and you stayed at a motel?
In Las Vegas, yes.
And then did you
Afternoon.
go home?
Yes.
Voluntarily?
We stayed at a halfway place, and then our parents came to pick us up.
Did the police stop you?
Well, we came out of the hotel, and the police were waiting there.
And then your parents came and picked you up?
Yes.
I would assume that they had a serious discussion with you when you got home?
Yes.
But then you got bored again.
Yes.
When did you get bored again? How much later?
A month later.
So tell me what happened.
I was there, and then I just got tired of it, and so I left in my dad's Mazda truck.
And when you left in the truck this time, did you take any of your father's credit cards?
Yes.
Where'd you get them from?
His wallet.
Again?
Yes.
And where was his wallet?
In his bedroom.
And where were the truck keys?
The truck keys to his Mazda was in his pants pocket.
And where was your father when this was all going on?
He was sleeping.
So what time did you leave?
11 o'clock that night.
And you went and picked up Joseph?
Yes.
Well, tell me what happened when you got to his house.
I got to his house, and I parked alongside of his road, walked up to his house, and his light was on. And I went and knocked on his window, and he had his stuff, and so we left.
What stuff?
Some clothes and...
Well, had you made arrangements with him before to
Yes.
take off again?
Yes.
Well, tell me about that. When did you call him and tell him you were going to take off again?
Earlier that day.
What did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
I just said I wanted to leave and asked him if he wanted to go, and he said yes.
And you took off again. Where did you go this time?
Towards Chicago, Illinois.
And how many days later did you get stopped?
3 or 4 days later.
And you used your father's credit cards all during that time?
Yes.
And you got stopped by the police again?
Yes.
So, Joseph, you want to tell me how come you went along for the ride twice?
I was in a lot of trouble, and I was in trouble with my girlfriend. I was in a lot of trouble at home, and just kind of wanted to get away from there because I had nothing to lose, that kind of stuff. That's about all. Rebelling, I guess.
Now I'll take the parents. No, you stay up there, Christopher. You're involved. Mr. Summer, did you have any conversation with Mrs. Bree with regard to her repaying you for any of the damages to your truck or anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me what kind of conversations you had with her.
Basically, Your Honor, I summarized all the charges and accumulated all the debts and payments and everything that were expected, and I put together a concise list that I expected to have Joy reimburse us for his 50%, and I felt they were equally responsible for these events. And I presented it to her and asked her that she review them, present them to Joy, get his approval or disapproval, have him sign a promissory note to repay all of the charges, and I would continue that debt to be paid.
And what did she say to you?
She said, I'll go home and we'll review it.
Mr. Summer, let me tell you what my feelings are. I read your complaint very carefully. The defendant's answer suggests that her son was just along for the ride. Well, I don't think that's entirely true, Miss Bree. The problem that I have, Mr. Summer, with your complaint is that while you may not have been on notice the first time that your son had a propensity to steal your property, certainly after the first runaway, you were on notice. And it seems to me from what your son tells me that you took no extra precautions, like putting a lock on your car so that it couldn't be started, like making sure that the keys to all of your vehicles were at a place where he couldn't get them, to securing your wallet, because it would seem to me that but for the fact that all of these things were left as accessible to him as they were the first time, he wouldn't have been able to get into the car and to make arrangements with Joseph to run away again. I mean, I'm not saying that he exercised good judgment. I mean, you have two idiots. They're two idiots, but they're two 17-year-old idiots. You have the ability after the first runaway to secure your cars and secure your cash and secure your cards so that your son wouldn't be in a position to do it again. And I know it's a terrible way to live, but for the fact that these things were so accessible, we wouldn't be here today.
They were inaccessible, Your Honor, in my estimation.
How were they inaccessible if you did it?
The keys and the wallet were in my pants, and they were at the head of my bed, and he had slid into the bedroom in the dark and broken down a lamp that had a hook on it, and he hooked the pants and slyly dragged them out of the room and confiscated and took the keys to the Mazda.
Did you get your life straightened out?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Have you?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
You two boys still friends?
No, Your Honor.
You going to school?
Your Honor, I went to a quasi-military camp for 5 months, Your Honor, and I graduated from high school with my diploma and my GED, Your Honor.
Okay, and what about you?
I am still enrolled in school, Your Honor.
Going?
Yes.
You still got the same girlfriend?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Haven't run away since?
No, Your Honor, I'm an explorer for the Phoenix Police Department now.
Well, at least they got you involved in something. Anyway, Miss Bree, let me tell you what I believe you are responsible for. I believe you are responsible not for $2,500 worth of charges for all of that, but I believe that your son used half of what was spent on the credit cards just for their jaunts. He knew it was the wrong thing to do. And he spent, and he ate, and he slept, and he drove in a truck that had gas, and that's going to cost $187 because that's half of what the credit card bills were. It's judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Sworn in, you may be seated. Have seats.
Ms. Crowder, it is your claim that the defendant's son was playing football and broke your car window.
Yes, ma'am.
And caused you to have your coat cleaned, which is, I assume, this coat that is laying across the desk. The defendant says it wasn't him. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. When did this happen?
December the 7th, I believe.
Are you neighbors?
Yes.
What time of the day or the evening did it happen?
Around 3 or 3:30.
Did you see Daquan break the window?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
My witness, Jason, did.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me your name, sir.
Jason Gurley.
Tell me what you saw, sir.
They was playing football out there.
Who was playing?
Zaquan. Over here, and he had the football in his hand. And when he threw it, Derek had tipped it.
Tipped it? What does that mean?
Like, catch, but not really catch, because it went through his fingers, and then it hit the back window, and then him and Eric ran behind the building.
Was it just the two of them playing?
There's about like 2 other people out there.
Well, how many people altogether were playing football?
4.
And you know this young man from before this
Yes, ma'am.
happened? How do you know him from before?
He came over my house, played video games with my little brother.
And the other young man who tipped the ball, who was he?
A friend of theirs.
Had you ever seen him before?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew both boys?
Yeah.
You never had any trouble with Daquan, did you?
No, never.
So you're not here because you have any sort of bad feeling?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so now I'll hear you, sir.
Yes.
So let me hear what happened with the ball.
We came outside, they said they was playing football, so we started walking up the street. And it was like a whole bunch of kids outside. They was up there playing football. Somebody threw the football, and all we seen was Jerome hitting the ball towards the window. The window broke. Everybody just ran behind the building. And Derek was like, because Derek was right beside me and Eric. We was walking up the street, and Derek was like, well, we're not going to walk up there because he didn't want to get blamed for it. So we turned around, we went upstairs, and Derek went to his house. Me and Eric went up to my house.
So it's your testimony that you weren't playing football at all?
Nah, I wasn't even, we just came outside when it happened.
Then how would you know Jerome hit the ball?
Because we was right there. We was looking at everything that happened.
Oh, but
Is it shh, don't speak to him. Is it possible, sir, that you made a mistake?
No, ma'am, I know Zaquan.
You know him?
Yeah, and I seen him with my own eyes.
What did you do after you saw this happen?
I had left.
When for the first time did you tell Miss Crowder that you had witnessed this?
When I had seen her, but somebody else had already told her.
When you saw her, was it later that day or was it on a subsequent day?
Later that day.
And what did you tell her when you saw her later on that day?
Well,
So look at
Zaquan
me.
had threw the football and broke a window. She was like, well, I already know
What did she say she knew?
that the window was broken. He had did it. Because I'm a friend with hers from high school.
Why do you think he would make up such a story, Daquan?
I really don't know, but to tell you the truth, he wasn't even there when it happened.
Well, how do you know he wasn't there?
Because when we was coming outside, he had came back later that day, and then my mom talked to his mom because she tried to blame it on him at first.
Blame it on who?
On Jason, said that Jason did it at first.
Who tried to blame it on Jason?
Jasmine.
Is that right?
No, ma'am. Actually, I was trying to find out who exactly was outside so I could know what happened. I didn't blame it on anybody. I just want to know who was outside.
What makes you think that at first she was trying to blame the witness?
Because his mom came and knocked on my door and told me to come outside. At this time, my mom wasn't home. So I went outside and we walked up there. She was questioning me and whatnot. Somehow she said she caught me in a lie, but I don't know what kind of lie she caught me in. So after this, I told her that I gave her my mom's number. We got it all situated. Then we walked back to my house, and his mom and my mom talked or whatnot, and she was like that she tried to blame it on her son, and he wasn't even there.
Who was this young man?
This is Eric.
Was he with you that day?
Yes, he was.
Step up, Eric. Were you with Daquan on the day that this happened on December 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me where you had been.
I went to his house to go get him so we could play football. I saw people out there playing.
Oh,
we heard.
Very slowly.
Oh.
You went up to his house to get him so that you could go play football.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a football outside with you?
Oh.
Did he?
No.
So there was already a football out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go downstairs after you picked him up?
Yes, we went downstairs.
And what happened when you went downstairs?
We was walking on the street and we heard a loud noise. And then we decided to walk back.
Why did you decide to walk back?
Because when Derek was like, he didn't want to get in trouble, so we decided to walk back too.
Who's Derek?
Somebody that stays in the neighborhood.
So there were 3 of you walking there?
Yeah.
Well, what made you think you were going to get into trouble if you heard a loud noise?
Because I seen everything that happened. Only thing I didn't see, because he had a playhouse, where the ball was coming from. Because it was like a whole bunch of kids over there too. It wasn't just 4 kids. It was like a whole lot more kids outside.
So you heard the loud noise and you turned around and left?
Yes.
You didn't see what happened with the football?
No.
When you were walking back, did he say anything to you about what he had just seen? Because evidently you didn't see anything.
No.
He didn't say, you know, I just saw a window break?
We wasn't worried about it. We just went back to the house.
Why?
Hold on. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You went to his house with your other friend for the purpose of going to play football.
Mm-hmm.
Then you turned around to go home.
I heard the loud noise.
What kind of noise?
It was like, psh. It was like a glass breaking.
So that you heard?
Yeah,
So
I
you were
heard.
close enough to hear that?
Yeah, but I ain't see it.
You didn't?
I didn't.
But he says he did?
Yeah. I seen the ball going across the air, and I seen it hit it and everything. Then Derek seen it too. Derek was like, we're not walking up there because he didn't want to get in no trouble. So we turned around and walked back.
Okay. Have a seat.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jasmine Crowder says neighbor 16-year-old Zaquan Lee broke her car window with a football. Zaquan says he's being framed.
Anything else, Miss Crowder?
I don't know where they were walking to, but I had pictures of the parking lot. There's no way from their apartment building that you could see where my car was parked and a ball hit it. That's just not possible. Because it's a full parking lot, there's cars, and it's a big distance, so there's no way you could have seen something like that.
Let me see the pictures.
The one with the playground behind it, that's how it is going this way from my building, because my building's the last and it's facing up the street.
Now, your car was parked in one of these spots right near the playground?
Across from the playground.
Right.
Yeah, across the street from the playground.
I mean, we're not talking about something that was done purposefully, whoever did it. We're talking about an accident, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Crowder, do you have any other evidence?
No, I just brought my coat. Said, you see, it was a purpose that I had to get it clean because of all the glass and stuff.
Look, I have to be satisfied before I make a determination that this young man actually caused the damage, which was clearly, whoever caused it was not purposeful. It was an accident. And I have 2 witnesses, both of whom appear to be credible on this side. While it's possible that he said that he saw what he thought he saw instead of just seeing these boys run away, I'm not prepared to call these 2 young men liars. I would have to say that I am convinced, more so than not, that these 2 young men were responsible for something that was clearly an accident. I wish I could, because I would like you to be able to be compensated by the people who caused the damage to your car. But I'm not comfortable with making a determination that it was him, this young man, who was also there to play football. I'm not comfortable, Ms. Crowder.
What they're saying isn't even making sense. Just like the same day I approached him about it, I didn't ask him if he did it. I asked him if he was outside. He gave me several different stories. First, he was outside, but he didn't see it happen. Second story was Eric came and got him, so he didn't see it happen. I mean, several different stories. Now he's sitting here saying that they were walking up the street and he's seen it and they turned around, but they don't know why they turned around.
Yes.
My question is to her when she called me to ask me what had happened. I asked her clearly, did she see my son do it? She said no. So how can you blame somebody for something?
Oh, well, Miss Lee, that's very, very easy. She evidently spoke to some people who said she saw your son throw a football that eventually landed on her car. Now, let us assume his statement was accurate, that he threw the ball and he threw it to somebody else and the other person didn't catch it properly, but it touched their hand and it bounced off their hand onto your car. That's what he's saying, right? That's what you're saying,
That's
right?
right.
If I were thoroughly satisfied that he was responsible for the accident, I would absolutely order him and his mother to take care of your damage. Quite frankly, I'm not. So your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It's crap. Everything went just as it should.
He knows he did it.
I'm satisfied.
I mean, the whole thing is crap. He did it pretty much. He can continue to lie to his mother or whoever else, but he did it.
I think I shouldn't get blamed for something I didn't do.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ahlstrom versus Ahlstrom. Step forward, please.
42-year-old house builder Russell Ahlstrom is suing his father, 66-year-old George Ahlstrom, for destroying his personal property. George is countersuing for unpaid rent and for stealing his Jeep.
Mr. Ahlstrom, the defendant is your father.
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your complaint, you rented a house from your father. He evicted you from the house, and before you could get all of your property out of the house, your personal property, he took over the house and either disposed of the property, gave it away, threw it away, trashed it, whatever.
Yes,
so you're suing for the cost of that property.
Yes, ma'am.
Your father says that you overstayed in the house and that any property that was there had to be disposed of, which he did. He is counterclaiming for 2 months' rent and something about a truck or a Jeep that I will allow him to get into. When did you rent this house from your father?
We moved in August of '95.
Who moved in?
Me, my wife, and my 3 children.
And it was an amicable move-in?
Yes, ma'am.
How much rent was he charging you for the house?
$600 a month.
And did you have any other agreement with your father?
That I would repair the house and maintain it
care
in the
of it.
condition that I received it. Yes, ma'am.
And take good care of it.
Well, it hadn't been taken good care of, so I fixed it up.
So tell me what happened that caused your father to evict you.
He was selling the property.
Did he tell you he was going to sell the property?
Oh, it had been up for sale for a year and a half.
And he discussed that with you?
No, ma'am.
Well, how did you know it had been up for sale?
There was a big 4x8 piece of plywood in the front yard that said for sale on it.
And you had no discussion with your father about him selling the house?
At one point, when I said, why don't I fix up the garage apartment out back and we will split the rent after I'm paid back? And he said, okay, that's fine. And I said,
After
what?
you're paid back for what?
After I'm paid back for the construction expenses that I fixed up the apartment with.
Now, you did rent it,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was rented, and who kept the rent?
Me.
How much rent was it?
It was $600 a month for the garage apartment, and I had to pay for the utilities out of that.
So then you probably cleared $500 a month.
Closer to $4 because it was the second story, and
Okay,
it was
but-
pretty expensive to heat and cool.
So you had about 3 times as large piece of property for $600 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
When I say that this was a good deal that your father gave you for the house, I wasn't far wrong. I'm just trying to figure out what caused all the problems with your father.
Yes, ma'am, you're far wrong because when I received the property, it was in abysmal condition.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to submit some of the pictures that I have when we moved into the property of what it looked like and submit these into evidence. What it looked like when we moved in, because when you say $600 a month, well, that's not a whole lot, but that's what the people before me were paying. One of those is a freezer that was left behind for, I don't know, he had moved out more than 2 years prior to me, and it was just left sitting there with food and meat and all sorts of frozen items in it. I had to dispose of that because of the stench.
Now, when did you move out?
And September the 7th of 2001.
sometime between 1995 and September 2001, I gathered that your relationship with your father deteriorated.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when did he serve you an eviction notice?
In July. I
July.
mean, he had threatened to kick me out numerous times before.
July what? When did you
20
serve the formal notice, sir? Do you have a
25th?
copy?
It was sometime in June, Your Honor, because the eviction notice stated that he must be out by August the 31st.
Do you have a copy of that?
No, ma'am, I don't.
I do.
Can I see it, please? Okay. Were you out of the property by August 31st?
No, ma'am.
So you overstayed the order?
Yes, ma'am. We tried to get out, but the last week of August, it was just, we were inundated with heavy rains and flooding conditions, which I'd like to submit the headline from the San Antonio Express and News.
You didn't have to submit them. You weren't out by August 31st.
No, ma'am.
So anything left on that property after that time is considered abandoned.
Even though there's an act of God and the headlines read, waterlogged San Antonio, not out of it yet.
What was the date of that, sir?
August the 31st.
The date of that is August 31st?
Yes, ma'am.
Should have been out by August 31st.
We started trying to move out on August the 25th, and so that's why I'll read from this, and this is the headline.
No. Don't read from it the headline. Should have been out. Any property that's left on the premises after August 31st, technically you have been deemed to have abandoned.
No, ma'am. We were still in the process of moving out. We had left.
That's what you say. I'm telling you. You had to be out by August 31st. You want to be compensated for property you left behind after August 31st. It was property that was left behind after August 31st.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can't be compensated for it, sir.
Okay.
Now, the issue is your father responsible to you financially for things that he disposed of after the court had ordered that you be out of the premises? The answer, he is not. Now, let's get to his counterclaim. When was the last time that your son paid you rent?
This was the last check, and this was issued on July the 27th, and he stopped payment on it. And that was after he had been issued the order of eviction, and he was not out of there even by the 21st of September. That's when I had to put all the stuff in the dumpster.
So you didn't dispose of any of this property until the 21st of September?
Well, no, ma'am. We started probably around the 15th.
Just a second. Why did you stop payment on August and September's rent when you were going to be there through August?
Because I was being evicted, and he wasn't going to keep up his end of the bargain to pay me back everything that I had put into the house. And so I was going to be left holding the bag with all the improvements that I had made.
Well, that would be a judicial determination, which is not before me. So you owe him for August's rent, which was $600. Now,
I would like to question something.
Yes, you can stand up.
George, you said you didn't start removing...
Don't speak to him.
He said he didn't start removing items from the property until September 15th. I have proof that on September 7th, when my mother came to help me remove our final cleanup from the property, my mother and I were parked in the driveway. Not only did he block us in with his truck, he blocked us in with the U-Haul. When he opened the back of the U-Haul to check something, I saw our belongings in there. The police were called. It was documented. When I questioned him about one item that was in the back of the U-Haul, he then decided, well, maybe I was right, and threw it out in the yard. And prior to the cops coming, he paced back and forth across the yard with a tire iron in his hand. And so here I am with my mother and my 14-year-old son, and he's pacing the yard with a tire iron.
Now, you want to give me a quick 30 seconds on this truck that you claim he took, or you want to forget it?
No, ma'am. I had bought a Jeep Commando, which is a classic, bought it from a ranch that was going out of business, and I took it home. He was going to send me the title. I took it home, and I called him and asked for the title, and he said he could not find it. So I went to the state and asked for a lost title. They told me the vehicle was titled in somebody else's name. When Russell moved in, he went to the state, and he found out whose name the title was in and asked the guy to send him the title. He sent Russell the title, signed, and Russell had it titled in his name.
When was that, sir?
93, I'm assuming.
You should have sued him then, sir, if you wanted your truck back. You don't wait 10 years later. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. He owes you $600. Your claim is dismissed, sir, for your property, And on the counterclaim, I am awarding your father $600 for the month's rent that you owe him for the month of August. Thank you, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 13 on the calendar in the matter of Saraceno versus Saraceno. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Saraceno, you are currently the trustee and I assume the executor of your mother's estate. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was relatively recent circumstance because prior to that, your brother was the trustee and executor of her estate. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
When did your mother pass away?
She passed away on November 10th, 1998.
It was October 10th.
Or October 10th, I'm sorry.
When your mother passed away, one of the things of value in her estate was a house. Your claim is that the defendant, who is your niece, is living in the house, refuses to pay rent, and refuses to move out of the house.
That's correct.
You are suing her for $1,500 for rent. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
For what months, sir?
I became the trustee on January 10th, so I would want fair rent from January 10th to the present.
When did you first advise her that you wanted her to pay rent?
The beginning of February.
In January, you didn't tell her you wanted rent.
No, I did not.
He's never told me.
Shh. Did you tell her how much rent you wanted?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
How much did you tell her?
$400 a month.
And what did she say when you told her you wanted $400 a month?
She had talked to her father.
Who was your brother?
Who is my brother. She told me that he did not say that she had to pay rent and that she could live there without paying rent.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
What do you do?
I'm a telemarketer.
How much do you make a week?
400
How long have you been a telemarketer?
for like 2 months.
What did you do before that?
I did home care for elders.
Who else lives in the house?
My aunt and my cousins.
How many cousins?
2.
Your aunt, is that your sister?
Yes.
Does she pay any rent?
No, she does not, Your Honor.
Is that with your permission?
Not expressly, but as to this point, that would be fine, yes. I don't have a problem with that.
Is there any reason why you want your niece to pay rent?
Because the house has certain bills and obligations. It has taxes that it has to pay.
Why would, I'm just curious, why would you allow your sister and her children live there rent-free and not allow your niece to live there rent-free?
Because my sister has a drug habit, okay? She doesn't have anywhere else to go. The only other alternative is to put her out in the street, and I just don't have the heart to do that at this time.
And
Well, shh, I'm not finished yet. Well, you may not have the heart to do that, but you can understand why your niece says, why should my cousins be allowed to live rent-free in the house, and I not be allowed to live in the house rent-free when my aunt could work just as well as I can? She's a lot older than I am. She could work. And my uncle is letting his sister and her family live there rent-free. I love my grandmother, too. Why can't I live there?
That's a very good question. I have a very good answer, Your Honor.
I'm ready for you, sir.
The reason is she just recently moved into that house a couple of weeks ago. Before that time, she had her own house
Who's
that she
she?
was living in.
Who's she? I
My
didn't...
sister Carmela. She had her own house that she was living in, adjacent to my mom's house, and she was living there rent-free.
Your sister was living in another house of your mother's rent-free?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sell that house?
No, it's still in the trust.
Well, is there another tenant in there?
Yes, there is.
So you put a paying tenant in that house that more than covered the expenses on that house.
No, Your Honor.
Why don't you sell the other house?
There's a lot of legal fees. There are bills that have to be paid. There's a $6,600 electric bill that needs to be paid on my sister's house.
Why didn't she pay it? What are you taking that out on your niece for?
I am not complaining about that, Your Honor. I am just stating that her house cannot be sold because of that.
Because of an electric bill?
Carmela's house, my sister's house, yes.
It's not your sister's house. You said it's part of the trust.
None of them have been divided yet. She will get a share of that property.
Are the grandchildren mentioned as beneficiaries of the trust?
Teresa and Saraceno.
But 2 grandchildren, but not the defendant.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to take a look at your papers as trustee. of the
Okay.
property.
There you go.
Okay. Now, Ms. Saraceno, I have just a few questions for you. Do you work as a telemarketer every day?
Yes.
What are your work hours?
9 to 5.
And you work Monday through Friday?
Yes.
What time do you usually get up to go to work?
At 7 o'clock.
And you report directly to work?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What do you do after work?
I come home and I make sure my cousin does his homework, and I make sure that his clothes are clean for the next day, and then I cook dinner.
You do that 5 days a week?
Yep. Yes.
The reason I ask these questions, which seem rather odd, even to Bird, right?
Yes.
Under the circumstances, is that this is your claim. You claim in your answer that your grandmother's will states that any member of the family, the Saraceno family, who continually puts flowers on her gravesite every Thursday may reside in the residence after her passing rent-free. That's what you say. And that is the basis of your defense.
Yes, but
okay?
I have this
So let
as-
me see that clause in the will.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. John Saraceno says his niece, Bettina Saraceno, owes for unpaid rent. Bettina says the house belonged to her late grandmother, and it was her wish that she live there, rent-free.
This doesn't talk about you. You're not Teresa, you're Bettina.
But also right here, I have the,
This talks about 2 other grandchildren.
Yes, I know.
Not you.
This one I have right here, where it's highlighted.
Well, this doesn't say anything about placing flowers on your grandmother's grave every Thursday
That
night.
other, I know.
Doesn't say anything about that. All right, so that's not a defense. And this section that you're talking to me about says that the trustee has the right to sell the property, let somebody else live there, rent it. So it's within your uncle's discretion whether or not you can live there. You understand that?
Yes.
So there is no defense to this action. You have to either pay rent or he told you to move, which is
He's-
very unfortunate. I mean, which is really very unfortunate, because I really think that you're being unfair and inequitable unless there was some reason you would think that your mother would not want this grandchild to have any benefit from her property. Is there any reason?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that?
The defendant has a drug habit.
So does your sister.
They both do, yes. And to be honest with you, I would want both of them out, but she doesn't pay rent. She doesn't do nothing. I told her to leave, and she would not do it, Your Honor.
You didn't
asked
answer
her
my...
to
Just a
leave,
second. You didn't
and she
answer my question, sir. I'm asking you a question. I expect... Just a second. I'm not going to need this witness. She can step outside. If she needs water, go... Madam, do you need water? Do you need water?
No.
Go outside. Go outside. Don't cough here. Go, 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 go.
Your Honor, ask the question again. I will answer it.
Maybe you'll understand it better if I ask it to you this way. Did your mother have a relationship with the defendant?
No.
You didn't see her?
Very rarely.
Yes, she did.
How rarely is very rarely?
Maybe once every 3 months.
And what about your sister's children? They lived right next door.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did your mother ever give you any indication that she was aware of your sister's drug habit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I live right across the street.
Listen, there is no question in my mind that your uncle is being unreasonable. He would not be unreasonable were he not to have permitted his sister, who he says is a drug addict, and her 2 children, to live in the home rent-free. But he is the trustee of this estate. It is his prerogative to tell you to move. That's his prerogative. I don't believe that you had an arrangement with her for rent. You didn't even become trustee until January 10th. And you did not tell her until February that you wanted her to pay rent. Is that right? And there was never an agreement to pay rent by her with you.
Correct.
He didn't tell me he wanted...
Listen, you're not losing, right? So there was never an agreement for her to pay rent. So what you have to do, Mr. Saraceno, is proceed with eviction proceedings against your niece, if that's what you wish to do, because absent a lease, either an oral lease, which you can have month to month, or a written lease, there is no contract, and therefore there is no contract that this court can enforce. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. Case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We just have friends come over, that's it.
It's like one big crack house, you know?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Romanchek, Humphreys versus Romanchek. Step forward.
53-year-old homemaker Mary Romanchek and her fiancé, Stephen Humphreys, are suing Mary's son, 18-year-old student Jason Romanchek, for a car loan, a computer, and emotional distress. Jason says the car was a birthday present.
According to your complaint, the defendant, your son, took a car that was yours when he left your home, and in addition, he ruined a computer, and he gave you a lot of aggravation, so you want to be compensated for that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All to the tune of $5,000. So tell me first about the car, which your son says was a gift to him.
Okay, Your Honor, I have a receipt, but the car is mine.
Well, that's a conclusion.
Okay.
When was the car purchased?
It was purchased a long time ago. Jason stole the pink slip, and he stole the...
When was the car purchased?
Where is it?
Do you know?
Around March 29th or so.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Now, the title to the car is in your name and your son's name. How much did you pay for the car?
$2,500 something, $3,000.
Ms. Romanchek?
Yes.
Your lawsuit involves a car. Get out the receipt for the car so you can show me how much you paid for the car.
Your Honor, I cannot give you receipts for the car because Jason took it.
Then you must know how much you paid for the car. How do you expect me to decide a lawsuit?
I have a little piece of paper in my suitcase that I didn't know I was needed that. A little piece of paper in my little black suitcase.
Get it.
Where is the suitcase?
I haven't a clue. I'm not a
Shield
suitcase
me.
monitor.
Thank you.
Come this way, man.
Could I see the piece of paper, please?
And here it is, the price of what was in a vehicle.
This says you paid $7,450 for the car.
You must have the wrong one.
Oh, then I must have it. But I was purchasing two vehicles, Your Honor. One van for me, and second car for me is that little one, that little white car.
Did you give her the wrong one?
That's the only one I have because Jason took my...
Whatever. Well, but this is very good that you showed me this because this is very, very good. So at the time you purchased two cars, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You purchased a car for $7,450, and that was your car, and then you purchased another car, and then I assume you put the title to that car in your name. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, I put it on my name and my fiancé name, yes.
Fine.
Because we are going to be driving.
And the second car you purchased, you put in your name or your son's name.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you say your son subsequently left the home. When did he leave your house?
August of 15.
And he took the car with him?
And he, no, not right away, Your Honor. Then he came back on August of 18 and brought a tow truck with him and cut two clubs and
he took the car?
And he took the car, yes.
Jason, you say this car was a birthday present for you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me about that.
They said I can use and keep the car as long as I keep good grades in school, which I have. And then an incident between her and her squirrel that she caught. I wasn't going to feed it because it was her responsibility.
To feed a squirrel?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And then she went all crazy over it. And then suddenly she just went in my room and just broke the keyboard off the computer. And then she just said that I had to leave or just do whatever she said.
So you left and you wanted to take the car?
Yes.
Who has insurance on this car?
Right now there's no insurance.
Who's driving it?
I'm driving it, but
Well, how can you drive a car that has no insurance, Jason?
I didn't want to get insurance because I don't know what the whole deal because of this court thing.
Did you change the title on the car?
We found out that we couldn't because she already changed it somehow.
You changed the title just to your name?
Yes, Your Honor. When Jason left, I went to...
Just a second.
Sure.
You went to Motor Vehicles and had the car changed to your name only?
Yes, Your Honor.
So get the police to go and get the car.
What
do you want from me? I'm not going to make an order for him to pay you for the car.
I went with the policeman. He did not give a car to us.
He said it was a civil matter.
The policeman said that.
Well, it's not a civil matter. If you have the title to a car, you haven't gotten the complete title yet, because right now all that's there is a title that's in both names, right? But you went and changed that to your name.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you should get something like this, which has a title that is just in your name.
Any day.
Any day. Well,
Yes.
once you get it, go and get the car.
Yeah,
That's
Your
it.
Honor. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, tell me about the computer.
He got in it and took some parts. Here's the estimate what it cost for me to put my computer back together so I can use it again.
To her computer?
I took the parts that I purchased.
Which parts did you purchase?
I took RAM and the hard drive that I paid for.
From what money?
Well, my friend got it for me, but in trade, I gave him a computer that I built by hand.
So you didn't pay for this part?
Not technically.
Not technically. And what other part did you take out?
The hard drive.
Isn't that an important part, Bert?
Very, very important.
I mean, I don't know anything about computers, but
That's
a
why
hard
we keep all that
drive,
information.
sounds like a very important part.
More
What
than
made
that,
you
Your
take
Honor.
out the hard drive?
I purchased it.
How much did you pay for it?
30 or something like that.
Why did you take those things out if you knew that it would render the computer inoperable?
Because I paid for it at the time.
You were nasty. So if what you paid for was maybe $30 from all these things and you rendered your mother's computer inoperable, that was pretty nasty. Right?
I guess.
You guess, I'm telling you.
Your
Let me
Honor,
see.
I can tell you where he got the money to pay for it.
No, I don't want the computer, sir. I don't touch those
He
things.
got the money to pay for it. He took my part that he came with the computer. You ask him where he got the money? He sold it to my older son's wife for $100 to do the other thing. Then he took everything out. That's when you ask him about the money.
To put it back to the original way it was when it was new.
How much did you pay for it?
I paid $990.
Certainly, certainly, he had no reason to incapacitate this computer. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, you just did it to be nasty. What'd you do with the two pieces that you took
Put
out?
them in my new computer.
You have any other children?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one older one, and he turned out pretty lousy. I don't
The
know
older
why
one
he
too?
was no good. Pardon me?
The older one too?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Mrs. Romacek, the car you have to go and get as soon as you get the title. And I suggest, just to be smart, madam, that until you get the car back in your possession, you keep it insured. I would strongly suggest that to you. Do you understand?
Yes, Your
Just
Honor.
to be smart. He's your child. You want to protect your assets. I would suggest you put an insurance policy in effect on that car just to cover yourself. You're not getting any money for doing that, but you are going to get money for the pieces that he took out of your computer in the amount of $245. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. In the matter of Laughlin versus Campbell.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Laughlin, you dated the defendant for a brief period of time. He was married at the time, and you claim a series of loans. While he says he does acknowledge that you gave him some money, $1,600, you say it was substantially more than that. He said that that was a gift. He also has a counterclaim for some nonsense that I'll get to in a minute. When did you meet him?
I met him in September of 2001.
Where?
At Atlantis nightclub in Reno, Nevada.
And when did you start dating?
We started dating soon thereafter.
When did you find out he was married?
I found out in a phone conversation about a week after that.
Your Honor, that's a lie.
When did you meet?
Same date she told you, in the evening.
Okay, because you say in your answer that you met New Year's 2002.
Right.
Well, what do you mean right? Was it September or was it in December?
It was in September.
So you made a mistake?
Yes.
You're not going to make any more mistakes?
I hope not.
Good. When do you say you told her you were married?
I told her that night at the nightclub.
Did you tell her you were separated from your wife?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was the first time that you loaned him money?
January 25th of 2002.
How much and for what?
I loaned him $2,060, and it was for a car title loan. He had a negative checking account, bounced checks. He needed a vehicle, so I loaned him $500 to buy a vehicle from his brother.
Yeah, well, where's the 2060?
I have it on here on my statements. It's my statements that show the actual amounts of money that I loaned him.
Let me see what you're talking about. Those
Your Honor, I never received any loan.
Just a shh, Mr. Campbell. I let you shout out once. It's the last time.
The
Just
yellow.
a second. Wait. The yellow marks are his?
The yellow marks are the chunks of money that I loaned him. The large cash advances.
No. This is Denny's, Sports Bar, Hilton Hotels.
If you look at the yellow tabs, ma'am, those are the large chunks of money. Those other things were things we did together. Basically, I was supporting the whole relationship.
So what? I don't care if you were supporting the whole relationship. That's your business. You brought this thing. Do you expect this as part of your lawsuit to be reimbursed to you?
The yellow ones, I do, because those were large sums of money that I paid off the bills, and I have the actual
Just a minute. What's
bounce
C&W Atlantis Casino in Reno?
That's where we met.
$634.99.
That's correct. I obtained a cash advance that date, which
For what?
It was for his storage unit. It was in the rears, and he asked if I would help
From a casino? You got this money at a casino to give him?
I obtained the cash advance at a casino, yes, ma'am.
Peppermill Front Desk, Reno.
That's correct.
$165. What is that?
That was actually a party that his friends had in our room. We had obtained a room to spend the night together, and when we came back,
Is this part of your lawsuit?
His friends.
Is this part of your lawsuit?
Yes.
Forget it.
Okay.
I want you to forget all the orange tabs, all the blue tabs, all this stuff. If you decide to support this relationship by going out for dinner, by taking out small amounts of money, $100, $200, $500, don't come crying to me. That's your stupidity. If you made a loan to him, then I'm prepared to hear it. Now, you say you loaned him $2,060 for something for his car and title?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in one lump sum?
Yes, it is. It's the first cash advance that you will find on that statement that's marked yellow.
It's $2,000 plus a $60 finance charge.
Yes.
Okay.
And we paid.
Now, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah.
Let's come to you. Be very careful about your answer, sir. Did there come a time when you had some problems with something that had to do with your car and you needed $2,000?
No, I did not need $2,000.
Did she give you $2,000?
No, she never gave me $2,000. She gave me $1,600, Your Honor.
When?
I believe it was about 2 months after we started dating.
Tell me about it.
All right, we were driving around, and she said she wanted to go out of town for the weekend. And, you know, I was driving her car, and we pulled up to the bank, at her bank. I asked her, you know, what are we doing here? And she said, you need this money to pay off your car. And I told her specifically, you know, I didn't want to do it because I, you know, wasn't employed at the time, and I didn't have the money to pay you back.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
No. And anyways, Your Honor, she insisted, you know, saying that I love you, don't worry about it, you know.
So you're driving
I'll give you
around,
the
going
money.
away for a weekend, is that right?
Exactly.
And she pulled up in front of, come on, continue.
We pulled up in front of the bank, and we had a, you know, small argument about the money. And I told her, if you wanted to give me the money, that was fine, I would take it. But I could not take it if it was a loan because I could not pay you back.
She's still in the car at this time. Is
Right.
that right? And you said, no, I can't pay you back.
Exactly.
And she said, no, I insist that you take the money because I want to help you.
Right.
Now, did both of you get out of the car to go to the cash machine?
No, just her.
And she was gone for a few minutes and she came back into the
Yes,
car?
ma'am.
What happened when she got back into the car?
She got in the car, and, you know, she asked me for my wallet, and I said, what for? And she says, just give me your wallet. So I gave her my wallet, and she put $1,600 cash in my wallet and said, here's, you know, for whatever you need to take care of. And I told her, are you sure this is what you want to do? Because that's on you. You know, I can't give you the money back. I can't promise you I'll give you the money back. And she said, no, don't worry about it. I love you. I just want to be with you, and I want to be, you know, you to be happy.
Okay. Shh. Don't say anything. Did you, in fact, go away that weekend?
We did. We left that later
afternoon?
that evening.
Where did you go on your weekend?
We went to Fort Bragg.
You went to Fort Bragg?
Fort Bragg, California.
What did you do there?
Just hung out.
Okay.
You know.
Had she picked you up at your house, sir, or did you pick her up?
She picked me up.
What time of the day did she pick you up?
It was early in the morning.
And she drove you directly over to the bank?
Not at that time. You know, we hung out and were doing things and whatnot. And, you know, later on in the afternoon, she came up with the idea.
But you had had a pleasant morning together.
Yeah.
I want you to do me a favor. I want you to, in a moment, get me the name of the best psychiatrists that we can find here, because this man clearly is psychotic.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She had given, you know, came over to my house in the middle of the night.
Right, and how much did she give you in the middle of the night?
She never gave me anything in the middle.
Well, then why did you say she did? What was in your mind?
I loved him. I know.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Erica Laughlin says ex-boyfriend Sean Campbell owes for a series of unpaid loans. Sean says the money was a gift. He is countersuing for slander and harassment.
Okay, Bird, I want to read you what he swore to in his answer about this $1,600. May I for a moment? I want you to indulge me.
I have nothing.
Mr. Campbell, I want you to indulge me. Stand up and get your hands off there. We dated for a total of a month and a half, and I told her I wanted to end the relationship because I had to concentrate on my divorce and getting a new job. About a month later, she showed up drunk at my house in the middle of the night. She begged me to get back together with her and told me she would take care of my bills. I told her I wouldn't be able to take her back, and she said she was doing it because she loved me and wanted to see me happy. At this time, she gave me $1,600 in cash. Duh!
Yeah, it's true.
What do you mean? This is true? So she gave you $3,200. She gave you $1,600 when she showed up at your house drunk one night, and she gave you another $1,600 when you were driving around on your way to Fort Bragg? Is that what you're telling me?
No, Your Honor.
Well, which story is correct, Mr. Campbell? The story that you just told me, that you were driving around, she went to an ATM, she took out the money. Just listen to this. Listen how careful he is. She asked me for my wallet. I took out my wallet. She put in $1,600. Or this psychotic drunk woman shows up in his house in the middle of the night and takes out $1,600 and puts it in his wallet. Which story is correct, sir?
Your Honor.
No, I want you to tell me which story is correct. The one you swore to here, or the one you just told me?
The one I just told you, Your Honor.
Now, how am I supposed to tell which one is true, sir? This one you swore to. Now, you may have written your answer some time ago, but I assume if you did it some time ago, then your memory was fresher of the events than it is now at some later time. So how am I supposed to believe anything that you say, Mr. Campbell? Try to explain that to me.
Your Honor.
Mr. Campbell?
We had met at the nightclub.
Forget the nightclub. We're past the nightclub, sir. We're at the $1,600. Was she drunk in the middle of the night when she gave it to you, or were you sitting in a car on your way on a vacation when she gave it to you?
We were sitting in her car. After she came out from the bank, she got in the passenger seat and gave me the $1,600. Actually,
well,
she
where
put the
did you get this
$1,600
business with her being drunk in the middle of the night?
That was another time.
Another $1,600?
She had given me...
Go ahead.
She had given, you know, came over to my house in the middle of the night, harassing me, saying that she wanted to get back together.
Right, and how much did she give you in the middle of the night?
She never gave me anything in the middle.
Well, then why did you say she did? Why did you swear to the fact that she did?
I didn't.
I didn't. Listen, when did he tell you he was married?
He told me he was married probably 2 weeks after we met. The first time we met, he said that he was single.
2 weeks, but you gave him this money well after the 2 weeks.
Right.
So what were you doing? What was in your mind?
I loved him. I wanted to help him. I know. I know.
What do you want from me? Did he go back to his wife?
Yes, he did. Yeah. He did. He went back to his wife, and I have a broken heart. So, you know, there you have it.
A broken heart and a depleted bank account.
That's correct, ma'am.
And the only money you're going to get from him is the $1,600.
Ma'am, I have him on tape.
That said what?
That says he owes me money.
Oh, good. I want to see how much does he say he owes you. Maybe that'll help me.
He doesn't say how much, but he does admit to it. Can I play it?
Sure.
I don't know why you're not answering your phone, but I'm just calling to let you know that I told you I would try to pay you your money whenever possible. I've been having a lot of problems with a lot of stuff. You know, my work cut my hours, and not making as much as I thought I was. So just to let you know, I haven't been visiting you. I have not been trying to ignore you. I've just been busier than cat covering Dr. Boo. And, you know, as soon as I can get any money that's extra, I will give to you. I don't have a problem with that. And, you know, for what it's worth, you know, I am sorry for not trying to pay off anything sooner. But like I said, I've had problems. You know, I hope you understand that I do have other responsibilities too, just like you or anybody else. But I'm trying the best I can do, you know, and that's all I can say. As far as you want to sue me, then it's
Blah, blah,
possible.
blah, 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 blah. Turn it off. So?
That wasn't about this, Your Honor. That was
What
about
was it
something
about?
completely different.
Well, tell me what it's about.
She had bought me some cigarettes, and she was mad because she was broke one weekend.
This is about a carton of cigarettes?
It's about a couple $100 in cigarettes, yeah.
Is that in addition to the $1,600 she gave you?
She had bought me on her own.
There's no such word as boughten.
She had bought.
That's better.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that in addition to the $1,600 she gave you?
No, it's not.
So that's included in the $1,600?
Yes, it is.
He doesn't understand.
I'm sorry.
Did you go to school in this country?
Yes, I did.
She gave you $1,600. You say that this is about something else, about other money that you owed her, and it was about cigarettes, because it says here, I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I have other expenses. So this is not part of the $1,600.
I never owed her $1,600 in the first place.
That's my decision, sir. That's my decision as to whether or not you owe her $1,600.
I owed her roughly $200 in cigarettes.
What did you get $200 in cigarettes for?
Just without the time that we were together. That's, you know, what she had bought for me, you know, when we were together.
Now I'd like to hear about your counterclaim.
Pardon?
Counterclaim! You filed a counterclaim, sir.
During the whole time after, you know, I left her, she was constantly harassing me and my wife, calling me at work.
Tell me how she was doing that, sir.
She was calling my work out, you know, all the time. She had her roommate's boyfriend calling me up at work, telling, you know, asking me questions why I left her. And
anybody asking you about money?
No, never. I didn't hear anything about any money until a month and a half almost after I had left her.
Yes, and what happened a month and a half?
She sent me a letter demanding that, you know, I was committing, I believe, fraud, and that
May I see
I
the
owed
copy of the
her.
letter?
Do you want one copy or all three that I
Over
sent to him?
I'd like to see all three.
$4,000.
And that's the receipt on top.
Don't get crazed with these little Post-its.
Just trying to be prepared.
I'm interested in something, Ms. Laughlin.
Yes.
You say in these letters that he owes you $4,200, and you're suing him for $5,000. Why?
There has been charges that have incurred since that time. I've just added on the interest as...
You had never had an agreement with him with regard to repayment.
We did have an agreement when he was saying that we had agreed to go. I went to the bank and just decided to get the money that day. That night before, he stayed at my house, and we had decided I would obtain the money to loan him.
How much money did you take out of the bank at that time? Was it $1,600 or $2,000?
$2,060.
That was the $2,060
That's
amount.
correct, ma'am.
Right.
We had made that agreement. I did give him $1,600 for his wallet so that we could go around town and pay his various bills.
And your counterclaim, your counterclaim is for this harassment that she keeps calling you.
That's correct.
She called your wife. Were you present when she called your wife?
I was not.
What did she say to you
My wife
when
had
she
told
called
me
you?
that she had followed her
I'm not
twice.
interested in what your wife told you. That's hearsay. I would like you to tell me what she said to you to harass you.
Just that she would do anything and everything to get her money. And, you know, before she even, you know, pursued me with any money, you know, she was telling me and my wife that she would do anything and everything to get me back in the first place, that she loved me, and she didn't care what it took.
Listen, because she has bad taste, I can't hold that against her, sir. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,060. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She just wanted to get me back. She's jealous that I went back to my wife.
I believe the judge realized that he's a liar.
Be careful who you date.
Don't ever get involved with a married man.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Matsko versus Davila, step forward, please.
Painter Rich Matsko is suing ex-girlfriend, 25-year-old school teacher Julianne Davila for breaking an apartment lease.
Mr. Matsko, you and the defendant dated for a while. Then, according to your complaint, you were going to move in together. In order for you to do that, she had to break her lease.
Yes.
And also do a pet deposit where you were living?
No, where she was living.
Where she was living?
Yeah.
The whole thing came to about $2,600. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, she moved in, didn't last. She moved out. You say that this money was a loan, and you want your money back, right?
Yes.
You say he wanted you to move in with him?
Yes.
You had a lease?
Yes.
He said, break it. Let me see if I can put this together, make the story myself, because, you know, it's late and I have other things to do today. He said, break the lease, and you said to him?
I didn't want to.
And he said to you?
Move in with me. It'll be better.
And you said to him, it will cost me?
$2,600.
And you said, I don't have?
The money.
And he said to you?
That he would pay.
Shut quiet, please. I can't hear her testifying. Go ahead.
He said that he would pay it for me.
Right?
To break it.
And that's what happened?
Yes.
And you did that?
Yes, I did.
And you moved in with him?
Yes.
And how long did this romance last after you moved in?
Not even more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks. You didn't get your $2,600 worth, right?
No.
That's the way it goes. Your case is dismissed.
Case number 52 on the calendar in the matter of Morrow versus Mitchell Hanna. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats.
Which one are you?
Mitchell.
Your first name?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, that's not an appropriate way to come to court. If you ever have to go to court again, you don't come to court showing your midriff. Do you understand? It's inappropriate. That's much better. Again. Try it again. Good. Miss Morrow, you were at a friend's house. According to your complaint, these two girls took off in your car without your permission and wrecked it. You want them and their parents to be responsible for that.
Right.
Okay. And there is no question on the other side that you did not have her permission to drive the car at that time. Is that right?
I thought we did.
I didn't care what you thought. Neither one of you had permission to drive her car at that time. One of you took the keys and one of you was driving. Is that correct?
Yes.
So all you have to do, Miss Morrow, is hand me the estimate. The car's not running anymore?
No.
Okay, good. So I have the Blue Book breakdown for the car. Okay, you were at a friend's house. Your car is parked outside. Who's going to talk first?
I will.
Fine.
Okay, we were all at my house, and Nikki got mad at Brooke. Well, she wasn't really mad.
Nikki got mad at the plaintiff.
Yes, because of boy problems.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry. And she wanted to talk to me, so I said, let's go for a walk. And we went back in the house, and I told everybody that we were going to go for a walk, and she went back into, like, by my room. And we went back outside and walked around my house, and when we were walking outside my house, she handed me Brooke's keys. And I said, what are you doing? And she's all, we're going to take Brooke's car. I said, well, does Brooke know? Because I don't want to take her car without her knowing. And she said, yeah, she knows. I asked her when we went back inside. I didn't really think it was that big of a deal because Brooke lets us drive her car all the time. So I was just like, okay, because she wanted to talk to me. So we got in the car and we started driving.
Who's we driving?
I was driving.
How old are you?
15.
So you have no license?
No.
Go ahead.
And we were driving around neighborhoods, and as I was making a left-hand turn, Nikki says to me, get on the curb and let's have some fun. And I was like, no, 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 don't be stupid. I don't want to get in a car accident. And as I was making the turn, she turned the wheel.
I did not grab the wheel, Your Honor.
Don't speak yet.
And then we ran into the house. And
You ran into a house with her car?
Yeah.
Idiot. All right, now let's see your version of what happened.
What happened was me and Jenny were outside of her house, and
We were sitting there talking, and she was mad because of this guy that she was talking to, her ex-boyfriend. He was there, and he was getting ready to go to a girl's house, and she said, "Nikki, go get the keys." And I said, "Okay." I went and got him out of the bathroom, and I came back and I handed him to her, and she said, "Okay, let's go." So we...
All right, let's stop right there. Miss, it wasn't my fault. I had nothing to do with it. She told you to go get the keys.
Yes.
And you went into the bathroom. You didn't go to the plaintiff and say, "Can I have the car keys? Can I borrow your car?"
No.
You just went into the bathroom. Now, where in the bathroom were her car keys?
They were on the sink.
And I assume you had seen them there before.
Yes.
Because that's not usually where you keep car keys, on the bathroom sink, right?
No.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 16.
So you went inside, did not get permission
No.
from anybody, just took the car keys, came outside, and gave them to your friend. Now, do you have a driver's license?
No, I don't.
So you took the keys, gave them to her,
Yes.
unlicensed, and you took off.
Yes.
Now tell me what happened when you took off.
We went driving around, and we went into this country club area. It was really nice, and we were driving, and she said, "Let's go up on the curb." And I was like, "You can do whatever, but be careful." And so she was going around a corner, and I guess she lost control and stepped on the gas instead of the brake, and we hit the house on the corner. And as soon as we had wrecked, she said, "I accidentally stepped on the gas instead of the brake."
I never said that. It's not really what happened.
And then we got out.
All right, now, which parent belongs to this genius? Stand up, please. Your last name is Mitchell?
Yes.
I would like you to, in 30 seconds or less, tell me why your daughter isn't responsible for half the damage.
Is not responsible?
Yeah.
She is responsible for half the damage.
That's right. Have a seat. You're Mr. Hanna?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to tell me in 30 seconds or less why your daughter isn't responsible for half the damage?
For one, she wasn't the driver of the vehicle, and at 12:30 at night, I expect my daughter, when she's spending the night at her friend's house, to be at that friend's house and not be leaving. The next morning, when I went over to the house to pick the kids up, there's empty beer containers and a keg of beer in the living room floor.
What does that have to do with her stealing car keys and going for a joyride in somebody's car? Nobody's alleging that anybody was drunk.
I didn't
Your
say
daughter
that.
didn't say that she was drunk or the other girl was drunk. What does one thing have to do with another?
She wasn't driving the vehicle.
She stole the keys. She stole the keys. What word would you like me to explain to you?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I think that you're pretty stupid to have allowed, even in the past, either of these two girls to drive your car. And if you're going to do stupid things, you got to be prepared for the consequences.
And later today,
I banged on the roof of the car. I cursed at her.
He was enraged and asked me to open up my driver's side door. And I told him, "What are you, crazy? I'm not opening up my door."
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 19-year-old Brooke Morrow says former friends, 15-year-old Jennifer Mitchell and 16-year-old Nikki Hanna stole the keys to her car and wrecked it. Jennifer and Nikki are blaming each other for the accident.
Okay, she stole the keys and gave it to the person who drove the car, and she went with her.
She didn't put a gun to her head and say, "You have to drive."
Let me explain something to you, sir. I assume that you are not in the legal profession. So let me explain something to you. If two people are walking in the street and they see a brand new car, and one of them says, "I'm going to jimmy open the door. When I do, you get in and drive, and we're going to take this car for a drive." And that's what they do. They are equally as guilty. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, your daughter went into a house, stole somebody else's keys, because when you take something without permission, that is a theft, gave them to her co-conspirator, who happened to drive the car. But your daughter is 16, and your daughter knows that she doesn't have a license to drive a car, shouldn't be driving a car. So not only did your daughter steal the car keys, but she gave the car keys to somebody who she knew shouldn't be driving and got in the car and drove with her. So they are equally as responsible. I want to know who paid for the damage that was done to the house.
The homeowner's insurance paid for that.
What a shame. I would have loved to have had that case. When did you get this car?
August of 2000.
It was a gift?
Yeah.
Who bought it for you?
My grandparents.
How much did they pay for it?
$1,000.
Who did they buy it from?
My stepdad.
So they got a good deal, right? You got a good deal on the car because its present wholesale value is, according to this, $1,250.
Yeah, he knocked off a couple hundred.
Of course he did. Now, I have one question to ask you. Well, maybe two. Have you given permission at any other time for either of these two girls to drive your car?
Yes.
Why?
Just being nice. Just letting them, just for fun.
How old are you?
19.
I want you to listen to me very carefully. You risk everything when you let somebody drive your car that is unlicensed. Not only do you risk them having a serious accident and hurting somebody, and you would be responsible for that, but if they were in an accident, your insurance company wouldn't cover that. They would say, sue her. I assume you don't have a lot of money right now, but someday you will, and if you're going to do stupid things, you got to be prepared for the consequences. Anyway, I just changed my mind. I was going to give you the wholesale value of the car. I'm just knocking it down to $1,000 that was paid for the car because I think that you're pretty stupid to have allowed even in the past either of these two girls to drive your car. And I'm awarding you $1,000, and each of the girls will pay $500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
They had ran my car into a house and it was total. I didn't touch the wheel. They stole it and wrecked it. And
She did. Grab the wheel.
we're not friends anymore.
No, we
We're
aren't
not
friends.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Brosnan versus Rios. Step forward, please.
Food service worker Kathleen Brosnan is suing New York firefighter Stephen Rios for kicking her car in a fit of road rage.
Miss Brosnan, it is your claim that the defendant, while in a fit of road rage, caused some damage to your car by punching it or kicking it.
Yes.
You didn't know him before?
No.
You were just driving along a parkway?
Yes.
Is that right? Mr. Rios seems to acknowledge that he lost his temper on that day. He was having a bad day. But he said he caused no damage to your car. So, tell me when this happened.
On September 22nd.
Where?
On the Southern State Parkway.
Can you hold on one second? Stand still, because you're making me a little
Okay.
woozy.
The Southern State Parkway at exit 17.
And did you get on at exit 17?
No. I was driving on the parkway and the incident had happened at exit 17.
What incident?
The incident where he had chased me and kicked my car.
Tell me about him chasing your car.
Okay. I was driving on the parkway on September 22nd. I was going to my boyfriend's job. And around exit 17, I noticed that Mr. Rios was a little bit too close behind my car. So I sped up a little bit to let him know that he was too close to me. And when I did that, he sped up too. And after he sped up, I went to turn on my right-hand signal to change lanes.
You were driving in the fast lane?
Yes. And I wanted to get in the right-hand lane over at the other side. And Mr. Rios did the same thing and almost cut me off. And then I proceeded to go into the next lane.
So you were driving in the fast lane, the speeding, they strike speeding lane, the passing lane.
Yes.
And he was behind you, and then you got over to the middle lane.
Yes.
And he got over to the middle lane.
Yes.
And then you got over to the far right lane.
Yes.
The slow lane, the granny lane.
Yes.
Did he follow you over to the granny lane?
Yes, he did. And I proceeded to, I sped away to get away from him.
A little nervous? Okay, take a breath. What exit did you get off the parkway?
I got off the parkway at exit 32.
And what happened when you got off at exit 32?
When I get off at exit 32, I was ready to go to sit for a red light, and I didn't notice Mr. Rios behind me. Mr. Rios sped his car in front of mine to cut me off, and I slammed on the brake so that I don't cause an accident. And when he did this, he proceeded to get out of his van, and he cursed me and asked me to open up my driver's side door. And I told him, "What are you, crazy? I'm not opening up my door." So after this, he was enraged, and after that, he had kicked my car.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kathleen Brosnan says fellow motorist Stephen Rios chased her down and kicked her car in a fit of road rage. Stephen admits he lost his temper, but claims he caused no damage.
Okay. Now, what time of the day or night was this?
1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So it was light out?
Uh-huh.
Can I see the damage to
Sure.
the car, please?
It's right there.
And you were driving alone?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rios. Now I'll hear you, sir.
It certainly didn't follow her at exit 17 or 19 because I didn't get on the Southern State Parkway until approximately exit 26. I commute the same way. I've been driving here for over 22 years coming home from work. I observed the gray car get onto the parkway at somewhere around exit 27, I thought. They were one of those people, they're bobbing in the right lane, left lane, trying to get nowhere, going nowhere fast. At that point, I observed the car, what I perceived was probably going to try to squeeze in front of me with not enough room. So I tried to, move up a little bit so they wouldn't come in. They cut in front of me. After about maybe a quarter mile, we were 2 feet off each other's bumper.
No, we weren't 2 feet off each other's bumper,
right.
Mr. Rios. You were 2 feet off her bumper.
Right. She squeezed in front of me.
No, she squeezed in front of you, and then you were 2 feet off her bumper. You're not 2 feet off each other's bumper.
But there was maybe 20 feet between me and the car in front of me. So I perceived she squeezed in front of me with not enough room to be in a safe driving area.
I'm following you,
Okay.
but then you said you were proceeding.
Right. We
And
proceeded.
you were proceeding, and you were on her tail.
Yes.
All right. I got it.
At that point in time, I didn't realize whether it was a guy or a girl. They were hitting their brakes. I decided to move into the right lane, get away from it. The car started making 4 or 5 attempts to actually cut me off. At that point in time, they were so close to me, I actually thought they made contact with my car. As we got up to exit 32, I saw the car get off the ramp. I followed them off the ramp, and right off the ramp, there was a stop sign. So I cut in front of the car and jumped out because I thought they were trying to get away. When I got to the window, I realized it was a woman, and she closed the window. She was cursing me, giving me the finger. So I banged on the roof of the car. I cursed at her and then drove away. At the next light, she was behind me now. She got out of her car and approached my window. I got out. We exchanged words in the street, and that was what I thought was the end of it.
By the way, what exit do you get off at to go to your home?
I get off at exit 42. I take the parkway to the end, and then
Fine.
I have to continue
So you
further on.
actually exited the parkway at that point to follow the plaintiff.
No, I did not exit to follow her.
Yes, you did.
You
You exited to follow the plaintiff.
I believe she had struck my car, so I got...
No, Mr. Rios, please. I don't want you to make up any story, sir.
I am not making
That's
up any
making
stories.
up a story.
No.
If you drive and commute every day, you know whether somebody hits your car or not. And you exited the parkway because you were angry. That's not your exit.
I actually believed that she made contact with my vehicle, and I was scared for my life. I'd been commuting for over...
Shh, please. Mr. Rios, I read your answer. I mean, if you stick with your answer, maybe you'll be successful here today so that you won't get pulverized. Your answer was that you had a very bad day and that you lost your temper. Well, that's what you said.
No.
Yeah, that's what you said.
I did not say I had a very bad day.
Well, I would suggest, sir, your answer was you were returning from a funeral of a fellow firefighter.
Right.
Okay, on that day. That's a bad day. That wasn't an ordinary work day. That was a bad day. And you say you lost your temper. And you say you acknowledge hitting her car.
Yeah,
you acknowledge hitting her car. Your
defense
defense is that you didn't cause any damage.
I had been commuting for over 20 years, the same route. I've never had an experience like this in my life. And I actually thought she made contact with my car. She was so close to me.
Mr.
I
Rios.
followed her off the parkway to stop her because I thought she was trying to get away. And then I banged on the roof of her car. Yes.
Now, Mr. Rios, you followed her off the parkway because you thought she was trying to get away.
Right.
Then you got out of your car, and what did you do?
I approached the car.
You got out of your car, and the first thing you did was approach her car.
Yes.
And what did she say to you?
She had the windows rolled up, and she was making gestures with the window closed up.
Okay, and then you hit her, according to you, the roof of her car, the hood of her car. Is that right? And then what is the very next thing you did?
I walked away.
You walked away where?
I walked to my car, got in my car, and actually drove away.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rios, did you tell me every single thing that happened from the time you followed her off the parkway until the time you got back into your car?
Yes.
What happened, Mr. Rios, to your examining your car to see if it was damaged in any way? Where's that step, Mr. Rios? If what you say is true, that you followed her off the parkway because you thought she had damaged your car, the first thing that you do once you cut her off is to take a look and see, is my car damaged or is my car not damaged? If my car is not damaged, then I get back into my car and I go away. If you're making up a story, which is exactly what you did, then you don't even bother to look at your car.
No, I'm not making up a story.
Does that sound logical to you, Bert?
Totally.
Totally. Let me see an estimate, please. Mr. Rios, you lost your temper. Lost your temper, you pay for the damage. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $543.15. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Martinico versus Lane. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Martinico, you claim a loan to the defendant in the amount of $1,500. The defendant acknowledges that you gave her $1,500, but she said it was a gift and you're becoming a pain. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me how you know her and how it came about that you gave her this money.
Okay, Your Honor, I've known Wendy Lane for approximately 2 years through the restaurants that she worked at. She worked at 3 different restaurants. I met her at the one in Warren originally.
So you were a customer?
Yes, and then we became friends, and she started coming over, and I've seen her a few
Coming
times.
over where?
My house.
Okay. When did she start to come over to your house?
I would say in February
February of this year?
of 2001.
We're in 2002 now, sir.
2000. I'm a little nervous. 2002, yes.
Okay.
2002.
And when did you give her the money?
In February.
Tell me the circumstances, sir, of you giving her the money.
Okay, she said she had to move out of her mother's house, that her mother was putting locks on the doors, and she had to get out that night, and she wanted to get her own place, needed a down payment, $1,500.
Where was she and where were you when she told you that, sir?
She was in the restaurant, then she came over to my house, and I tried to avoid her that day. I went riding around for an hour and a half, and she said she waited in my driveway for an hour and a half, because I didn't want to give her that money, loan her that money. That was a lot of money to loan. And I didn't really believe her. But, you know, I had the feelings for her, and I have the proof that I withdrew $1,500.
She doesn't say that you didn't give her the money, sir. That's not her defense.
It was a loan.
Well, do you have any proof that it was a loan?
Just that I took the money out.
Well, we know that she took the money out because she acknowledges that she received it. So you're telling me that she was waiting for you in the driveway?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid her so I wouldn't be the nice guy and give her the money, you know, loan her the money.
Then you went home and found her in your driveway.
Yes.
And what happened next?
She came in and we talked and I loaned her the money and she said she would pay me back weekly.
Just a minute. So you had gone to the bank before you came home?
No, I had got this money like a week or so before I even loaned her the money.
So you were prepared. You had this $1,500 prepared to give to her.
To loan her.
Listen to me. You had this $1,500 prepared to give to her at least a week in advance.
Yeah, because she had asked me.
Listen, sir, you really can't think that fast. You understand? I know you think you can, but you can't. So you already had the amount of money that she requested a week in advance of her coming to your house, according to you, and waiting for you in the driveway.
Right, because she had been asking me.
I understand. And you had it already. So according to you, you weren't sure whether you wanted to do it because it was a lot of money.
Right.
Right. Now I got it. Okay. So you gave her the $1,500 when she was at your house. Is that what you're saying?
I ended up loaning it to her, yes.
Listen to my question. At your house, you gave her the $1,500.
Yes.
Did you see her after you gave her the money?
No, she told me she would call me that night and let me know where she moved. I never heard anything, so I got suspicious and, you know, thinking, okay, she just used me, which I had the suspicions because I had given her gifts before, but this was a loan. And she said she would call me, let me know where she moved, so she never did. So I went up to the restaurant where she worked at that time, and she told me she didn't want to see me anymore and she didn't owe me anything. And I gave her a videotape back that she had gave me.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is not true.
You'll get your turn in a minute.
And that was that. Never heard from her. Then I asked her, did you move out of your mother's house? She said no.
Okay.
That was the idea of getting the loan.
What was the repayment arrangement that you made with her?
She said she'd pay me $20 a week, whatever she could pay me weekly. And like I said, I never heard anything.
All right, Miss Lane, it's your turn.
I've been waitressing since I was 14 years old. I'm 23 now. About 6 years ago, I met him. He was a regular in our restaurant.
He had an elderly friend that used to come in with him.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I don't want to hear you interrupt her.
He would have decaf coffee, and his elderly friend.
Can we get there, please?
Sure, I would have his table set up for him.
Can we get there, please?
He given me gifts, 2 necklaces, teddy bears, candy, every time he seen me in the restaurant. He would come and see me in the restaurant 3 times a
So
day.
you realized he was smitten with you?
Right.
For how long have you known that he was smitten with you?
A few years.
And when he gave you these gifts, necklaces, teddy bears, whatever, you thanked him?
Correct.
And you took them?
Correct.
Did it ever occur to you that that wasn't a smart thing to do?
I didn't want to feel as if I didn't want to be rude to him, you know what I mean?
All right. So you accepted the gifts?
Exactly.
Now let's get to the money.
I mentioned to him that I wanted to pay my car off, and I wanted to move out of my mother's house.
Where were you when you mentioned this to him?
All American.
At a place where you worked?
Restaurant, yes.
Yes.
And a couple days later, he said that he would give me the money because he was a friend, and he needed a friend, I needed a friend, and he was going to help me out.
Mm-hmm.
He called me up and told me to come over and pick up the money, which I did come there, and I did receive the money. And he's told me to call him, and I said, okay, I will. 2 days later, he came into the restaurant, threw my video at me, made a big scene in my restaurant. My boss got very upset about that, and he said, well, where are you moving to? And I said, well, I was thinking about moving up north by my sister's house. He was all red in the face, big-eyed, like he was like on drugs or something. He got very upset about it and left, which, mind you, he wanted a relationship with me, wanted me to move in with him.
Had he mentioned that to you before he gave you the money?
Yes.
He had?
He mentioned it to me quite a few times.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You try to do the right thing. Maybe you can change. If not, you'll grow up and you'll have the same kind of amoral adulthood as you have had as a teenager and young adult. And if you don't understand it, then you didn't raise her right. It's partially your fault.
And later today...
Look at me. I mean, you're making a whole big story. Did you sell the table for $100?
No.
How much did you get for the table?
Not anything. Nothing.
When you can't look at me in the eye and tell me the story, that means that you're lying.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 47-year-old Richard Martinico says former friend 23-year-old Wendy Lane refuses to pay back a loan. Wendy says Richard wants a relationship.
I am ready to make my decision. The legal decision, Miss Lane, is in your favor.
Okay.
But not the moral one. Is this person related to you?
This is my mother.
All right. I assume that your mother knows that you didn't do the right thing. Quiet. When a young woman knows that a man is acting like a jerk, she doesn't encourage him. So your baloney that you accepted the necklaces and the teddy bears and the other gifts because you didn't want to make him feel badly, you didn't want to be rude, is a lot of baloney. Do you understand me? To top that off, you were aware of the fact, according to you, that he wanted more of a relationship with you. According to you, he mentioned it to you several times, many times, at every place that you worked. So instead of maintaining a professional relationship with him, you took advantage of him by being an amoral young lady. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Put your hand down. Amoral. You didn't do the right thing. When somebody that you're not interested in at all shows you signs of affection or tries to buy your affection, the moral thing to do is to say, I'm really not interested. I think you're a very nice man, but I would prefer to stay with people my own age. I have a boyfriend. I'm not interested in you that way. And I certainly wouldn't take any money from you. You asked him for money. I've read your answer. You told him you needed money because you wanted to pay off your car and move away from your mother's house.
Correct.
That's not a business relationship. You got me?
Yes.
You try to do the right thing. You're still young enough. Maybe you can change. If not, you'll grow up and you'll have the same kind of amoral adulthood as you have had as a teenager and young adult. Amoral. And if you don't understand it, then you didn't raise her right. It's partially your fault. Your case is dismissed. You were an old fool. It cost you $1,500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I told him I did not want no relationship with him. I was not looking for one.
There was a relationship.
I have a boyfriend that I've been with for 9 years of my life.
We were intimate.
Take a look at my daughter and take a look at that.
She did lead me on.
Why would there even be a relationship? He's kind of old.
I have a nice, very pretty 29-year-old girlfriend now. I have a picture of her in my pocket.
Why would he want to pursue a little girl?
I'm talking now, please.
You are sick.
I am not sick.
He needed a friend, I needed a friend. That's how it was.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Froberg versus Gatewood. Step forward, please.
Registered nurse Kathy Froberg is suing her ex-boyfriend, artist Silas Gatewood, for the return or the value of a kitchen table. Silas says the table was worth $20.
All right. The case is not a very difficult one, except for certain time frames, which I think will be dispositive of how this case goes. Ms. Froberg, the defendant was your boyfriend for a while, and he also has some talent with regard to fixing things artistically. You had an old table, not worth very much.
No.
Small table, sat 4 people.
That's correct.
And the defendant, at some point in the relationship, said, I want to paint something on this table. I want to create a piece for you. And he took the table, and he did. Painted a scene on the table, and it took you quite some time to do that. Is that right?
That's right, correct.
And you brought the table back ultimately months later, and you liked the table, but you
I loved
noticed
it.
that your artwork was not perfect. There were some bubbles in the finish. So you said, let me take it back, and I want to fix it up, make it perfect for you.
Correct.
So far, correct? See how good you were in preparing the papers? He took the table back, and at some point, the two of you parted your ways. Now you want your table back. Defendant says you waited a very long time, and he ultimately gave the table away, or sold it. I don't know which one. Did you give it away or sell it?
Basically gave it away.
No. Mr. Gatewood. Basically,
There was no money exchanged hands. I gave it
did you
away.
barter it for something else?
I regifted it.
What do you mean you regifted it? What does that mean?
Well, I gave it to a friend who ultimately said, where's this table going? I said, it's Kathy's table. She's not coming to get it. And he said, can I have it? And I jokingly said, she owes me there's a $100 discrepancy here. She's not coming forward with the $100. I said, you can pay me or give me a,
Look at
$100.
me. I mean, you're making a whole big story. Did you sell the table for $100?
No.
Did you get $100 for the table?
No.
How much did you get for the table?
Not anything. Nothing.
Well, then where were we going with this $100?
And Your Honor...
Shut up, but just a minute. Mr. Gatewood, please. I have limited patience. Bird has less. When you can't look at me in the eye and tell me the story, that means that you're lying.
Okay.
Okay? So I want to know, regifted, she owed me $100. What was exchanged for the table?
Nothing.
So what were you starting to tell me the story about $100?
Basically, he was going to fix a window for me. That was basically a trade. I said, if I give you this table, could you fix a couple windows? And he agreed. So I got a window repair.
So you bartered?
Bartered, yes.
For the table?
Your Honor, may I speak?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now I want some dates from you, Ms. Froberg. In what month and year did you give the table to Mr. Gatewood to create
In the
this
year
masterpiece?
2001 in June.
And when did he return the table to you?
August.
Is that correct so far, Mr. Gatewood?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how long did you keep the table in your house before you took it back to fix the bubbles?
About a month.
So far, correct. And when did you and the defendant part social company?
End of October of 01.
And when, for the first time, did you ask him for the table?
After we broke up finally. I asked him
Which
for the
was
table.
when?
I asked him in November of 01. And my mother asked him as well.
And what did he say?
He spoke with my mother. He returned my call and spoke with my mother in November and said that he had been offered $1,000 for the table.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kathy Froberg says ex-boyfriend Silas Gatewood refuses to return her kitchen table. Silas says after it sat in his house for 5 months, he bartered it.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with the plaintiff's mother?
Yes, I did.
Is this your mom?
This is my mother.
Could you step up here, please? What is your last name?
Voris.
Ms. Voris, you had a conversation with the defendant. Tell me about that conversation. He returned the call that your daughter had placed to him.
Yes.
You answered the phone.
Yes, and I asked him, since Thanksgiving was coming, if we could have the table back, since I was having a lot of company and I needed it as a work area in the kitchen. And he proceeded to tell me his complaints about Kathy and different things that had happened and gone on. And I said, well, you know, you have to take that up with Kathy, but in the meantime, I'd like to have the table back. We've got the 4 chairs sitting in the kitchen with no table in there.
It's a playground for the cats.
Okay.
So I listened for about 45 minutes, and there was one particular instance that he brought up, something about she borrowed money from him and never paid it back. And I said, well, you have to, again, take that up with her. I don't know anything about that. The only thing I know about is the table.
And he said?
He said, all right, I'll talk to Kathy. And we never got the table.
So that was the extent of the conversation?
On that date.
Did
But
you
I
ever
talked
have
to him.
another conversation
Right.
with him? When?
At about Christmas, I called again and said, please, you know. Kathy didn't want to talk to him because she said, I don't want to get aggravated during the holidays. And I said, well, I have no animosity toward him. I'll talk to him and ask him if we can't get this settled. At least be friends. They've been friends for 12 years, and all of a sudden now this is a no speaking situation. And so I called him again, and he told me that she really yelled at him after a certain episode that took place at their house, and that he had never been talked like that before in his life. And we never really discussed the table after my initially asking him for the table back. It always got back off onto Kathy. So we didn't get the table again.
Did you ever speak to him after that?
Yes. January and February.
Was the table the subject of those 2
Yes.
conversations?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about those 2 conversations?
Just basically the same thing, and he would complain about Kathy again.
Okay. That's it? Thank you. When did you barter the table for the windows, in what month?
About a month and a half ago.
What month?
It was March.
Well, Mr. Gatewood, you explain to me why, after the plaintiff and or her mother discussed with you in October, November, December, January, and February, asked for the return of this table, why in March did you feel as if you had the right to barter this table to somebody else?
It had been left at my house for 5 months.
She asked for it.
She owed me $100. I said, when you pay me the $100 that you borrowed, you could have the table. I said, I'm holding the table for $100 since our relationship is over with. Just give me the $100, come get the table. It's as simple as that.
No. You know why it's not simple, Mr. Gatewood? Let me explain to you why it's not simple. Because you made a gift to her. You were merely putting the final touches on this gift to her. You have no right to sell, which is what you did, sell her property. Whether you do it by way of barter or cash, the bottom line is the same. This way, you didn't pay the tax man, you just bartered property. You had absolutely no right to do that, sir. None. Now, the only issue is the value of the table. Now, Ms. Froberg, I would like you to tell me how you value this table. It was an old table. It had probably no value on its own unless you count what he did to the table as adding to its value, which you have to. So now you have a table with certain enhanced value, but I don't know how to put a price on it.
He said he was offered $1,000 for it.
When did he say he was offered $1,000?
When
You told that to your mother, but she didn't mention that to me.
He said it to me as well in November.
I want you to tell me, Mr. Gatewood, and be very careful because I'm going to, if I have a mind to, check on this. I want you to tell me about the windows that this gentleman took care of for you in exchange for the table. Describe the windows.
It was a sliding window, a screen. He fixed the screen. Basically, he fixed the screen.
You know, I don't believe a word you say to me. Basically, screen is not a window and then a couple of windows.
Well, it's a window screen. He installed it years and years ago. The screen had broken, and he says, I'll fix it for you. The table sat there for months. So it just sat there.
Forget the table. I've already determined that you did the wrong thing when you gave
Okay,
me
yes,
part
Your
of the
Honor, I
table.
did.
I asked you about the windows. Now you come to screens. That's why I don't believe you, sir.
Well, it's a
I want you
window
to tell
screen.
me, what did he do? Did he put a patch in the window for a nickel?
The screen was warped where the window was, and he repaired the window, or the screen part of the window.
That's one window. You said a couple of windows.
No. Just one. I said, the table's worth more than one.
You can't even look at me. You can't even look at me. You're looking over at the carpet. What's
Okay,
the
I'm
problem
sorry.
with
I'm
looking
sorry,
at
Your
me?
Honor.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may see the calendar in the matter of Fong versus Chung. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Miss Fong, you tell a very, very aggressive story about actions taken by the defendant, who was then your boyfriend. For some reason, which I'm sure you will explain, you decided that you didn't want to prosecute this case criminally. Is that right?
Yes.
When did this incident take place?
January 27th.
Tell me what happened on January 27th.
Defendant Albert Chen, he discovered that I was going to display clothes at a ballroom dance school, and he became very jealous. And
he went with you?
He insisted that he had to go. While we were there, he took me into a storage room. He started screaming at me, calling me names. He also attempted to burn my clothes and burn my face using the lighter.
In the storage room?
Yes, he tried to injure me and burn my face.
You managed to get free, according to your complaint, from the storage room. Is that right?
Yes, there are people there, and people knocked on the door. He left, and when I tried to leave, he was still behind my car.
And he got into the car with you?
Yes, so I gave him a ride home. While I was driving, he blew anger at me. He punched in the windshield and tried to break the window. He also pulled the handbrake, tried to stop the car, and he yelled at me and tried to grab me out of the car. He said he wanted to die with me. And there are policemen behind us, and they took him out of the car.
You were actually taken into custody. Is that right, sir?
No, the police took me out because I have a open can of the beer, and then they thought I was drunk. But
Where did they put you, Mr. Chung?
On the street.
They left you just on the street?
On the street.
You left, is that right?
I told the policeman I was very scared. I do not want the defendant to be in my car again. The police officers told me I could file a police report. And
did you do that?
Yes, I went to a local station and filed a police report.
That night?
That night. And an emergency restraining order was granted to me that night.
And what happened when you got home?
When I stepped into my house, it was close to 2 o'clock in the morning. I heard defendant Albert Chen leave a message on my recording. He sounded angrily on the phone. He threatened me to pick up the phone. I did not pick up the phone. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. I knew it was him, so I did not answer. And I tried to call 911. And defendant called in my phone at the same time, so I could not dial out. He threatened me to give him $35 for the taxi fare.
For the cab fare?
Yes. I refused, but he threatened that he'd make a scene out of it and wake up my neighbors. So I brought the money out and gave it to him. He forced his way in. Once he's inside, he grabbed on me and threw me on the ground. He got on top of me. He twisted my wrist. He injured my spine and my joint. And he attempted to rape me by pulling down and ripping my pants. And I brought my evidence of the ripped and torn pants.
I don't have to see them.
The elastic was broken.
Go ahead.
And I started screaming, and he stopped. For the rest of the night, he abused me by threatening me to drain the toilet cleaner. He forced me to smell lighter gas. He threatened me that if I reported to police, he would kill me.
How did it come about that he left your apartment?
My mother called about 9 o'clock in the morning. The first time he did not let me answer the phone. I said, if I don't answer, my mother will call the police. Then he let me answer the phone. My mother said she was coming over. So then the defendant left. And I called the police and made the second police report. But I told the police officers that I do not want him to be arrested because I was too scared that this guy will retaliate.
Let me see the police report.
This is the first police report. This is the second one. And at the bottom, it stated that I asked the officer to not arrest the defendant.
Why?
Because I was too terrified.
Then why do you come to court now, Ms. Fong?
Because it's 4 months after, and also putting him in jail is very intense, that he will become very angry and retaliate. I also have the photos of the policeman took on me. It was
kicking on my face that was injured. Also on the damaged carpet, on the damaged closet door, and the damaged portable closet, and also the burned clothes. The policeman also took his lighter and burned the clothes for evidence.
All right, Mr. Chung, I have a couple of questions for you, sir, because I've read your answer. Now, there is no question that you did, in fact, pull the emergency brake. Is that right?
Yeah, I did pull the emergency brake, the handbrake, yes. I want to mention why I need to pull the handbrake, because I told her to stop the car because I feel we were arguing in her car and she drives pretty dangerous. That's why
I read your story. That's not a reason to pull a handbrake.
Okay.
She hadn't been drinking that night you had. You had an open can of beer, is that right?
Right.
Okay. So the police took you out of the car. And how long did you stand out on the street waiting for a taxi cab?
Around like an hour and a half.
And you were very angry at that time.
Yes, I was angry.
Then why did you go to her house that night? Because there's no question that you went back to her house. Is that right?
Right.
Now, you didn't live with her.
I did not live with her.
Then why did you go back to her house after being very angry? Listen to me, Mr. Chung, because I'm very smart. You tried to get out of the car. She wouldn't let you out of the car, according to you. You were so frightened of the way she was driving erratically that you pulled the emergency brake on the car, according to you. Is that right?
Yes.
The police came and rescued you. Is that right?
No,
they rescued you by getting you out of the car. Is that right?
Right, that's getting me out.
That's according to you. They rescued you by getting you out of the car. Now you're rescued. She can't hurt you anymore with the car. So, quiet.
Excuse me.
I'm speaking.
Okay.
So you're standing outside for an hour and a half, and it's very late at night. About midnight?
And midnight.
And very cold.
And really, really cold.
And you don't live with her.
No.
Then why don't you go home?
Because...
No, look at me. Why don't you go home?
Because I was angry, and I heard she told the police I'm making trouble on her, and I was angry. I just wanted to go to her home.
So you were angry.
Right.
So now you arrive at her house after having had a little to drink, being out in the cold for an hour and a half, and you're very angry. And what do you do when you get to the house, Mr. Chung?
I want to talk to her.
What do you do? Did you call her and tell her you wanted $35 for a cab?
Oh, I did.
She gave you the $35 for the cab. Is that right?
Right.
Was the cab waiting for you?
They kept waiting for me.
And then you went back upstairs.
Right.
Why did you go back to her apartment?
I was angry, and I know I was stupid. I go back to her house.
So what did you do to her when you got to the apartment?
I argued with her.
Tell me how you argued with her,
okay.
sir.
I told her, you know, how come she just ignoring me? And when the police come, she told the police just don't know me, something like that, just like her, just like friend.
Are you telling me, sir, that you didn't put your hands on her?
Oh, I never put my hand on her.
No, he's lying.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Manessa Fong says ex-boyfriend Albert Chung injured her during a sexual assault. Manessa says Albert terrorized her over the course of 24 hours.
How long did you stay there that evening?
All night.
Did she ask you to leave?
She never asked me to leave.
That's a lot of baloney, sir. That's baloney. Because even if you were only arguing with her verbally, she would have asked you to leave.
She didn't ask me to leave. She let me sleep in her living room at the floor. She told me, because I'm legally blind, I'm visually impaired, I cannot drive, and it was late, around like 2 o'clock, and she let me sleep in her living room, and next morning she woke me up, and then I left. But we were arguing for a long time.
Right.
Right.
Why do you believe that Miss Fong would have made 2 police reports if you had not threatened her?
Because when the argument, by the time, my language was very strong and insulting her, and she was angry. And I just want to make sure you understand, I didn't do anything physically.
I don't believe that, sir. I believe that you did something physically to her. I believe that you did. I believe that you went there that night and you were very, very angry.
Right.
And when you are very, very angry, based upon something that you did earlier that evening, you, for whatever reason, wanted her to stop the car. And you pull the emergency brake up. You could see good enough to pull up the emergency brake.
I don't need to see, I can feel it.
Just like you can feel her face. You pulled up the emergency brake, which means, Mr. Chung, that you have a temper. And what she did later on that evening, which was, according to you, felt sorry for you and let you sleep on the floor of her apartment, that doesn't sound like the kind of woman who would not let you out of a car if you wanted to get out of the car. So you got a temper. You've got a temper.
What's
and I
temper
believe
mean?
that you punched the windshield on the car. I didn't break it, but I believe that you punched it.
I did.
Sure, because you have a temper. And that was before you were standing outside for an hour and a half in the cold at 1 o'clock in the morning. That was before. After you were really mad because she was ignoring you in the ballroom. Right? Good. You better stay away from her because, you see this judge? You may get some very nice judge if you go near her again. You may get somebody who will be very sympathetic with the fact that you tell them that you can't see, you're legally blind, you're a poor soul, all right? You can't put your hands on anybody. Never. In anger. And get away with it. And I'm just very sorry that she didn't follow through. But I tell you something else. If you ever go near her again, ever, it is very possible that you're going to get unlucky and get somebody just like me. Do you understand? And if you get somebody just like me, you're going to go to jail. And they don't care what your handicaps are. Do you understand?
Yes.
Keep your hands to yourself and stay far away from her. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000 as requested. Stay away from her.
Thank you, Your
Parties are
Honor.
excused. You may step out.
I was terrified. The defendant was threatening me if I arrest him and put him in jail, he would kill me and my family.
I didn't do it. And if I did it, after the police did the full investigation, I already been in the jail.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of McCall versus Wilhelm. Step forward, please.
71-year-old Bourbon McCall is suing his former friend, 32-year-old student Sandra Wilhelm, for unpaid loans and the cost of a car. Sandra says Bourbon's lawsuit is an attempt to keep her in his life.
Mr. McCall, it is your claim in this complaint that you were romantically involved with the defendant and made a series of loans to her, including a car.
Yes, ma'am.
Then she broke it off, and you want your money back.
Yes, Your Honor.
When and where did you meet Mr. McCall?
I met Sandra at a local pub that we both frequented.
Okay. When?
Sometime in March, Your Honor.
And when did you make this first loan?
Well, the first thing that happened, I had bought a computer, and Sandra agreed to come over and download it for me. Then she'd had an accident, and she had picked up a DUI, and her car was wrecked. So I then called her and asked her if I could be of any help to her. She said, well, my mother's got a car, that 88 Crown Victoria. Her mother was asking $2,300 for the car. I gave Sandra $2,300. We went in. She gave us the title. We then proceeded to go down and get it plated and titled.
Did you expect Miss Wilhelm to pay you back the money?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you ever tell her that?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Shh. Quiet. When did you tell her that?
I told her that before we bought the car. I said,
What did you say?
I said, if we buy a car, I'll help you get a car. But I said, I want title to that car. She said, well, how am I going to get plates and insurance and the rest of it? Why don't we just purchase a vehicle? You'll have the first lien on the vehicle so that I'm protected.
Well, the truth of the matter is, you really are not terribly protected. All you are, if you have title to the car, is you're exposed in case she has an accident, in case she doesn't get insurance.
Well, she did that.
I know, but that's a problem. Miss Wilhelm, first of all, how old are you?
32.
How old are you, sir?
71.
Okay. Miss Wilhelm, this, whatever kind of relationship you had with the plaintiff was of relatively short duration. I read your answer very clearly, and your answer says that he clearly wanted more from the relationship than you were prepared to give him.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Can I see the title to the car, please?
Yes.
Who
I
has
just
the
have a
title?
certificate of title.
I'd like to see it, please.
Here's a copy of the title.
And I'd like to see the certificate of
This
title.
is Exhibit B and C showing the registration and the application.
I just want the title to the car.
He has the title.
This is a copy. Who has
Yeah.
the original?
I have the original at home. I just made a copy of it, Your Honor.
Well, that wasn't very smart, sir.
Well, I'm not.
That wasn't very smart because I read the defendant's answer very clearly. She says, Bervin's goal was to control me. When I didn't respond to his advances, he became increasingly hostile. Is that true?
That is correct.
It's not true.
Eventually, I told him that he could have the car back because it's not worth the harassment. That's what you wrote. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Good. Sign the title over to him. Sign it over. Now.
He has the title.
You're going to sign the copy. We'll conform it. Show where to sign, Bird, would you please? You're getting good at that.
Where? He told me he didn't want the car, Your Honor.
Sign the title over to him.
Signature of seller. And print your name.
Now, give it to him, please. Thank you, Bird. Perfect. Now, let's get to the second part of your lawsuit is you made a series of loans to the defendant. When did they start?
Started after we had purchased the automobile. She just needed money time after time, and I felt like we were committed enough. We'd already committed that we would go to Texas once she got through her ordeal, and that she would move with me, take the kids. She wanted out of Indiana, so did I.
She's 40 years your junior.
Yes, I know, Your Honor.
Very foolish.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very foolish. Do you have a promissory note, sir?
No, Your Honor.
You gave her money for a lawyer.
Yes,
How much money did you give her for a lawyer?
$500.
That's not true.
You gave her money to pay her mortgage.
$500.
Did you ever get a note from her for any of those things?
No, Your Honor, I was too involved.
Well, you were too involved, and that's what you get when you're too involved.
That's
sir.
right.
You don't get paid for that.
That's right.
That's stupidity.
Well, I said that myself to myself.
Well, if you said it to yourself, unfortunately, you got to listen to me say it to you again.
That's okay.
So this was a lesson that cost you perhaps a couple of $1,000s. Miss Wilhelm says that you never gave her any money, I assume. Is that right?
That's correct.
Never gave you any money?
No.
I don't know whether I believe you that he never gave you any money. I sort of think he probably did. In any event, you knew each other for a total of maybe 8 weeks. In the 8 weeks, the plaintiff is out a substantial amount of money. I can't get you back all the money that you were out, sir, because I really feel as if you didn't have a contract with her with regard to these cash loans that you made to her, cash gifts that you made to her. But clearly, it was your intention to have a hold on the car, which was the largest amount of money that you turned over to the plaintiff, by having your name placed as a lien holder on the car. That is some evidence of a debt. That is why you got your car back. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Rest of your claim is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Miss Mary, according to your complaint, you loaned the defendant $3,500. You knew him from a previous relationship. You want to tell me when you loaned him the money, what was it for, and where did you get it from?
I loaned him the money in the middle of February. We had known each other about a year and a half prior to. We had been dating. It didn't work out. He couldn't commit. We reconciled at the beginning of the year. He came to me crying about the middle of February, indicating that his life is in danger, that if he didn't have this money, he would be hurt. I trusted him. At that point, he said that he wanted to make this relationship work. I took him for his word. He swindled me.
Where did you get the money from?
It was a tax debt that I owe. I took a loan out on my house.
Interesting. It was a tax debt. What kind of tax debt?
I owe the IRS money from cashing stock in. I took a mortgage out on my house.
Do you have proof of that?
Yes. He knew I was getting a loan for this money. He came to me right about the time it was about to fund.
Let me see.
Your Honor, that's false. I didn't know anything about the loan until after the fact.
He had made an agreement with me, an oral agreement, that he would pay this back before the 15th.
Just a second. Okay, and what date did he come to you in February?
On the 20th.
And what did he tell you that the money was needed for?
I have no idea. He said that his life was in danger. I took
didn't
him for
ask
his
him?
word. I just saw that he was scared.
And you gave him the money in cash?
Yes. He indicated that was the nature of it.
Your Honor, I do have a
Just a
bank
sec.
account. I'm able to cash checks.
Just a second. How much was the amount of your tax bill?
$70,000.
Okay. Go.
Your Honor, this first thing I'd like to present this letter, actually, that I have. It shows
A letter
little-
from what?
It's a letter, actually, from the plaintiff. It shows a little bit of what her word is, and
Your Honor,
That's-
I have
this-
never mailed him any letters.
it obviously has that's the original there, Your Honor, with her signature
Shh,
at the bottom.
I can't read and listen to you at the same time. Okay, just show this to her. That really has nothing to do with this case.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, that goes to show that her word really means nothing, to tell you the truth, Your Honor. This was not a loan.
Well, tell me what
I
it
had
was,
done
sir. I
work
read
for
your
her.
answer. Tell me what it was.
I had done work for her in the middle of last year. My brother as well was working with me at the time. He was my employee. And we had spoken with her, him and I, at the same time, were present, to do anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 worth of work on her home.
That's a lie.
Skylights, countertop, tile,
Just a
replace a
second.
double door in the front entry.
Okay, so you had started to do some work on her house.
That's correct.
When did you start to do the work on her house?
I believe it was July 24th or 25th. We worked there
Of
for 3 days.
2000?
Yes.
And how many days did you work there?
We worked there for 3 days, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
On the third day, we had the job almost completely done, the portion that we were doing, and she said, I'll finish it myself. Had never given us any money for materials besides a $500 check. She had not paid us for our labor,
Just a
which I
second.
had to pay
Wait,
my
wait,
employee.
She gave you $500.
A check, that's correct. And that
Well,
was
the
in
check you
July of
cashed.
2000.
Shh, I'm speaking. She gave you a check for $500, and according to you, you worked there 3 days.
That's correct.
Did you have a contract with her?
We had a verbal agreement.
Did you have a contract with her?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. Because no contractor starts a job that says it's between $8,000 and $10,000. When you
She
do
had a list.
I'm speaking. When you do a contract, you say this item is going to cost this and that item is going to cost that. You don't believe that the work that you did in 3 days was $4,000.
No, it was not, but subsequent to me accepting this job, I turned down numerous other jobs because I was going to be at this job
You
for
have-
anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks.
You have proof of that?
Not on hand, Your Honor.
Well, that's your defense. That's your defense to this action. So you should have proof. Now, you're telling me she just came home one day and said, I don't want you to work on this project anymore.
That's correct, actually, Your Honor. A few days before that, she had told me that she loved me and wanted to be with me. We went to her house that evening. My brother and I spoke with her on doing this work. She had a large list, pulling out bushes, skylights, numerous work around her house that she had just purchased. We told her, okay, we can start in a couple of days. We came by on the Monday of the first part of the week. When we showed up, we asked her to open the garage door so we could unload
So you
materials.
didn't have another job right then?
No. I had told her I could be there on Monday.
Just a second. So you were free immediately?
No, I
My
told her I could
statement
help
was
her
you were
out.
free immediately. She spoke to you the week before. You were able to start that Monday. So you were free. You didn't have any other commitments.
At present, I did not at hand. She had asked me first. I had other jobs that I went to. That's the main reason why.
No. My question was, and your response is, you had no other commitments that prevented you from starting her job immediately.
No, I did not.
Okay.
My father had just passed away, so therefore I was still grieving from his death. I had been taking care of him for the first part of that year as well.
Mr. Johnson, pay attention to me. This is about money. This is not about
I
your
have a bill
father's
here as well
unfortunate
that I normally
demise.
write up for customers
Okay?
that I work
Now,
for.
don't you understand when my mouth is moving? There's only one voice that I hear.
I do apologize, Your Honor.
Good. Now, if you felt that she owed you money in July of 2000, why didn't you sue her?
I had spoken to my attorney on putting a lien on her house, and work picked up at that time, so I just filed the bill away that I had written up for the initial work that we had started.
Then I'd like to see the bill that you say you filled out then in July of 2000.
That's correct, Your Honor.
For the work that you started.
I do believe there's a legal term for this called quantum merit, Your Honor.
You didn't do $4,000 worth of work in 3 days. I know what the legal terms are. Quantum merit means that you are paid for the work that you do.
That's correct.
This is not the work that you did in 2.5 days.
She gave me a check for $500, that is it.
Pay attention. This is not the work that you did in 2.5 days. That's not what your answer is. Your answer is that you gave up other jobs because you had a job that you thought was going to last several weeks. That's your
correct.
defense.
That's correct.
So what are you showing me this bill for $4,000?
That's the work that we started doing. Halfway through that, she decided to tell us, and I'll finish the job myself, because the first day we arrived on the job, she had a new boyfriend there.
Your Honor, the reason that I... Did you remove the countertop?
That's correct.
Did you install a new countertop?
That's correct.
One out of 3.
What do you mean 1 out of 3?
There are 3 countertops. He installed one, gouged the second one, and left the other one standing in my garage.
Just a second. Is it there?
I paid somebody else to correct the job.
That's false, Your Honor. There was one section left not put in, Your Honor, and that was the sink side, and that was the day that she asked us to leave. She would finish the job herself.
I fired him because he verbally assaulted me.
What did he say?
He quoted me that the job would take 3 days, cost about $800. We're talking tile on the floor, kitchen countertops, and a kitchen sink.
The initial job that we had quoted was just the surface.
On the 3rd day, my stove was still not put in its place. The countertops were... My kitchen was not functionable. He kept verbally assaulting me, making rude comments to me.
Your Honor.
Please
I don't want to hear
interrupt
any
me.
interruptions.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Please don't interrupt.
That's a lie. That's a
It is
pure
not
lie.
a lie.
Out. Him. Out. And the next time somebody speaks, I'm going to resolve this case. It's not going to be to their satisfaction.
She's a liar. That's a lie.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? There is not to be any discussion between the two of you, and you are to respond to my questions. That's the way I run a courtroom. If you don't like it, go somewhere else.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Janelle Murray says ex-boyfriend Rule Johnson owes for an unpaid loan.
Okay. You fired them.
Yes.
Did he leave a sink there?
No. I bought my own sink.
Okay.
That's false as well, Your Honor.
Show me the bill.
I don't have the receipts. I'd given them to her at the time.
You're a contractor. Contractors have bills. Can I see
Checks.
it, please? Did you buy a sink set, faucet, and plumbing?
I did not. That was to install her old faucet and plumbing with
You
the
didn't
new
do that.
sink.
Just a second. You didn't do that.
No. That was when she called us.
Just answer my question. You didn't do that.
No.
And you didn't buy the sink.
Yes, I did, Your Honor. That's false.
And you have no proof that you bought a sink, right?
I've got my witness, which you asked to leave the courtroom.
Yeah, because he has big mouth. He doesn't know where he is, and he's not coming back.
Well, when the plaintiff lies, I mean, it's only fair to stand up and say when somebody's a liar.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,500. That's how I resolve a case when you have a big mouth. Thank you.
Have a nice day, Your Honor.
You may step out.
She couldn't accept the fact that she couldn't have me.
He's obviously very full of himself.
She's been obsessive after my brother. She's stalked him.
Ladies, fair warning.
She's a crazy lady.
Pretty faces and money don't mix.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Gilbraith versus Brown. Step forward.
30-year-old electrician Steve Gilbraith is suing his ex-wife, 30-year-old food care supervisor Kristen Brown, for an insurance settlement she received when their marital home burned down.
Mr. Gilbraith, you and the defendant had been married.
Yes, ma'am.
You are now divorced.
Yes, ma'am.
Your claim has to do with some property that was in the marital home. The marital home was destroyed by fire. The defendant was reimbursed for losses in that fire by insurance, and you want to be paid for the stuff that was in the house that belonged to you.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So now I need some dates from you, sir. When were you and the defendant married?
We were married October 7th, 1989, divorced October...
Sure, just a second. I'll ask the questions. When did you separate?
Late 97, 98.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was in January.
Of 1998. And when you separated, you were living in the home that burned down?
At the time, yes, and then I was asked to move out.
No, just a second. Just answer the question. Don't volunteer. Never volunteer. At the time that you separated, you were living in the house that burned down.
Yes.
The divorce became final when?
On October 29th, 99?
Almost 2 years after you had separated.
Yes,
And 1 month later, the house burned down.
that is correct.
After the final divorce.
That is correct.
Now, what property do you claim, sir, was left in the house when you moved out in January of 1998?
They were personal belongings of mine that the defendant had agreed that I could keep there.
You're volunteering information again. I said, what property did you leave in the house?
This is a list of everything, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Galbraith, between January of 1998 and the time of the divorce in October of 1999, had you gone back to the house at all for any of your property?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What property did you go back for?
Mainly at the time, it was my personal clothing and stuff like that. Things that I had left there were items that I was actually working on remodeling my son's room in the house, my tools and stuff like that. The majority of what I took out was my personal clothing at the time.
Mm-hmm. Now, I see a large document in there. Is that your judgment of divorce?
I have my the degree of dissolution here also.
I'd like to take a look at it. This says that at the time of your divorce, you and your wife had allocated all property that belonged to each of you.
That's correct.
And your judgment of divorce says that at the time of this agreement, you have decided whose property belongs to whom, and whoever has physical possession of that property now is the owner of that property. Did you know that?
Yes, ma'am.
The husband and wife agree that each party shall retain as his or her own, free and clear of any claims of the other party, all items of household goods and furnishings presently in his or her possession. That's what it says. So, at the time that the house burned down, sir, all the property in her possession was hers.
The power tools that were in the house I was using to, like I say, to remodel my son's house. Those are tools I use every day on my job. The items that was in there were items that we, her and myself, had agreed verbally that she would allow me to keep there.
Then you put it in this agreement. Did you have an attorney?
At the time, no.
Should have. You signed this.
As I said before, we had a dissolution, and it was an agreement between us in the best interest of our children to keep everything. We've been friends for over 20 years. We tried to keep it in the most friendly possible way we could.
That's fine. What I'm saying to you, Mr. Galbraith, is that you keep it as friendly as possible. But when you outline in an agreement all other property, you talk about the house, you talk about the car, your truck, it names the truck, it names the year of the truck, the make of the truck, the model of the truck that you're going to keep. It talks about the car that she's going to keep, that she's going to keep up the insurance. You have to do certain deed transactions. It talks about all of those things. And then it talks about personal property. And if you had any personal property in that home, you'd just as easily say, listen, we have to put in another paragraph and list all this property that I have in the home that belongs to me. That's very easy. Didn't anybody tell you that, sir? Am I the first person who's told you that?
No, ma'am. I just, as I said, I assumed being friends that we were, that I could take her on her word.
Did you give him your word that this was all of his property?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
This list, which was made April of 2001, well after the fire.
That's how long it took me to get all the records and inventory from the insurance company.
It may be, sir, but you had no insurable interest in the property as of the date of your divorce. Because as of the date of this divorce, you were not the owner of any property that was in her possession. It's a simple legal matter, unless she acknowledges that she was merely holding this property for you. You acknowledge that?
No, ma'am.
However, she knows the tools that were in my son's room and all my stuff that was there in that room was being done for her in regards to the remodel of that home, which I had promised I would finish.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, a fire happened in the home before that.
That may be. But you're not suing under that theory that you were a workman doing renovation in the house. Your tools were there when it burned down, and therefore those tools should be covered by her insurance.
It also says in my agreement any inheritant material that was in the house was also mine.
You're talking about under miscellaneous?
Yes, I had things that were given to me by my deceased mother, and etc.
Mr. Gilbreth, don't pull my leg. Okay. The section that you're reading says the parties agree that each shall retain as his or own, free and clear of any claims of the other, all items of clothing and personal effects presently in his or her possession. The parties further acknowledge and agree that neither party shall have any enforcement rights to the other's inheritance or expectancies, and all future inheritances and expectancies shall remain the property of the inheritor, which means that if somebody dies in your family and leaves you money or property, she cannot claim any of that property. That has nothing to do with your power tools.
No, it has to do with quilts that were made by my mother and my grandmother.
You should have gotten them out before 2 years. Those were not power tools. You don't redo your son's room with quilts.
No, but that's things that she had stored.
Mr. Galbraith, this is a very simple case. You were divorced. At the time of your divorce, the judgment's divorce said all property that you each have in your individual possession belongs to each of you individually, free and clear of any claims by the other. You had the opportunity at the time of the divorce to include this list as property that was in the house that you intended to get back, that it was an agreement with the defendant that you would get back.
She knew
Very
that.
simple. I said including in the judgment of divorce. You did not do that. If you did not do that, you had no interest in any property in her home. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Claim that the defendant, who is your boyfriend's brother, caused damage to your rental car. And
That's
he did
correct.
that in a purposeful manner. Want to tell me when this happened?
This happened on the morning of January 28th.
What time in the morning?
About 8 a.m.
Where were you?
We were over at a mutual friend's house.
What were you doing there?
I was driving by to pick up my rental car I had let my boyfriend use to take his friends home.
Okay, so your boyfriend was driving your rental car.
Correct.
Took his friends home. What time had he taken your rental car?
About 15 minutes before that, and I had gone home.
What, were you partying all night?
We were at a friend's party the night before, yes.
So everybody was drinking all night?
Not all night. We stayed there the night prior and came home in the morning.
So everybody was partying all night?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you have a rental car?
I had a rental car because I had been in an accident prior to this about a month before.
When you drove by there, you were driving another car.
I was driving my boyfriend's car.
And he took the rental car to take some people home.
Correct.
15 minutes before you arrived, and what did you go there for?
He was supposed to be right back, so I went to go find him in the car and went to go get something to eat, and I was driving by and noticed that the car was parked there. So I stopped.
Okay, go ahead.
I had also noticed that his friends that were with him that evening had bought beer, and I was upset and wanted to switch cars and wanted to leave. Unfortunately, we ended up arguing. He wouldn't give me my keys so we could switch cars, so I would have the rental car and he would have his car. We argued. People came out of the house, arguing quite loudly. Once I got my keys, his car was blocking the rental car in.
So you couldn't pull out?
Correct.
Okay.
Everyone was in a frenzy, really upset, and from the back of the house...
Why was everybody in a frenzy? What were you
It was
yelling
early
about?
in the morning and we were arguing.
What were you arguing about?
Because he wouldn't give me my keys. And once I received my keys, I got in my vehicle, the rental car. The defendant and his girlfriend, which is here as well, came out of the back of the house. She went into the house and he came and punched the driver's side window. I was in the vehicle at the time.
Did he say anything to you?
I couldn't hear. I was in the vehicle. The windows were rolled up.
Okay, he punched the window. You admit that you punched the window?
Yeah, with an open hand. I hit the window.
Whatever. You admit you punched the
Yeah.
window, that the window did not break.
There was
The
the
window did not break.
other window, though.
The window didn't break?
No, I hit the
Oh, okay.
passenger window, though.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but he hit the driver's side window with his fist.
Whatever.
And
It didn't break?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so continue.
He stepped back, picked up a bottle, and threw it against the driver's side window. Fortunately, it did not hit the window. It hit the side panels, causing them to chip and causing both the driver's side and the driver rear side to chip as well. I have pictures.
With one bottle, it caused damage on two.
It was like a 40-ounce bottle. There's bottles all over the yard there.
Well, let me see where you say this one bottle caused damage to the car.
I have 3 pictures of the same. It's driver's side. It hit the panels in between the front seat and the back seat.
Oh, I see.
I also have a detailed invoice and an estimate on it as well. Sorry.
And you saw him throw this bottle?
Yes, I was in the driver's side, sitting in the car.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Well, I was sleeping over at my friend's house, and my brother came to wake me up to drink. I guess they'd been partying all night. He wanted me to drink with them. It was about 7 in the morning or so, and I didn't want to get up. I was tired. I was woken up a few more times. A couple of my friends woke me up, people that lived there telling me to get her out of there. She was in the driveway roasting her tires and yelling and screaming. Woke up everybody, all the kids and everything. And after about 45 minutes, everybody bothering me to get her out of there, I finally got up and went out there and asked her to leave, and she flipped me off, and then I hit the window, and then she backed out and left. And I guess, from what I understand, before she got there, she had wrecked the rental car because she was driving drunk, and then she walked home and got the other car, and my brother had came over in the rental car because she left after she wrecked it. That was pretty much it, and then she left. And this guy was there with them when they were drinking and partying all night.
I believe they were drinking and partying all
And
night.
he offered to give her a ride home in her car because she was very drunk, and she pulled a knife on him, so he left. That's pretty much it. So,
Either one of you two people outside at the time that the defendant...
She was out.
Shh, I'm not finished. That the defendant hit or punched the car window.
Yes.
Step up. Go ahead.
When I was there, I went inside after when he
Look
went
at
out
me.
to try.
Look at me. Don't look over there.
To try and get her to leave, and I heard yelling outside, so I went outside again, and that's when I seen him go up to the car and I guess ask her to leave, and then I seen him hit the right side passenger front seat window with his palm.
And then what did you see?
And then I seen her exit.
Exit where?
She left.
What time had all the people arrived from the party at your house?
Well, it was a friend's house, maybe around 6:45, I think it was, because I was supposed to get up and leave at 8, and I remember everybody just coming in. It was real chaotic.
Let's talk about before she got there.
It was when, probably, yeah, about 6:45, 7.
And who brought the beer?
I'm not aware who brought the beer. I do know that his brother came in and asked if he wanted to drink, but I'm not sure who brought the beer.
How much beer did they bring?
We didn't even see the beer.
I didn't ask you what you saw.
Sorry. Yeah,
We don't know.
that is correct. I did not see any beer. They just asked if he wanted to go drink, and he declined. His brother left.
So you didn't see any beer? No beer around?
No, I did not see.
When they were waking me up, they had beer. I didn't see how much beer there was. They had beer in their hands, but
other than that, I
didn't
did not
see
see a
boxes of beer
12-pack
or
or anything like that. Yeah, I did not see any other beer.
Did you see any beer bottles?
I think there was 1 or 2 in the recycling bin that had been there, but I mean, nothing. There wasn't bottles strewn all over the driveway or anything like that.
Is his brother still your boyfriend?
Yes, he is. This has caused a lot of problems between us and family issues as well because we both live with his father.
Where's your boyfriend today?
He's in the audience.
Was he present when his brother threw the bottle?
Yes, he was.
What's his name?
Seth Bulkey.
Seth Bulkey. Step up.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mary Carrigan says her boyfriend's brother, Jason Bulkey, damaged her rent-a-car in a fit of rage. Jason says Mary damaged it herself when she was driving drunk.
Would you state your name?
Seth Bulkey.
Would you swear him, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these matters?
Yes.
Take your hands out of your pockets, please. Were you present on the 28th of January of this year when this incident occurred?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer yes or
Yes.
no. Did you see your brother throw a bottle at the car?
Yes, he did.
Where did he get the bottle from?
On the ground, or he brought it out. I don't know.
But you actually saw him physically throw
Yeah.
the bottle at the car?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You may be seated. I have estimate here for $500, which is the $500 deductible judgment for the plaintiff. That's all, $500.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Her acting crazy happens all the time. I'm trying to stay away from her.
I just didn't want to become another one of his victims.
Don't drink and drive.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Kamna versus Seaman. Step forward, please.
20-year-old general contractor Jason Kamna is suing former friend, 21-year-old cook Nicholas Seaman. Jason claims Nicholas took his car without permission and was arrested for driving under the influence.
Mr. Kamna, you and the defendant were friends, according to your complaint. One evening, he came to your house with his girlfriend. You say he got quite drunk. His girlfriend left. You let him sleep on the couch. You woke up the next morning, found him gone with your car. You got a call sometime later from him indicating he had been pulled over, was charged with driving while under the influence of alcohol, spent the night in jail. The car got a little trashed. Your car was now in the impound. You want from him the money that was spent to get the car out of impound, to clean up from where he threw up all over the car, to fix the damage that he caused when he crashed into something, etc. You want all the money that you spent as a result of him taking the car. The defendant says that he had permission to take your car. And as a matter of fact, you asked him to take your car. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Because you were hungry at 2 o'clock in the morning. He took your car, and it's all your fault because the car did not have updated tags. So the car was pulled over. As a result of that, he was arrested because in addition to your car not having tags, you also caused him to be intoxicated. You caused him to throw up in front of the officer all over your car. You did that too, right?
Correct.
And therefore, it is not his fault, and he shouldn't have to pay anything.
Right, I should burden the expense.
That's his position. Convinced me.
Okay, Your Honor. I figure for the last 3 to 4 months...
Let's start with, I got to his house with my girlfriend.
All right, well, I got to his house probably around 10:30, and I probably had, over the whole night, probably about 6 beers.
After the 5th one, who remembers? Yes, go ahead.
I still knew perfectly clear what I was doing. I went to Taco Bell because he asked me to go to Taco Bell. We were kind of hungry. After you have a few beers, you do get kind of hungry.
Just a second. Your girlfriend left.
She had already left. She left about 11:30.
Is this your girlfriend?
Yes, it is. Marina.
Perfect. Step up here for a second. How old are you?
18.
Was it your intention to spend your evening with your boyfriend?
Yes.
Did you leave him at Mr. Kamna's house because he had gotten a little intoxicated?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Why did you leave him at the house?
It was getting late, and I wanted to go home. It was about 11:30, 12 o'clock when I left.
Right.
Nicholas had not been drinking yet. Jason, by the time we had got there at 10:30...
Just a second. If you wanted to go home, why didn't your boyfriend drive you home at midnight?
He was going to stay with Jason.
Was that the plan, or was that the plan once you got there?
No, that was the plan. He was going to stay at Jason's house that night.
Okay, and he hadn't been drinking at all?
No.
Go ahead.
And by the time that we had gotten to the house, Jason had already had alcohol in him.
So Jason was drunk?
Yes, and the reason why I left at 11:30 is to go home because it was getting late and Jason was being rude to me because he was drinking. And I didn't want to put up with it, so I left to go home.
Jason was being rude to you?
Yes.
Was he being rude to you in front of your boyfriend?
Yes, he always
He
has.
does it quite.
Shh. Go ahead.
He does it quite frequently, Your Honor, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Then why would you put your girlfriend in a position of going to his house for even a minute while Jason was drunk and being rude to your girlfriend?
Your Honor,
I'm not asking you a thing.
Well, honestly, I've been really, really good friends with him throughout the past year and a half.
Wonderful. And how long has she been your girlfriend?
5.5, 6 years, off and on.
And he was being rude to her that evening?
Yes.
Did you hear him being rude to your girlfriend?
Yes.
And what you do is you say, I'm going home with my girlfriend. You couldn't drive, is that right? You have no license.
That's right.
Is
Your
that
Honor.
right? And that's a result of driving while under the influence of alcohol?
The reason I had my license suspended was because I had too many tickets. And
Tickets
actually,
for what?
for speeding. And I was just...
I'm not finished. So your girlfriend was doing the driving. You bring your girlfriend over for an evening at Jason's house. He's drunk. He's rude to your girlfriend. So you let her go home at midnight and you stay. According to your answer, sir, it was 2 o'clock in the morning when you got hungry. Is that right?
About 1:30, 1:45. It was 2
So
o'clock when we got pulled over.
I'm speaking. And according to your girlfriend, you had had nothing to drink before she left. Is
That's
that right?
right.
So in the span of approximately, according to you, an hour and a half, you consumed 6 beers.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
That's a lot of beers in an hour and a half.
That's true.
So you were pretty drunk.
Yeah. When I
Now-
was pulled over, I was. At the time, when I left the house, I could still walk perfectly straight line.
Okay, so you get pulled over, and you ask for your license. You got a suspended license. There were no tags on the car. Tell me about what happened when you threw up in the car. I
Well,
want to hear all about that.
I figured it was probably just my nerves. I
Tell
was
me about
really,
it.
really
The police
nervous.
officer pulls you over.
When the police officer pulled me over, he comes to the window and he asked me whose car this was. I told him it was my friend Jason Kamness. And I said it wasn't even 2 blocks away from the house where I got pulled over. When I left Jason's house, there was a cop parked right in the front.
I don't care. I want to know when you threw up in the car.
Okay. After he came, he took down all my information and went back to his car. He was going to write out a ticket. He had a ticket in his hand for driving while suspended, and the uninsured, which I have right here,
I don't need
with
it.
no tags.
I don't need it.
And when he comes back is when I really started getting nervous, and I did get sick.
In the car.
In the car.
That's
So
when he placed you under arrest.
That is when he placed me under arrest. I asked him to
Perfect.
place
You
me
have
under arrest.
all the estimates?
With me, I have the
Well, I only
towing.
want to know what's with you, sir. That's your
Yes,
proof.
I've had an estimate given.
What was the damage on the car?
The damage occurred to the driver's side front and on my parents' house where the car was parked. When you back down the driveway, you need to back down at an angle, kind of, and if you crank the wheel too hard, the front end will hit the garage. And it hit the garage and took a chunk out of the 2x6 that surrounds the garage and put a nice little dent in the front.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I remember this whole night clearly. And every single thing I said to the officer, everything I did the whole night, and I do not remember hitting that garage once.
That's too bad.
I don't know where this came from.
That's too bad.
And the dent in the left front bumper, he ran into his brother's car about a month ago on the right rear side, and he did not remember running into the car either. That's what he told his brother.
Why weren't there tags on the car?
Because I couldn't pass the Department of Environmental Quality.
What kind of car is this?
It's an '83 Dodge Rampage,
Uh-huh.
and basically it was negligence on my part not having.
What's $575 from
That this
rental
resulted after the car. I got it out of impound, and when I got it to drive it, there's puke everywhere, and there was a knock in the motor, and then the motor seized up. I don't know if that's because when the car was sitting there idling, it tends to get really hot, and if it wasn't shut off, it could do some damage.
I'm not paying for a rental car for you, sir. What other damages did you have?
I had my towing fees, and
I have your
missed
towing
six,
fees?
6 days of work
6 days of work. Why?
because I had no car.
You had no car anyway. They had expired tags.
Well, all I needed was a temporary permit.
You didn't have it.
Correct.
So you had no car anyway.
Well, I guess technically no.
Right. So if your car isn't registered, you have no car. You have to be responsible. You drive a car, it has to be registered, it has to have proper insurance, but that doesn't mean he can trash your car and say it's not his fault because it didn't have good tags. He was drunk when he took it. He shouldn't have gotten behind the wheel of the car while he was intoxicated. He's got to pay for certain basic fees. If you had had the car cleaned and detailed, I would have charged him for that too.
Your Honor, I offered to clean the car first thing the day I got out of jail. I apologize for everything. We went there to go get the car out of the impound, and we got almost completely there, and we had to turn around because his license was expired. And
So you
I
got
don't
in the
think
car
he had
anyway.
insurance.
Who was driving?
Me.
She was.
I had just taken, we were just getting ready to take Jason to the impound so he could get his car out, and he said, wait, I cannot go. I don't have insurance and I have an expired license.
So he had no car anyway. So who cares whether he rented a car? How did they rent you a car?
Well, the fact of the matter is I did have insurance and a
How did
valid
they
driver.
rent you a car if you had an expired license?
It was not expired.
What was it?
It was valid. It was a valid Oregon driver's license.
Your Honor, he stated clearly to me that it was not it was already expired.
And that he had no insurance.
Well, in order to rent a car in the state of Oregon, you have to have all the proper
I would say so. That's really interesting.
insurance.
That's really interesting that he was able to rent a car. Who knows? In any event, he owes you $243.50. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Morning, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Miss Ellison, you and Miss West were friends.
Yes.
Your complaint states that you had an argument over something.
The children.
And subsequently, you were receiving some harassing calls. You decided that you needed some protection, so you got a dog.
Yes.
It is your claim that the defendant, in retaliation for something, enticed the dog onto her property and subsequently adopted the dog. You want the dog returned to you?
Correct.
Or its value?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in the same neighborhood?
About 1.5 years, 2 years.
Is that how you know her, from the neighborhood?
Yes.
When did you get the dog?
The 15th of March.
Where did you get the dog?
I used to be a dog groomer by trade, and one of my former customers asked me to take her because her daughter had very severe allergies. Had to get rid of the animals, unfortunately.
What kind of dog is it?
She's a Dalmatian black lab mix.
She's a mutt?
Yes.
So you took the dog?
Yes.
Didn't pay for the dog, but you
No,
took
ma'am.
the dog. Where did you put the dog when you brought the dog home?
We tied the dog outside in the front because we were having a lot of harassment problems.
Is it a fenced yard?
Not in the front, no.
What was she tied with?
She was tied with a brand new chain and collar, and that we bought her before we bought.
Did the dog have a license on the collar?
No.
So that there was no identifying mark on the collar?
No.
What time did you come home from picking up the dog?
About 5:30, 6 o'clock.
And what time did you find the dog missing?
I didn't put her out until about 9:30.
At 9:30, you found the dog missing?
Yes.
What did you do?
First, we went out searching for her all over the neighborhood. And my husband said, she's probably down at Cindy's. At first, I didn't think Cindy would, go that low, but she did. And we made signs, and we put the signs out early the next morning. My husband...
Where did you put out the signs?
On the telephone poles, one being right beside her home, and another one down the street, and all up and down Galbraith Road, which is the off street from where we go to.
Okay.
I called the SPCA, who had told me that the dog wasn't there yet. I have a lost dog report where I filed the lost dog report that morning.
To see it, please.
I also got a copy of the sheltered animal report. When I went to go to the SPCA on the first day, the very next morning at 10 o'clock, the animal was not there yet. It wasn't until 1:35 until the animal was picked up by Cindy. She called the SPCA.
We'll get to her in a second. Okay, now how did you find out the dog was with Miss West?
My daughter went to a local pharmacy around the corner from where we live, which views the backyard of Mrs. West's home. She came in crying, saying that Lacey was in Cindy's backyard. So we went back in the back alley.
When was this? How many days
that
later?
was a week. It was on the 28th.
Okay.
I said, okay, let's go make sure, Ripley. I said, because, we want to make sure before we call the police.
Okay, so the answer is, was your dog, and did you call the police?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Called the police? You went to her home with the police?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And she showed the police the adoption papers because she had since adopted this dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. West, when did you find this dog?
On the evening of the 15th, had to be about 11:30 at night. It was running freely through the neighborhood. I have a videotape where this dog ran, in an hour and 15 minutes, it ran 17 times through my yard.
Why would you videotape this dog?
I have a security camera on my house because this woman continually harasses me.
Is it on all the time?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I called the SPCA. It was running out in the street, back and forth in the yard. And I opened the door and I said, "Hey, puppy," and the dog walked right in my house. Then, I believe it was Monday, I had called to see if the owner had claimed the dog, and they said that no one had called for the dog, and I went down to see her. Owner has 5 days to claim. I waited 6. And then I went with my son and adopted a dog.
Did you see any signs that Miss Ellison put up in your neighborhood?
No, that's a complete lie.
You didn't see? No,
No.
I don't know whether it's a complete
Well,
lie or
I didn't
not.
see any.
The answer is you did not see
No,
any
I didn't see
signs.
any.
Okay. Now let's get to your counterclaim for a minute.
Okay.
Your counterclaim is that the plaintiff vindictively called Protective Services, uncross your arms, called Protective Services and said things about you with regard to your children, causing your children to be removed from your custody for over 3 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'd like you to tell me about that, because that's your counterclaim.
Yes. In the period when we were friends, there were several times that she stipulated to me that no matter what happened, not to call 241 Kids because she runs a very filthy household. And so we had agreed to that. If we hadn't, I'd have called Children's Services before she did. But I give my word,
I don't want to
stick
hear
it.
you. Go ahead.
On March 1st, Children's Services knocked on my door, claiming that they had got a report for a filthy house. Supposedly there was garbage in my house up to here, that I beat my kids, that I didn't feed my kids, and several other allegations.
Okay.
And my children were removed from me until there was a parental screening done.
Just a second. That's not what Protective Services does. They don't come in, remove children for 3 weeks while they do an investigation. When they receive a report, they come in and they say, can we come into your house? And they come in and they make certain observations. So if they came into your house, they must have found your house filthy.
No.
Did they speak to your children?
Yes.
And it was at that time that they removed the children?
My children weren't actually...
Answer. Was it at that time that they removed the children?
They were placed under a safety agreement.
Okay. So they allowed the children to remain in your home under an agreement with you. Is that right?
No.
With whom?
My children were not allowed to be left alone with me whatsoever. I either had to have someone stay with me or they had to go to my mother's.
Okay. So they were allowed to stay with you if there was someone else in the house. And that was after they spoke to the children?
It was...
After they spoke to the children?
No.
Wrong.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Elizabeth Ellison says neighbor Cynthia West stole her dog in retaliation for calling child services. Cynthia is countersuing for defamation of character.
When was the agreement entered into that you would not be left unsupervised with your children?
On March 1st.
So this is before the dog disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
Was there an investigation?
Was there an investigation?
That's my question.
Yes, I have an open case.
So your case was not marked unfounded. It is still an open case.
I can explain to you why.
Just answer my question.
Okay, yes.
The case was not marked unfounded, which means that there was no merit to the claims. It was an open case, which means it's still outstanding and subject to investigation.
It'll be closed at the end of this month.
Who knows?
I do.
Do you have any reports from social services?
That's confidential information. It would have to be subpoenaed.
So that you don't have them?
Exactly.
Do you have any initial reports that were furnished from social services?
Those are not public information.
Okay. Is this the first time that social services has visited your home?
Oh, yes.
The first time?
First. Very first.
Why would you and the defendant talk about not calling social services? I mean, I've had lots of friends in my life. One of the things that we certainly never talked about was never calling social services about how we are as parents. We talked about a lot of other things. We complained about our husbands, the local market, but we never had a discussion about social services. Why would you have an agreement with her not to call social services, Miss West?
That was a stipulation that she set down, not I.
No, it was a stipulation you set down by
Now,
being
okay,
a drug
just a second.
head.
Miss Ellison, you interrupted again, but I'm going to come
I'm
back to you
sorry.
for a second. I'm not going to ask you whether or not you placed this call.
It's an anonymous hotline.
It was because it's an anonymous hotline, so I'm not going to ask you whether you did or not. But it is your belief that because she thought that you placed this call, she retaliated by taking the dog.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have proof she took the dog.
Let me see.
This is a Coleraine Township Police Department police report. If you would read it, you would see at the bottom, it states that she admitted taking my dog.
Let me see.
And she also knew it was my dog. She told him when she got there. When he got
Don't
there.
tell me what she told him. I'm looking at it.
Sure you don't have a copy of that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to give both of you 1, 2, 3, then you're out of here. Do you understand?
Yes.
Did social services come to visit your house?
Yes, ma'am. I have a copy of my...
Can I see it, please?
Human resource.
Because I
thing.
see that after she believed you
You
called
can
on
also...
her.
Yes, she did.
She
called on
you.
me.
All right.
May I comment?
Sure.
I did not make that call. I'm not the only person that knows she runs a filthy house.
Okay. All I can tell you is she has this document here, which you clearly do not have, which indicates that her case was immediately closed.
They made a surprise visit, just like her. Sorry.
I like to conduct a very orderly place. Clean, neat, and orderly.
Go ahead.
You don't have this, that your case was closed, is that right?
No, because my case is still ongoing. Would you like for me to answer that why? You had asked me that before.
Sure.
The reason my case is ongoing, part of the social interaction with her and I, we'd smoked marijuana together. I was a recreational user. She
That's
gets
a
high
lie,
all
Judge.
day,
I don't
every
want to
day.
hear.
That's what...
Shh, shh. Listen to me. Case closed. Case still open. That's the objective fact.
Because I admitted to my recreational use is the only reason I have an open case.
Because they caught you at the door, you and that Nicole, your
listen.
witness, smoking a joint.
Listen to me.
And you know what
Don't-
happens in my house, huh?
What? You don't understand? You're going to both be out of here. Well, Miss West, police officer attributes the following to you. She stated that Miss Ellison had her kids taken away, but all she did was take away her dog, Miss Ellison's dog. So she, quote, went pretty light on her. That's what you told the police.
Can I respond?
Yeah, the police don't lie.
Well, no, I'm not going to lie.
Shh. You don't get it. Yes, I'm waiting for you to respond.
Okay. This was after she had come to my backyard and was cussing and hollering that I had her dog. That was the first point at which I was aware that this dog had previously belonged to her. And I did tell them that, but like I said, it was after that she had pointed out to me, you have my dog, and a few other explicit words mixed in there. But she had pointed that out to me. So at that point, I did know that it was her dog. But that was the first time that I had knowledge of that.
Who knows? Okay.
Nobody tapes a dog in a video yard.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to be quiet.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
I have several things to consider. Right now, the dog has been with you for quite some time. Dog is integrated into your household?
Yes.
And you, I assume, take good care of this dog?
Yes.
Good.
No.
I don't want to hear from you yet. I'm primarily concerned about the dog, the children involved. Right now, she is the legal owner of that dog, and your lawsuit wants either the return of the dog or the value thereof, which you place at $500. Shh. Quiet. That's what your lawsuit says.
The lawsuit is for, the $500 is for harassment. We would like to have the dog back. That's all we've ever wanted.
What I'm telling you is she is now the legal owner of this dog, and I have to make a judgment as to how I'm going to resolve your lawsuit. I believe that there is a substantial possibility that Miss West did, in fact, come to your property, unchain the dog, and take the dog. That is a possibility. It is also a possibility that the dog got free.
I agree.
And was, in fact, roaming around. What she did was she did not secrete the dog. She brought the dog to the ASPCA immediately. You had an obligation to be vigilant and you could go to the ASPCA every day to see if the dog was there. The dog, I'm
called
speaking.
every day.
I don't care, call. I'm speaking. You had an opportunity to go to the ASPCA every day for day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look for your dog. You did not do that. So put your hand down. So since the dog has been in her custody, you had an opportunity to go and pick up your dog. You did not do that. She did not hide the dog. And there is, again, that possibility that your dog did, in fact, get out. Just get out. She probably knew it was your dog. Not sure. but I don't indulge myself in potentials or possibilities. I'm speaking. So I am awarding you $500. Even though you did not pay for this dog, I believe that Miss West knew or should have known that this was your dog and that there was a bit of retaliation in her keeping the dog and not calling you and letting you know that she had found the dog, and that there was something sneaky about the way she went about going there and legally adopting the dog. But she has legally adopted the dog. The dog is hers. It has been with her and her family for a long time. Okay. Now, Miss West, I'm going to get to your counterclaim, which I am dismissing. What state do you live in?
Ohio.
The state of Ohio does not remove children from their home without cause for 3 weeks without taking a parent to court. Period. End of discussion. No state does that. The state may say, I'm going to give you a warning, clean up your house, but if the state of Ohio is still part of this union, there are certain due process rights that you have. And if your children were removed from your home, as you state in your claim, as a result of what is an anonymous call, and it may well have been Miss Ellison who called. May well have been. But it doesn't make any difference. She did not remove the children from your home. The state removed the children from your home, which means that they found some cause to remove the children from your home. Since you do not have the paperwork to show me what the cause was, I have to assume.
I do have. I do have.
Well, you do have now. Swell.
I do have the paper for the safety agreement. I do not have the letter that she has. I left that at home.
I don't want to hear the letter for the safety agreements. I want a report from the state indicating why they removed the children from your home.
This is what this is.
Well, I'll take a look at it. That doesn't look like... I don't want to hear from you. You're finished.
Okay, no problem.
Well, they clearly found you using drugs.
I admitted to it. They asked me
Whether
the
you
question.
admitted to it or they found it. One of the stipulations was adults will refrain from all illegal drug use in the home. Who else lives in the home other than you and your 2 children?
My husband. Nicole's staying with us right now.
Excuse me?
Nicole Lake, this lady right here. Her mother left and went to Florida, so she's staying with me.
She was the one
so
they
she can
found
stay.
doing drugs.
Shh. Don't want to hear you. What are you showing me? I read this already.
In the highlight, it shows that Miss Ellison admitted to being the one who called 241.
What difference does it make? The police had cause. The police had cause to remove your children. They either saw or you admitted to using drug use. And listen to me, Miss West, I'm not stupid. If the authorities came to your home and found nothing untoward in your home, found you perfectly straight,
they did.
Making matzo ball soup in your kitchen, right? And you just volunteered to them that you used drugs, volunteered to them, you must think that I was born 2 days ago. That's not what happens. They had evidence. They either found you in a condition of being under the influence, they smelled something in your home, they found something in your home, something happened, and then you admitted that you used drugs. But a normal person doesn't invite authorities into their home and say to them, let me tell you everything. Sometimes my house isn't neat and sometimes my kids' clothes aren't clean, but the worst thing that I do is use drugs. We understand each other. Your counterclaim's dismissed. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's
Thank
all.
you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step.
Tavern. And you had half a dozen beers, maybe 4 or 5, ordered a large pizza to go. And as you were exiting the tavern, there was some sort of an altercation with the defendant. Then you claim outside he assaulted you seriously. Is that right?
That's correct.
His ultimate defense is there was some sort of a verbal altercation. You bet him $20 that you could whip his butt, and you did. That's your defense. So that it was a fair fight outside. That's your defense.
It was a
that you won the bet.
No, I haven't been paid.
That was cute, Mr. Lindquist. We'll see. All right, Mr. Ladd, had you ever seen this gentleman before?
Just as a patron of the bar,
What time did you arrive at the bar?
approximately 7 o'clock,
And what time did this assault take place?
9:30.
So you were there for about 2.5 hours.
That's correct.
So what happened when they give you your pizza, you pay your tab, and you start to walk out?
Well, it's very busy as I'm going through the crowd. Supposedly, I bumped in to his girlfriend, which was sitting on a bar stool in the aisleway to go out the door. Supposedly, Mr. Lindquist confronted me about...
Not supposedly. Listen, stop with the supposedly. You tell me what you remember of that evening.
I remember
Did you remember poking her with the box, with the pizza box?
I don't recall that because it was so busy. I probably bumped several people basically going through the crowd. Okay. There was a small aisleway to walk through.
What did he say to you?
I can't recall his exact words, but he confronted me about poking his girlfriend with the pizza box. He threatened me with ripping my throat out.
That's a threat. Go ahead.
At that point there, I exchanged words of the mouth, so I told him to back off, and there was some adjectives that were basically said.
By you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue to leave?
At that point, yes, I did.
He hadn't put his hands on you at that point?
No.
You walk out the front door. How far did you get? Was there a parking lot outside?
I was parked on the far end. This is a strip mall.
And were you at your car when this assault took place?
No, I was walking down the sidewalk.
And tell me what you recall.
I recall being hit in the back of the head, very hard. I thought it was a beer bottle. I have a medical report.
Then what happened? I'll look at all your reports in a minute.
I was on the ground. The defendant was on top of me. He struck me several times in the side of the head. I put my hands up, tried to defend myself. That's when the individual basically bit on to my right finger. As the individual was biting me with the pain and the shock and everything else, I was grabbing his face, trying to make him to stop.
But you were on the ground?
That is correct, with him on top of me.
Go ahead.
At that point, somebody, if I recall, yelled that the police are coming. The individual let go of my finger at that point and struck me several other times in the side of the head again and got up and ran into the bar.
What happened when the police arrived?
Because this was a bar brawl, from what they call it, they stated if I wanted to press charges on the incident. At first, I said, yes, I do. The individual, which was the officer, explained to me that because there was no witnesses and this was mutual combatant and their part of what they considered.
Why, had they interviewed the defendant?
Well, there was another police officer inside the restaurant interviewing him.
Okay, go ahead.
They stated that they would have to put us in detox for 72 hours.
Because you were drunk?
I was not drunk at the time. I have my witness which will state how much alcohol I consumed within the 2.5 hours to my body weight of 225 pounds at 6'2".
How many beers did you have?
I believe it was 4.
Okay.
The officer stated that to the fact that he would have to charge both of us with assault.
So that you decided not to proceed?
Because of the 72 hours, I am an instrumentation control specialist at a nuclear generating power plant. I was scheduled to run certain tests. I could not afford not to be there.
So you decided not to press
That
charge?
is correct.
Okay. Can I see your medical reports, please?
Sure.
When did you go to the hospital?
My sister-in-law picked me up that night. These are my medical records. Would you like the expenses also now?
Not yet. Did you get any police reports?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to have them too, please. Thank you, Bert.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'd like to hear your version of the events.
Well, Mr. Ladd was walking out of the bar.
What time did you arrive at the bar?
9 p.m.
Your girlfriend was with you?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I asked him, are you leaving so soon? And he had said yes, and unless Kathy will buy me a beer, as he had his pizza box and poked her in the back. And I didn't like what he was doing, and I says for him to stop that. He made a foul-mouthed remark that I don't care to repeat.
Well, repeat it.
He said he effed her in the and not to worry about it.
Right.
And that's when I made the comment that I'll bet you 20 bucks that I'll take you outside and kick your butt. And he walked around the corner and stood where the waitresses stand and motioned me like, well, come on, are we going to do this? And I followed him around, and he walked down
Why
this...
did you do that? He's gone. He's leaving.
He's motioning me and egging me on, and he had bet me.
No. He didn't bet you. You bet him.
Well, he agreed to the bet.
Go ahead.
Got out the door, walked down the... He walked down at least 50 feet.
Right,
And
so
I'm
he's leaving.
He's leaving.
And his back is towards you.
No.
Well, his back has to be towards you, sir, unless he was walking backwards.
No, he was making remarks
His
as
back
he,
has to be towards you as he's walking, sir,
he
because...
was turned sideways.
So he's walking sideways, like
Walking
a crab.
sideways. Walking sideways, talking to me.
All right,
or
go ahead.
Saying bad words. He sets his pizza box down and invites me on, are we going to get this done? When we first came together, he reached out and he grabbed me by the face as we were standing face to face, shoulder to shoulder. And
You weren't
started,
standing shoulder to shoulder to him, with him.
No, I wasn't. But
No. You weren't standing shoulder to
square shoulder to shoulder, square shoulders to square
Right.
shoulders. Reached out, grabbed me by the face.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I just imagine that to be face to face.
Well.
Face to neck. Go ahead.
And he kind of grabbed my face to where I couldn't really get near him. We were going to fight. He grabbed inside my mouth and underneath my chin and started pulling me to the ground. And whether I bit him or he got cut on my teeth on the way down, I just happened to come out on top.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Nuclear power plant worker Scott Ladd says he was assaulted by Del Lindquist after exchanging words with him in a bar. Del says when Scott insulted his girlfriend, he beat him up.
Which one of you ladies was present during the course of this altercation?
I was.
Can you step up, please? Tell me your name.
My name is Lisa.
Lisa what?
Lisa Tyson.
Ms. Tyson, do you work at the tavern?
Yes, I do.
What kind of work do you do there?
I'm a bartender.
You know both of these gentlemen?
Yes, I do.
You ever had any difficulty with the plaintiff at the bar?
No, I haven't.
You ever had any problem with the defendant before at the bar?
Yes, I have. I've witnessed him making verbal remarks to other customers that would talk to his girlfriend.
Like what?
He told this other guy who was talking to his girlfriend that he wanted to rip his throat out.
He likes to say that. Clearly.
I guess. But then I immediately went over there and confronted the situation, and I warned Del that if he decided to fight in the bar or in the parking lot, he will be 86'd out of the bar for good.
Did you hear any interaction between the two of these gentlemen?
No, I didn't.
Did you wait on Mr. Ladd that evening?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how much alcohol he consumed?
He had about 4 beers.
Have a seat. Thank you very much. You have any other witnesses that you want me to hear, sir?
Yes, I do. I'd like to have the manager of the bar step up.
Tell me your name.
Deb Miles.
Ms. Miles, did you witness any part of this incident?
I was not outside. I did not see that. I was chatting with Kathy, Dell's girlfriend, and another gal.
This is girlfriend.
Right. Next thing I knew, a waitress from the dining room came out and said that there was a fight going on outside.
So you really didn't see anything?
I did not see that, no.
What did you want her to testify to?
I don't want to testify for her, but Kathy, Dell's girlfriend, knew nothing of this incident. She can support that claim for me.
Oh,
just
a second. Did you ask her what they were doing outside?
I asked her if she knew they were outside.
And what did she say?
She said no. And then she wanted to go outside. And I said, no, you have to stay in here, Kathy. You've been drinking. Don't go out there. Just stay out of it.
Was she drunk?
She did quite a few, in my opinion. I didn't personally serve her, so I don't know for sure.
Did she say anything about anybody doing anything untoward to her that evening?
No, no. We were just chatting, and the next thing we knew, this fight was going on. So we didn't hear any argument, anything like that.
Step up. What's your last name?
Dubé.
What do you remember?
I didn't see nothing outside, but I do remember him walking by.
He walked by, and what happened?
He said to him, leaving so early, he said, yes, I've had too much to drink. I'm going to take my pizza and me home. Unless Kathy wants to buy me a drink, poke me in the back. And it was real crowded. And I was talking to the manager, Michelle, on the right hand of me, and Debbie was down a chair from me.
Right.
And then I just started talking to Michelle, and then all of a sudden I heard him telling him to quit poking me in the back, and then as he was walking away, that's when he said what he did to me.
Which was?
I don't want to say it.
Well, I'd like to hear what you
I just
heard him
it.
say. Really? Well, that's a nasty thing to say.
Yeah.
Did you think he was drunk?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Were you drunk?
No, I probably had 3 beers.
3 beers in a half hour?
2.
Maybe 3?
I just got there.
Well, maybe 3 beers in a half hour. And what about Mr. Lindquist? What did he have to drink?
We probably had 2.
Maybe 3. Well, the officer indicates that both suspects were intoxicated, and the effects of alcohol was very obvious on both of them.
Can I make a comment related to that?
Sure.
After being struck in the head several times, and with what I believe with a beer bottle...
Did you see a beer bottle, by the way, when this altercation was over?
I did not, no.
Okay. So it's possible that you were just hit on the back of the head with a
Yes.
fist. It's possible.
That's possible.
Doesn't make any difference. The medical records indicate that you were injured that evening. And injured in-
I don't want to interrupt you, but with the injury I sustained in my finger, you know, and the shock and the trauma and everything that was going on, if the officer smelled alcohol on my breath, with establishing 4 beers over a 2.5-hour period...
Doesn't make any difference, sir. I have to believe, Mr. Ladd, that the defendant, without provocation, assaulted you, and without provocation, rendered you, because of your larger stature, rendered you sort of in a position where he could, in fact, assault you, which was somehow getting you to the ground, because you are a larger stature than he is, and that would be smart. Now, being smart would render you on the ground as a result of being either hit in the back of the head with a fist or with something else. Not the way Mr. Lindquist indicates, because the officer nowhere in his report, sir, indicates that you have any scratches or marks on your face. That's really surprising if this assault took place, Mr. Lindquist, the way you indicated.
I have a police report that states that I have scratches.
Let me see. Suspect 1 had minor scratches or scrapes on his face. Suspect 2 possessed open wounds on his fingers and a slight laceration to his forehead. Mr. Lindquist, did you ever hear the expression when you were growing up, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've had trouble with people talking to your girlfriend before in the bar, according to the bar people.
Yes, Your Honor.
So this isn't an unusual occurrence to you. If you don't want people to talk to your girlfriend, sir, keep her in your apartment. Because if you take her to a bar where people sometimes get a little high, a little happy, and they may say something either in a polite vein or in a seductive vein, or sometimes, according to you, totally inappropriate things. If I believe what you attribute to him, it was totally inappropriate. But the reaction, especially if you know or believe that someone is intoxicated, you believed he was intoxicated, right, Kathy?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yes.
Then you just let it rest. Then I have to believe that he egged you on. Well, I don't believe that at all. I believe that the guy's taking his pizza and he's going home. He's out of there. You decided to follow him outside, which you did. And I believe that in order to get him in a vulnerable position, you hit him from behind.
In the forehead.
You hit him from behind. If you hit him from behind in the forehead, that's sort of like that. That doesn't happen, does it? You know,
Only
you sort
in
of,
the movies.
Only in the movies. Only if you have very long arms. So you assaulted him. And you hurt him. And you have to pay. Period. And if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. What were your medical expenses, sir?
I have a report. I do have insurance.
What's your out-of-pocket?
My out-of-pocket is $526.44. They have me on prescriptions yet, anti-inflammatories, to try to still get the swelling down in my finger. At this point...
Can I see your finger, please? Step up. You still have no feeling in the finger?
The finger is totally numb to light touch. The medical report is...
Step back.
I'm sorry.
May I add something, Your Honor?
Just a minute, he's not finished yet. Then you can add whatever you like.
Okay.
You still have no feeling in the tips of your finger.
That's correct. I have lost the movement of to totally squeeze my fingers all together. The doctor, last I seen, said if the swelling goes down over time and with these
It may come back.
prescriptions, that it may go back.
Okay. Yes, now you wanted to say something.
Well, if I would jump him from behind, isn't that assault and battery? Wouldn't, you know, if I'm walking out in the parking lot and somebody jumps me from behind and the police come, I think I'm going to make a report or have him arrested, you know, because people
Sure, unless you're inside with the other police officer who you spoke to that evening. Is that right?
Yes.
And I assume you gave him the same cock and bull story you gave me. The way you indicated that you were standing shoulder to shoulder to him and he put his fingers in your face, and so that's
Well,
how
he
you
set
bit
his
his finger.
pizza box down first.
What?
He set his pizza box down first. And if somebody got jumped from behind, don't you think there'd be pizza all over the place, too?
There
I
might
mean,
be. Where is there an indication that there wasn't?
Hmm?
Where is there an indication
Wouldn't
that...
you think he'd want to be paid for his pizza, too?
Are you kidding me or what?
No, I'm not kidding you. I'd be mad if
You
somebody...
got a hot temper.
If somebody knocked me down from behind and knocked my $20 pizza on the ground at the same time, and the police showed up, I would definitely file some charges here.
Well, he wanted to file charges, sir, but you told the police that this was a fight, a barroom brawl, that he actually started with you. He actually put his hands on you first. That's what you told me.
That is
That you
correct.
turned around shoulder to shoulder after you followed him out of the bar, and he took his hand and put it in your face, and probably as a result of the heavy pushing, he fell on top of you, and that's how he ended up on the ground, and probably on the weight of you both going down and his finger in your mouth, that's how his finger got lacerated, requiring medical treatment and stitches. That's what you told me.
Yeah, I grabbed his
Judgment for the
finger.
plaintiff in the amount of $5,000 as requested. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.